chance to build a home. I feel this world coming over me. The pressure makes me fall. And if I stay locked in the half-life, but choose to give in to my own mind, standing in with all I've known, through the hard wires and finally feel it all. I can simulate my own life, but live within the walls. You light the fires in this place, so you can reap what we've sown. You thought you finally found me, but you just dug your own hole. If I stay locked in the half-life, but choose to give in to my own mind, standing in with all I've known, through the hard wires and finally feel it all. I can simulate my own life, but live within the walls.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A Strollet's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's gold!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Welcome, everyone. It is time for the first Intel Extreme Masters closed qualifier for North America of 2024. I'm Boggs, and I'm joined by Pineapple Phillips as per usual. And friends, it is fantastic to be back with all of you here today. Nate, I hope you had a happy new year. I hope you're recharged and ready to go because we have ourselves one of the most stacked North American qualifiers I've ever seen.
Yes, we do. I am back. I'm ready to go. I dare say I am energized because of this close qualifier. It is a stacked lineup of 4 teams facing off in a double elimination bracket, of course, to fight for that coveted singular spot at IEM Chengdu, which is just around the corner, might I add. What a way to start off the new year, Bugs.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't get much better than this. We are at the middle end of January, and we get ourselves some fantastic teams. Why don't we take a peek at the bracket right off the rip and start to break this down? Because this is where things get really, really fun. You'll notice a team on this bracket that doesn't normally grace the North American qualifiers, Nate, and that one I think is pretty evident in Liquid. But the thing is, they don't come in here as an invited team at all.
No, they don't. They've revamped their roster. Of course, they had their trounce across the pond trying to make that work in Europe. That, of course, did not come to fruition. They see return of an old name in Twists, and now they again, like all of the other up-and-coming teams in North America, have to fight their way through the gauntlet. As you mentioned, they were not one of the 2 invited teams to this qualifier that instead rests on M80 and Boss. And what an interesting spot for Liquid to find themselves coming into IEM Chengdu North American Close Qualifier.
Oh, I agree. It's a spot I don't think Liquid were expecting necessarily, and the fact that they are now an open qualifier team, at least for this one event, is definitely something I think that can throw a bit of a monkey wrench into the whole scheme of things. When you're looking at teams like M80 and Wildcard and Boss, you're not thinking Liquid. You're not even thinking complexity at this point. You're thinking, okay, you're going to have Nouns in here probably. NRG might be a team scraping around here, but NRG has been a resounding disappointment in the last couple of weeks, failing to even make it to the America's RMR for the next major, and failing 3rd and 4th place here in the open qualifiers, the second open qualifier to qualify for this closed qualifier, the qualifier for the qualifier, as I like to call it. And it's been a massive disappointment from them, but a team that has massively impressed me over the last week and a half or so, on the flip side, has been Wildcard.
Yeah, Wildcard, not one of those teams with the luxury of an invite. And again, still to me, I have to say it, Wildcard is a team with an organization, of course, a team we're watching now, Infinite, Stanislaw, JBA, Sonic, and Slight. Not the Wildcard of old, which was Slight plus the 4/5 of Boss, who are on the other side of the bracket. Again, that's kind of old news at this point, but it's still hard for me to wrap my head around, especially given the fact that I kind of just fell off the face of Counter-Strike for about a month and a half. So it's always good to keep those 2 kind of conflicting teams in mind to separate the 2. Of course, Wildcard on their own merits on this new roster have looked incredibly solid, as you mentioned. They've trounced quite a few. They've had to earn their spots in these qualifiers, earned their spot in the RMR. And in fact, that was the last time these 2 teams went head to head. And let me tell you, Wildcard definitely came out looking like the better team versus M80.
Yeah, a narrow 3-map set with it going close to the distance or all the way through. A 19-17, 11-13, and 13-10 scoreline across those 3 maps. That is definitely 2 teams going pound for pound, but it grows on a wild card 2-1 loss earlier on in the year. And I think that's just where Wildcard is getting better and better, growing more and more. They are becoming more of a cohesive unit after that little upheaval time when they first joined the organization, did not qualify for Pro League. Meanwhile, the former Wildcard roster did qualify for the upcoming season of ESL Pro League. And now Wildcard has had to go on a bit of a revenge mission, having to earn their stripes back. And I would say they've done marvelously. Infinite has been absolutely insane, particularly yesterday against Nouns. And that is no small fish to fry these days, as Nouns got incredibly better with the re-addition of George.
Yeah, Nouns got better with George. They, of course, had Junior as well, as they were kind of looking for an opera for quite a while. That was a big pickup as well. Nouns also a team that looked to be on the up and up. And as you mentioned, Wildcard, initially kind of disappointing, but that's exactly what you would expect from a roster that just got cobbled back together with a new opera in Slight, or not an opera anymore, but a new player in Slight. And now they finally get to spread their wings and truly get a chance to fly now that these other teams that maybe were fighting for Pro League, were leaving them in the dust, now are back and getting their comeuppance. As you mentioned, Wildcard are finding tremendous success in these qualifiers. The RMR secured. I think they got first or second there as well. So 3-0 record
so,
in that
yeah.
close qualifier. Of course, as we mentioned, beating M80, beating Nouns with that heroic performance from Infinite. Wildcard are emerging onto the North American scene as a team to be reckoned with.
They really are. And I would say this is the best North America's tier 2 in a sense has looked in quite some time, considering we've had complexity up there on like the brink of T1, T2. I think so far in CS2 they've established themselves as a top 10 team in the world. But then you have Liquid that's trying to find themselves back in the T1 front again. I don't think we can consider Liquid as tier 1 in its current iteration because we haven't seen them really truly impress us just yet. A bit of a disappointing road through the to the RMR, as a matter of fact. And I think that they are a team that can bleed in this qualifier. That's one thing I have to say right up front. Teams have made Liquid bleed. They are no longer the infallible North American giants. And when you look at the 4 teams in this race, at least as far as HLTV World Ranking is concerned, M80's second in North America and top 30 in the world.
Yeah, they just breached that top 30 threshold. I think they're number 29, if I'm not mistaken. Looking incredibly solid again. It feels like their gains as of late have been a little bit more incremental, a little bit more slow as compared to their meteoric rise when we saw them first jump onto the scene. But still, watching M80 claw forward, continuing to reach these new highs is incredibly good. If they can fix those last couple persistent errors and persistent woes that they've had as a roster, they can definitely make another jump even further, potentially to the top of tier 2, maybe even in towards the bottom of tier 1, given enough time.
I would love to see that. This is a team with a lot of players that have been around for a while. Mobs and Swisher in particular have slummed it up in tier 2 for far too long. Those two guys are well deserving of a jump up. And with the addition of Manx and Slacks, the team does have a very solid foundation, a very solid play style, and Swisher's personal mentality does kind of fit that EU structure as well. So it's a team with a lot of promise and I think a lot of potential. Wildcard having their own sort of meteoric rise, similar to M80's explosive start when they first started out. And I think that really sets the stage for this very impactful opening matchup here in this double elimination bracket.
It sets the stage perfectly, I dare say. Keep in mind, as you mentioned, Malbs and Swisher, 2 veteran players in their own right on M80. The same can be said for a lot of the wildcard roster as well. Infinite. Stanislaw, if we're talking about veteran experience. Stanislaw's on this roster. JBA is maybe the young gun you could liken to Rek to an extent, but even then I feel like Rek has a little bit more experience overall. Sonic, of course, a player that's been around both in NA and South Africa, kind of all over the map. And of course, Slight has been on the scene, at least in North America, for a good while at this point in the ESL Challenger League level. So both teams boasting an incredible array of talent from all over the map, and of course with a lot of experience behind them to go along with it.
Yeah, there's veteran experience behind these squads, whether it be in a leadership position or in more of those critical rifling roles. And there's that little bit of young blood, JBA and Rek, for example. I mean, Slight did have that European boot camp right before the whole wild card roster swap there. So he does have that experience across the pond as well with the former members, now boss roster. So he does have a little more experience, I would say, than JBA as well. I would start to group him in with more of the veteran category in the North American scene. But why don't we start to break down the maps now, Nate? Because there has been a bit of an interesting call here. Wildcard got to pick the first map, and they went with the map they've only played once. It was last night, but it was a resounding victory against Nouns. A 13-3 win on that map.
That map, no more alluding to it, no more making everybody guess. It is Nuke as the opener. M80 get the luxury of side start, of course. They'll choose the CT side, makes sense there. But Nuke is definitely an interesting pick, kind of a dark horse, as you mentioned. Only played once recently versus Nouns, trouncing 13-3 yesterday. Beyond that, they have not played it in the last 3 months. So I guess, assuming M80 were watching the match, they have something to go off of coming into this one. But overall, it does definitely feel like a dark horse pick. Wildcard feel like they have more to show and more to play with. They have not quite shown as of yet that could perhaps catch M80 off going into the opener.
Yeah, I'm wondering what that call is going to be. It's definitely a bit of a curveball to start it off, but I don't know if you can necessarily say it is unprecedented given the recent success against a very solid team in Nouns as well. I think that Wildcard is going to be trying to ride the momentum throughout the course of this qualifier, and it's going to start off with that first map pick. Map picked by M80 is Ancient. It is one of their two main go-tos, a 9-5 record on it in the map, and some wins versus Nouns and NRG. Loss recently to Virtus Pro, but I think that's acceptable for the M80 boys. And looking at Wildcard, they've only played it twice, and it's a 1-1 record, so not the most stellar. And their last game played just over a month ago on December the 17th.
Not only that, was it played over a month ago on the December 17th. It was a loss versus a mixed team called FPL Friends. Don't know the exact roster, so I can't back up exactly how solid that roster was overall. But given the name and the lack of provenance to go along with it, you'd say that's kind of a pug mix, and a loss on a map like Ancient versus a pug mix does not bode well going into your opponent's map pick of all things. So Ancient should have a hefty advantage for M80 given the comfort on that map. On to the decider, though. The last and final map left in play, if it's required, is going to be the other new map in the pool, Anubis. It is the decider, as I mentioned, and it's a map that both teams do play to a decent degree. Of course, M80, a far more solid record. They have a solid record on almost every map. After all, a 9-3, most recently playing against Wildcard in a narrow loss in their last head-to-head. Whereas for Wildcard, they played it a little bit more recently versus the likes of NRG. And in that affair, it was a trouncing, a 13-4 record on the map yesterday.
Yeah, so definitely some good props to Wildcard, some good momentum again that they're going to try and ride forward here into this opening matchup and throughout this qualifier, these 2-day little sprints. I mean, you can play up to 4 BO3s in 2 days against some of the best competition in your region just to qualify for these tournaments. So getting that first win under your belt is always incredibly critical. And so we have our game starting in just a moment as well. Nate, given the fact that only one map of that previous best of 3 is going to be played, and it was the one that went to double overtime, the one that was the original, now the decider, being Anubis, how do you think this one stacks up? Because I'm looking at this here thinking, well, their last 2 affairs have been full 3-map series. 2 new maps here. Both teams, I would say, should be relatively favored on their picks. I think having the more unknown factor on Nuke is going to help Wildcard even more so when it comes to that opening map. But when you look at Anubis, are we looking in for potentially one of those legendary deciders, those third maps that seem to just go back and forth and everyone's bloodied and battered by the end of it all?
A lot of it rests on Nuke, in my opinion. I feel like it's a map that Wildcard picked knowing they're going to be the dark horse on, knowing that they're going to be the surprise element on. And if they can find the surprise, if they can find the moment to come off with their best foot forward and start things off 1-0, it could definitely go that way where we get a legendary final map of Anubis, much like how we saw in the opener of their last head-to-head. However, if their Nuke play, if their Nuke gambit does not come to fruition, if M80 are wise to the tricks that might come through, or if M80's play is just overall unperturbed, undisturbed by the likes of what Wildcard have to throw at them, then it could be a far more one-sided flop in that respect, because let's be honest, Ancient should be a map that M80 should have relative comfort on overall. Again, they've played it 14 times in the last 3 months. The last time played was over a month ago for Wildcard. Sure, they could be a dark horse on the map, but given the fact that they did not pick it, I don't think that's going to be the reality going into that second map.
I have to agree. I think that a lot does rest on Nuke, and M80, they have a decent record on it, but it's not exactly stellar for M80, and I wouldn't say their recent form has exactly been stellar either. They've let teams they probably shouldn't be letting hang around far too long in series. They've dropped maps they probably shouldn't be dropping, and I think Wildcard have a prime opportunity here to come in as the number 4 seed in the qualifier and pull off a huge upset against one of North America's rising stars. So for Wildcard, it's their turn to flip the script and be like, all right, yeah, M80, you're good. We know. We're just better now. So get back to the qualifiers, boys.
Yeah, and that again goes back to kind of the age of these rosters. M80 have been together for a good while longer. You'd expect that burst of growth at the beginning, followed by some slower incremental gains, and that's kind of where they're at now. Slow incremental gains, maybe a stumble here and there is something they tried to implement, didn't quite come to fruition as they'd hope. Whereas Wildcard, they're still relatively fresh, they're still relatively new, they're still figuring things out, and those big grand adjustments could pay off dividends. The question is, Wildcard, have the changes allowed for a big spurt forward, or are they kind of just slowing down now? Are they entering into the cooling phase of this honeymoon phase sort of a situation for wildcard? Only time will tell, but again, it's a lot on Nuke. I'd say it all rests on Nuke. If wildcard can win that map, they have a very realistic chance to go to 3. If they don't, I feel like M80 have it in the bag in 2.
Yeah, so all eyes on Nuke. Everything starts at the Cedar Creek plant, if I remember that's what it's called. I think that's the in-game lore accurate name, but don't quote me on that. That's more Nate's prerogative. But I will say, I am happy we are seeing the new maps played. I'm happy we don't see Vertigo. I've had enough of Vertigo from the last few games we did back in 2023. So I like seeing Ancient, I like seeing Anubis, and I'm a big fan of Nuke. I pity the Observer. I really do. But, you know, it's for the fans. It's for the viewers. They get to watch Nuke, and it's for us too. So, good luck.
And you think about it, like when we see head-to-heads in close qualifiers like this one, especially when we do both days of the event. Spoiler alert, we're not doing that this time around, but when we have day 1 and day 2, we always inevitably see a head-to-head following the first opening engagement. And it feels like 9 times out of 10 when the head-to-head comes back around and they're both fighting for survival, that they pick the exact same 3 maps in the exact same order. And this could have been very much the exact same thing. These two teams played, 5 days ago? I think it was 114 was when that best of 3 occurred. Around then, thereabout. So only a week between these 2 matches. And so you'd think maybe they want to go for the same 3 again, especially given the tight scoreline on it. As we mentioned, Anubis was a double overtime bout. I think the second map was Vertigo. As you mentioned, you don't want to see it, but it was like a 13-11 scoreline. I can't recall exactly what the scoreline was on the third map. But it was
13-10 Inferno.
13-10 Inferno, 13-11, and 19-17. Those 3 maps could have gone either direction. Both teams could have been very happy and very content in picking them yet again, but they don't. And I think that speaks to their map pool. It speaks to their confidence on a variety of maps, and it speaks to their approach to the game. They don't want to go for the exact same 50-50 coin toss. They don't want to make micro adjustments to just play the same game out with a slightly different outcome. They want to play new maps. They want to reset the momentum, and they want to show us what they can really offer. And I think that speaks to the depth of both these teams and to the depth of this tournament overall. As again, this is only the opener in this close qualifier.
Yeah, it's a 1-4 seed, but it's very close 1-4 seed. There's no real heavy favorite coming into this one, and I would say, looking at this tournament as a whole, I can't really pick out a team. I'm like, okay, they're going to win. Like, over 50% odds are going to win. I can't even think of a team I think over 40% is going to win. I think even just the inclination to think Liquid is going to take it is living off of the past. They haven't really proved it here and now that they deserve that kind of respect. And if any team, just looking at recent results in 2024, has that advantage over anybody else, I think right now it's Wildcard. But the thing that changes this is the change in the map pool for this series, as you mentioned. They did not go back for the same 3 maps. It is not going to be left up to chance. These teams are taking their own destiny by the horns. They are trying to harness their map pool, harness their leadership and their support staff as well to grow into a better team by changing things up, going to a different map. The third map being Anubis, I think that's cool. I mean, both teams realize they're both good on it. Third maps are usually one more 50-50 kind of map anyways. Not making the whole series 50-50, having your advantages on your pick is a very critical thing to the whole veto process, and it's a very smart veto from both sides, and we should expect nothing less given the fact that we have a veteran like Stanislaw on one side, and we have a very smart IGL like Manx on the other.
Yeah, again, it feels like everything in this tournament's a coin toss. We haven't really touched on the other game because, of course, it's being broadcasted by another pair of people on ESL CS. But, of course, that game is also an incredibly exciting one. Talking about an org with the provenance like Liquid, players on Liquid with the provenance they have. Talk about skulls, talk about twists, of course, a variety of players on both those rosters. And, of course, going up against Boss, an orgless team, which overall, I would say, higher seed, kind of a crazy situation we find ourselves in North America. But with that said, it sounds like we are finally getting into the action, ladies and gentlemen. We've waffled about for quite a while, but we should finally have the game at our disposal. Yes, we do. It is M80 versus Wildcard. Map 1 should begin now.
We should be kicking it into Nuke here, where everything rests per Pineapple Phillips and my own judgment as well. I think that's a very astute point where everything does rest on Nuke. And here we go, kicking things off here in the IEM Chengdu 2024 closed qualifier in North America. M80 on the CT side, Wild Card on the T side, on the attack, the offensive. And we do not see any dual Berettas just yet for M80. Swisher, known for weird pistol plays on pistol rounds. What will Mikey pull out of his back pocket here? A timeout has been called a technical from the looks of things here, so we will have a bit more of a delay before we do get into the actual action. But Nate, it's good to be back in CS.
North American Counter-Strike and technical timeouts. Name a more iconic duo.
North American Counter-Strike and Starting Light.
That's also very astute. Very well argued. I thought we were out of the woods. I really did.
Oh,
We had a solid minute, and that minute is gone. Welcome back to the desk, ladies and gentlemen. We have a lot to break down off of that pistol round, which did not occur. Back to, I mean, what was I waffling about prior to the game start? We were waffling about the other game. That's what we were doing. We're finally on to the
Yes.
other game. Very funny. Liquid, big org with big name versus Boss, literally orgless with a bunch of up-and-coming North American players, and Boss also somehow being the higher seed. Very funny. Overall, very funny. Speaks to the state that NA is in, where we have young, hungry players being placed up and above the veterancy and the players with provenance on Liquid, orgs with provenance like Liquid. It's a very interesting spot we find ourselves in North America, and it's honestly no better way to start off this year of Counter-Strike for North America. It feels like we are in a very healthy spot overall heading into the new year.
I'm very impressed with the position that North America is coming in, at least when you look at how we would compete on the global stage. Probably the same as it was last year or the year before that. We have 1-2 teams that can actually compete. But that's how it's been in North America, barring the Liquid Cloud9 heyday, and if you really want to get into it, Liquid Cloud9 CLG era, where all three teams could actually do something on the world stage.
What about NRG?
But for
What
the
about
most
NRG?
part, I forgot NRG and
Number one in the world
NRG had
for,
that
like-
one scoop when they picked up the EG roster.
Yep.
And yeah, that when they won IEM New York, like right after picking up the roster.
That was a very, very brief time, but it
Dude.
did happen.
They picked up that roster literally the day before IEM New York as well. I remember writing the article for that at the airport to go to New York for PUBG Mobile. That was a time. That was
Those were
a time to
times.
be alive.
Those were definitely times.
Uh,
But NA's had those moments, and I will agree with you. I feel like on the global stage, we'll probably compete at the same level, but on the tier 2 side, it feels like there are many teams stepping up to the plate for a chance to try and be that second or third team from North America. It feels like we have some teams on the cusp, whereas for so long, North America had a top 1 or top 2 teams just point blank separated. They didn't even play in the qualifiers. They were just invited to the events as the North American team. Now everybody's in the mud. Everybody's wrestling, and those teams from T2 NA are actually putting up a fight.
Yeah, I think it's the closest we've seen T2 compete to T1 in a very long time, probably going back to when E United, Echo Fox, when you had like the 5 or 6 different teams that were in T2 that could maybe pull off a surprise win, or at least were able to go and get their money's worth out of a game. It seems that we're getting back to that now, which is, I'm very happy. I'm pleasantly surprised to see the state of North America as a whole. We don't really have much LAN support as it is right now. Fragadelphia is back, which is great for the community LANs, but we've managed to pull something together with the core of players that we have right now, a little bit of organizational support here and there. The fact that Boss is orgless is kind of baffling to me at this point in time, but you never know. Maybe things can change after Pro League, but if Boss can maybe knock Liquid down a peg, even take a map off of them and keep it close, then there's more eyes on them as well. And there is, of course, the possibility, and I would say a decently likely one, that Boss does win that opening best of 3.
I think there's definitely a realm where it happens, and this could very well be that realm. This could be. There's multiple realms even in the multiverses where that definitely happens. I feel like it's far more likely than it would have been even half a year prior, especially with old Liquid or the way they were segmented. Anything. This is the most bullish, the most positive I've been on Tier 2 North American Counter-Strike in a long time. And they're finally getting their moment. They're finally seeing these other teams forced to fight with them. And it should give them confidence, especially going into Pro League. Tournaments like this, close qualifiers like this for Boss, probably going to be instrumental in their confidence going forward because, as you mentioned, they are going to Pro League. At the moment, they are orgless. At the moment, they are one of those North American teams that are going to probably have to scrap it out and really just struggle through it in terms of mentality. And so any confidence that they can find, any sort of performance that they can cling on to and say, we deserve to be here, we belong to be here, is something that they should definitely thrive off of.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they definitely have a chip on their shoulder, a point to prove right now. And they are a team that needs to prove that point if they want to continue going forward as this core, too, because at some point, the bills need to be paid. The money starts not being in the bank account, and you need to find a way to get the job done, quite literally. So either you keep on winning and you keep on moving on, you get that support again, or things happen like a roster split up, so people end up going to different positions, different teams, get paychecks that way. But that's one thing, everyone needs to eat, and there's only so long you can thrive without that sort of organizational support, unless you're able to find something like a Bad News Eagles, where, well, I mean, the major sticker's probably feeling those guys for a while, but it's just they've been able to exist without an org for a while. So it's one of those things.
For
it's
a
not
while,
really
yeah.
a thing in NA.
They existed for a while. They got to the major. That's the major issue. I mean, I use the word major twice there. That's the crux of the issue. You can get to the RMR, big deal. But unless you make that major, you don't get the sticker stipend. And the sticker stipend, well, sure, over here it might not go quite as far just because of how money works. But it's non-consequential no matter where you are. This is my point. It's a boon for sure. And Boss, especially as an orgless team from North America, could get that cult-like following, that cult-like notoriety around them that could really propel them forward. And as you mentioned, give them something to cling on to while they look for org support or continue to push forward to find actual success in tournaments.
Yeah, because that's a big thing. Money does not go very far in North America. You and I both have our day jobs, so we're not actually having to compete. So we're not putting in 8-hour shifts and then putting in 8 hours in the server, but it's still not the easiest thing in the world. So definitely can sympathize with what the players have to go through when they do have to split that time between the real life job and what they want their job to be full time.
Yeah,
and
they call it a grind for a reason.
Yeah,
they call it a grind for a reason because it's a grind on you individually, and it's a grind to balance your time. It's not easy working a day job and competing. It's not easy doing what we do, and we don't do nearly as much as they do.
No,
not even close. To compare them would be a disservice. So these players, especially with the likes of Boss, we are singling out, really had to have props given their overall circumstance. But it sounds like the second time is the charm. Hopefully, maybe, as we are once again into the server. This time around, there's no technical pause. 2, 1. All right, it's too late. We're no going back. It's M80 on the CT side of their opponent's map pick, and we are live with the opening round of IEM Chain 2 North American Close Qualifier. M80, the number 1 seed, versus Wildcard, the number 4, just qualifying the day prior. Wildcard, the T side of their map pick, slowly slink around in towards the lobby, wait for M80 to potentially make a move, but no such move will come through. Door now opened, and in towards A, Wildcard shall come. No one's on the site proper. Wildcard should get it for free, and it's going to be a crazy and chaotic retake. A 5 versus 5 retake as the bomb hits dirt.
A triple up ramp from M80 is a bold move, and they will initiate the retake now. Mobs leading the charge, and Vending Machine has a backstab opportunity on JBA. He peeks back in. Slide is also in hut with him. Can the first contact go the way of M80? It does, and the second contact. JBA and Sonic answering back, and JBA doubles down. Manx has found a second as well. Stanislaw, JBA versus Manx and Rhett. Stand outside, Rhett domed. It's all up to the in-game leader for M80 now. Kit, Smoke, Classic Ninja. He's got it, surely. Knife is out. Knife is late. Manx is still alive. He gets the finisher on JBA, and out of the chaos comes order and a round for M80.
There's a reason that I call 5 versus 5 10-man retakes chaotic, and that is one such reason. That is the exact reason. There's enough time, there's enough players alive, there's enough chaos being sown that a player can slip between the cracks and seize the day, and that is one such exact example. The round stolen away in a 1 versus 2 clutch by the IGL on the defuse, and Mady on the CT side, very lucky to emerge victorious in the pistol round.
M80. They had the kit, the smoke, and the IGL up in heaven. I had a feeling that was going to be an attempt, was have Manx drop down, smoke off that bomb, and go for a defuse. I feel like that was part of the contingency there for M80, and it worked out. I don't think that's necessarily something that you want to have the eventuality be, but it was a plan B in a sense, and it worked for M80. Another technical pause called. So we do delay the continuation of this one. We got one round of action there, and it came down to pure unadulterated chaos. It was a good idea, though, for Wildcard to go for that bit of a delay, get the 3 flashes raining in through the fence up top. It's a pretty classic A-pop there. You have your stragglers kind of go through, hold the back line. JBA did well to get the 2 kills. Matchmaking has been finished. Players are back in server, so hopefully not too long of a further delay. But Nate, the problem with letting the bomb go down is that you let the T side get a buy up in round 2.
A probable buy, but at least a half buy if they really want to wait for the rifles. But there should be Galils and armor on at least a couple of these wildcard players if they're confident. It was a very interesting pistol round as well, might I add. Wildcard bided their time, entered into an abandoned A site. An A site would take not at all too uncommon, albeit a triple stack towards ramp and a subsequent push can be. But I really liked Wildcard's overall posturing after the fact. They met no resistance, so they immediately got into post plants. And their post plant was a complete abandonment and turn of the A site. No one on it. They played in towards lobby. They had players towards hut, one inside and one peeking out into A site. They had a player in towards squeaky door. And I really liked the overall setup with Stanislaw as well, dividing the attention by holding towards mini. Overall, though, just can't quite work. Again, the chaos working against them as the Ninja Diffuse came through. We have, at long last, bought enough time. Nope, never mind. The match pause is reinstated. Caster's curse.
The more things change, another year goes by, and things stay the same, Nate.
What are the buys, though? We can at least glean something from that. We can look forward into round 2.
I don't-
By what these. Okay. Match
Yeah, I was
number
going to say,
2.
I think we're going to get another matchmaking.
But the buys are going to be the same for the most part. Of course, I'm maybe going to go for 3 or 4 rifles.
Look at what Stanislaw has.
He's bought that now twice in a row.
Yes.
He's bought a P90, so it's going to happen.
This is not an accident, folks. This is not a drill.
Body armor Pro 90 is going to be the play.
I don't know how I feel about that. A P90 play. Especially without the helmet.
It's going to be interesting. It's going to be wacky. But what more can you ask for? I think it's going to be a something that will work out better than you would expect. Of course, we are back to the desk for third time?
Yeah,
third time in one round. That's approaching the record for me, is what I'll say.
I think I'm there with you.
Yeah, I think this actually might be the record, if not tied for it. Of course, it seems like, it's been so long since tournaments have been run. They have been running for the past week or two, sure, but growing pains are to be expected, especially with the recent updates that Counter-Strike has been putting out. I don't know if you read the change log. The change log that was, what was it? Geometry on Vertigo? Was that it?
Yeah. Geometry on Vertigo was changed.
That was the only change in the change log for yesterday. There might have been a change today. I don't know.
I don't think there has been an update today. Apparently, there's been a lot of stuff in the what is it called, where you have like all the pending updates and stuff. The updates to the whatchamacallit
test server or the test. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The
some
beta,
sort of like some sort of bin. I'm forgetting the name, but there was a bunch of updates going on in there today. So
okay, so there's some speculation beginning to stir, is what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Speculation, some potential changes coming in the pipeline, but hopefully that doesn't mess with anything that's occurring now. Of course, we can only speculate. We have no idea what's going on in the back end. I'm not going to pretend to know what's going on in the back end. I have a degree in I have a Bachelor of Arts in science, so really doesn't help me there.
In fish science.
Yeah, well, that's the master's part. The Bachelor of Arts is just in biology.
Fair.
But the point is, I would not know what's going on in the back of a computer. I barely know how to build a computer. But I think we can finally talk about the game a little bit more. M80 versus Wildcard again. M80 stealing away the pistol round victory with a Ninja Diffuse. Wildcard are going to invest. We already know their investment's going to be weird as can be, given the fact that Stanislaw is buying a Pro 90. Probably Kevlar to back it up. There's going to be some Galils in the wings, I'm sure, as well, to round out a very balanced and normal investment from Wildcard. The question is, what is the play going to be? Where's the P90 going to go? It has to go quick. That's the only way that weapon really works. Either towards ramp as a spearhead, perhaps, or maybe a drop-down top mini might be the play. There's a
could also go for a vent drop with it.
event drop could work, but it all depends on spawn for that one.
Yeah.
And if they're really hell bent on getting the spawn, maybe they'll just match medic 10 more times. Who knows? However, only time will tell. Again, I want to see where that Pro 90 goes. I'm more intrigued than ever. I'm more excited than ever. We've been waiting. You said it's been over a month. We can actually do the math now because we are truly running out of things to say. It has been, the last broadcast we did was December 7th, I want to say, for
I want to
ECL.
say yes.
And it's now the 19th. So it's been 1 month and 12 days. That is a long time. So about a month and a half. And even though it has been a while, I don't think anything could have prepared us for the amount of time that we have to fill.
Yeah, I feel like it's been the deaths for coming up on 30 minutes. I think our podcast has definitely prepared us for this moment, Nate. We just need to grab Laz and just run an episode live right here, live remote broadcast at the IEM Chengdu North American Closed Qualifier with M80 and Wildcard taking their sweet time to get started. I'm really curious as to what the issue is too, because it looked like we had a player disconnecting, which makes me think it's not a Counter-Strike problem at all. But that's just me.
You can only speculate. We can only speculate. It is at this point, as you mentioned, a veritable podcast. But also keep in mind, talked about it being a long time since we were broadcasting in general. It has been even longer since we've done a podcast, like half a year. So I'm definitely not prepared to fill that amount of time. With that said, though, it sounds like this issue is going to take longer rather than shorter. So we are finally going to send it to a break. You can finally take a break from our voices. When we return, we will have the continuation of this first map of M80 versus Wildcard. Stay tuned. We'll be back after a short or long break. We'll see.
I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love.
Well, we're back. We'll see how long we're back with actual action here. But it's Boggs and Pineapple Phillips with you on the microphone again. M80 with that Ninja Diffuse from Manx, getting them the pistol round. And now we see no P90 for Stanislaw. Nate, we hyped up the P90, and now it's gone. So maybe he thought better of it over the extended break with more match medics and who knows what else going on, probably server swaps and the like. But we're finally back to the action. It's 2 AKs, a Galil for the T side with a Tech 9 and a Deagle. Deagle glass cannon for Infinite. 3 M4A1s, a FAMAS, and an MP9 in the hands of Rek over on M80. And of course, that one defuse kit from Manx.
Matchmaking must have shocked some sense into Stanislaw. And I, for one, hate to see that.
I'm glad we don't have a P90 personally, because I don't know how I would react if it got like 3 kills or something.
Classic streamer reaction. Slacks will be the one at bat, though. First outside. The lack of a helmet does him in. Aim punch into Oblivion, only good for 1. The second in towards the lockers fares no better. The AK drops, proving to be worth their weight in gold. JBA taking the starlight in this one. It's found 2 and secured an advantage. Sonic fakes the ladder run up. No one, I think, is close enough to hear it. Wildcard are making the right play. Round the world they go. They've recovered. They've scrounged up some M4s for Sonic and Stanislaw, excuse me. And now they'll race in towards B. This is an empty site for the most part. Slight slinked down in through Secret. He's cleared up the back lines. This is a very well played second round from Wildcard, showing us that they have tremendous proficiency on their map pick. Swisher, Manx, Rek kind of relegated, trying to hold over towards A. Now, knowing the bomb is planted towards B instead, they're going to save their weapons for the next. Swisher and Manx, a pair of rifles, an M4 and a FAMAS. And Rek, looking to see if he can't find some sort of upgrade as well. Of course, there will be no such upgrade present. Both of those rifles on Slacks and Malbs recovered.
There's a Galil
by the wildcard side. Oh, was there a Galil dropped? There was, you're right.
Yeah.
So Rek does at least get a Galil. That's
That'll
something,
help.
I suppose. Yeah.
It's better than an MP9 on a long-range duel. So I think he'll be happy with the Galil upgrade. Not as happy as it would have been with the A1S, but that'll be the case here for M80. As it was a good save call. I was hoping they wouldn't attempt a retake, given the lack of information, the positioning of Wildcard. Wildcard's full methodical clear that only we knew, that M80 didn't, of course. But that was a very good round from Wildcard and a good disciplined save from M80. And now we get into a very scrappy part of these early rounds, where it's forced by half buys and money's not really stable for anybody just yet. Wildcard in a very good economic spot, though. They can get comfortable with that with a win here, or even just a bomb plan can start sitting them up quite nicely moving forward. There's an MP9 on Manx, and Slacks the offer for M80 with a Deagle in hand. A little bit of nade damage taken by Wildcard in the early going. And Swisher this time spraying the smoke, traces it back, and Infinite removed. Not a good possibility for Infinite there, and not really much return damage either onto Swisher. Nade does more on a JBA, so good nade damage coming through from M80 as well. But still, plenty of opportunity for Wildcard to snag away around again. And I think a lot of it has to do with the player that's just slipped down Secret and Sonic.
Yes, it does. A lot hinges on this play. Nice flank. Don't think he's been spotted either, so this is a big opportunity. Make a step that could have been heard, though. That's the question. There's a player all the way back in garage. It's Swisher rotating around. Might have gotten the information. Stannis on the meanwhile. Hop, open the door. Thinks those actually in towards Hut. Using this weapon to its strengths. I like the off angle though. Malbs, a double dink on a slight. Deagle in the corner now can spring the trap. 1 and 2 with the spam and combined fire from Malbs. Sonic will try and activate a bit of a flank here, but the window's heard. They know he's here. And a 1 versus 5 is what lies in wait. He'll pass the first test, but takes so much damage, a critical amount in fact. Only 20 seconds left. At this point, he's going to try to do damage before he finally falls. There should be no way he survives in this one. He spots the shadow of a second. That's an opportunity given to him, but Swisher catches him desperately trying to head for the hills. And is a second on the board for M80. Again, a critical opener, as you mentioned, from Swisher through the smoke to catch out Infinite.
Yeah, Now, the 2 kills from Sonic do help thin out that CT economy very well. That's a good little silver lining for Wildcard here, as they're going to force into this one. Deagle, Tech 9, 3 AKs, a decent amount of utility, all things considered, and all players do have at least some form of armor. That nade outside is expected. Molotov down. And Slacks does have that AWP, so that will help out as well for M80's true form, in a sense. Swisher outside, takes a little bit of chip from the nade. Slacks there, backing him up from a coat room. Swisher, what can he do? Spams away. It's a little bit onto Infinite, but of all the players to hit, Infinite just seems to be the bullet magnet, and unlucky for him, but lucky for Wildcard, he did not have an AK.
Lucky for them, Swisher. Rotating around knows they probably crossed. This is well read from him, but it smokes a little bit shallow. Pop through it. Nate actually does them in. If they cross with the smoke, they might have gotten a little bit more room and evaded Swisher's spray. Instead, though, the opener is found, this time yet again onto Infinite. Sonic trades it back, keeps it even, and now Mobs is stuck up a creek without a paddle. He needs to be very weary of several angles. He's holding towards the door. He has support from Slacks. Good opener from the op. Mobs, though, it's now your turn to activate. Doors swing open, both do, but he will still find success. 1 and 2 secured, a third spotted and sprayed away. Mobs secures the round with a hat trick, and now he's beginning to activate alongside Swisher and Slacks.
Well, if you have Slacks firing on all cylinders, that's a good thing for M80. You have Swisher firing on all cylinders, it's a good thing for M80. You have Mobs firing on all cylinders, it's a good thing for M80. Just one of those can be a win condition. But to have all 3 starting to heat up is incredible. When you have the rifling power, the headshot precision that Mobs has showcased over the course of his career so far, ending at least 1 year with the highest headshot percentage on HLTV out of anybody. You know he can be crispy. We just saw that in full form right there. 1, 2, 3, just a turret. Calm and collected each way. Swisher, he's a solid rifler, a very good rifler, in fact. And Slacks can be a very overwhelming opper to face from what we've seen in North America. He can suck the life out of a room. And if all 3 can show up for M80, Wildcard are going to be in a world of hurt, especially with Infinite on 0 kills to kick this one off. It's a Glock rush now for Wildcard, as they have nothing but the stock pistols. We'll see if Dazed rears his head, though, here, Nate, because you know it's always possible with an APOP.
Especially with the close range, a variety of these fights. Luckily, everyone on M80 has helmets, however, so Glocks will be a 2, if not a 3-shot headshot. Up top should be first contact. There they come. He'll find 1, he'll find 2 with combined fire from Rec. The third in towards Mini. Fares no better. The last 2 down in the vents, trying to get a bomb plant out of sheer desperation, but even that seems like there'll be a little bit of luck required. Slight delays them probably long enough. The bomb does hit dirt. It is a big economic boon. No second kill secured, but 1 kill and a bomb plant is probably more than Wildcard should have expected in round number 5.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with the Glocks. You can always find a way to get something done. And Wildcard were able to get a bomb plant, 1 kill. I'd say that's pretty darn good. So, good stuff there for Wildcard to keep things at least somewhat level economically on their T's side. But the lead is starting to grow for M80. The first full gun round of this game was about to commence, though, Nate. And that's the thing. This is the first time we're actually seeing both sides with all the guns. And Slight doesn't even have a helmet or any utility. So it's not the best gun round for Wildcard. It is a good gun round, but it's not the most fantastic thing in the world. Infinite's going to burn down to 60 HP. That's a very good bit of Molotov damage for Swisher outside. And some bodies have been committed outside as well. A bit of a passive hold from Swish, though. And I think it's going to be more of a get information, get a kill, and just stay alive. He spotted players outside. He's going to go for the player on top of Silo. Sprays away. JBA will not fall down, though. And into the secret tunnels go Wildcard. 3 members marching down towards double doors. Malbs is here. He's on the ramp, and he gets demolished by Infinite. There's his first. Slacks trades out on his Stanislaw, at the very least 4v4. A lot of damage done to Gage over on Wildcard. JBA still on Marshmallow, and he is no squishy target. Takes down 2, and it's a man advantage for Wildcard here as the bomb ticks away. Rec and Slacks debating a retake. And it looks like it will be save number 2 on the second round, which M80 will concede.
Yeah, no map control combined with an op in a man deficit situation trying to retake a site. Economy is okay for your team, but if one of you can survive and drop a weapon to Manx, that would be very much appreciated. It's a smart call to save for this one. Be prudent with your money. And of course, on Nuke, with the blast radius as it is, you have to call your saves very early because it takes a lot of time to get out of the radius, as you and I have become all too familiar with. There's across the map in order to survive. If you're anywhere near the middle of this map, even within 10 feet of the building, your life is forfeit if that bomb goes off.
Pretty much, yeah. It's brutal. And it's not the only map where it's like that, too. There's a few maps in CS2. I think Ancient is another one of them. Overpass to a certain extent as well. Vertigo, too. I mean, you're anywhere near the bomb. Night. But it's a bit of a swing round now. There's some money built up on a couple of players for each side, but it's not an overall strong setup. Stanislaw with the entry, but Wreck holds stall from back silos. Traded back by JBA, who doubles it up. Swisher trying to creep through Mini. Has his chances at life destroyed, but a good nade from Mobs levels it up at 2 versus 2. Op and M4A1 on both sides, interestingly enough. Slacks will swap to the A1S. Debates making the noise and elects it's better to go for the automatic fire. They know where he is, though. The noise and now the spray and the utility through. The flash does do nothing as Slight takes down his teammate. All up to the German op now. And Wildcard realized that they have a B-side open, and they're going to take that run down. Slacks will probably save here once he realizes what has just happened. And that is indeed the call. 2 rounds in a row for Wildcard, and an interesting economic decision to be made for M80 here. Slacks is a boatload of money. But nobody else besides Swisher really in the realm of mustering up a buy.
Swisher could get a lighter buy with an A1S and a lack of head armor. Wreck could muster a Moss or an MP9, probably an MP9 knowing him. And Slacks could drop 2 rifles, maybe even 3. I don't know how much the loss bonus is. My math is not.
Second round loss, so it should be 1900.
1900 plus 6300. Oh god, never do this on stream. 73, 82.
I want to say you're right.
What's 29 times 3?
29 times 3.
30 times
60 plus 27. Yeah, you were right. 8200.
9 times 3. Let's see, 29, round up to 30. Multiply by 3 is 90, and then minus 3 is 87. So 8700 would be the requirement.
He had 82. Your initial calculation was correct.
Okay, so he didn't have enough for 3 rifles. He didn't have enough for 2. Those will be dropped around. Banks will be the one for going a rifle for an MP9, not Wreck. And Swisher will get that light buy with an M4A1S. Still overall convincing, but Wildcard's play has been very astute, especially in the early rounds. It felt like they were outclassing M80. M80, rather quick to adjust, at least responding well in the early goings. But now this is where Wildcard can really come into their own form. This is where Wildcard can begin to build a lead. Seal it away or tie it up in this one. And then from there, the economy of M80 is probably crushed. And it should be your half for the taking. Stanislaw out towards door, snuck through, found the opening on the Manx. That was the MP9 up top hut. Dismantled. Next to bat is Swisher. He's been a menace outside, especially for finding openings and working these angles, but he's only found one, and there's a player in the smoke that he does not expect. He knows it's a possibility, but it's all on timing. Infinite, the next one walking in, and he has been unlucky in this full map thus far. He's caught by Swisher. Veteran player holding the right angle. Sonic gets one, falls back, trying to find the second, but Swisher is bringing his team through it. Wreck another. The last alive is Stan. He found the opener. He found it out towards door, but the rest of his squad, including the bomb, has fallen in the outside yard. No HP, no time, and no control. Means that he's going to have to try and wait out the last 30 seconds in a save. M80, a critical round to win, a critical round to keep players alive, and they do succeed in both endeavors. 3 surviving and a 5th on the board.
3 surviving is better than less than it would have been, and they keep the op alive as well, which is very critical. 2 players gone, not ideal, but for what it looked like Wildcard were going to win the round. Swisher pretty much bails them out And then Rec chimes in with that extra, which minimizes their casualties to only 2. But it's a huge individual effort from Swisher around that garage smoke. That was a magnificent play. And if you're an outside player, what Swisher just did there is something you should kind of keep in the back of your mind as positioning, pathing, what to expect. That was so well done. That was perfection. The way he maneuvered around and gets M80 another 2-round lead, keeps Wildcard off of the tie. And Slight will have a scout in this one. Lack of utility is significant for Wildcard as well. Something fast on the cards, perhaps. Smoke nade busted down, Molotov to counter a rush. And Wildcard pump the brakes very early on with only 2 Molotovs, 2 flashes in the smoke to work with the entire rest of the game, for the round rather. This is a very curious call to me, Nate, and it's going to rely on a lot of raw aim duels won for the T's if they're going to get anything out of this. And that's a nice little nade tossed in by Malbs just for good measure.
Yes, it is. Utility is smothering from M80, using it well, timing it well. Malbs repositioning in another unexpected way, going towards L. Slacks on the op, doesn't find anything, but Swisher and Malbs do. Malbs doubles down, tags a third quite low as well before finally falling. Swisher as well, securing his in the outside yard. The 2 remaining are Slight and JBA. JBA, they both have AKs, sure, but JBA is low. They have no utility. They have next to no control to show for it. Manx walking up the ramp might get caught by an off angle. Spots the barrel, and that should go him in. JBA 1, a second secured on the spray transfer. He's been a star for the team, and this round is no different. He's put them back into a winning position, perhaps 2 versus 2. Bomb recovered. And now the B site, the target. The player towards decon door, and it's swung open if I'm not mistaken. JBA mauling towards double instead. Rec, though, isn't going to force the issue. Just going to throw utility and wait for his teammate to rotate through. Oh, just barely misses JBA walking by. Swisher now dancing towards double doors, is heard swinging out. Tags him, but doesn't get the kill. JBA still alive, finally taken out. Slight, a 1 versus 2 ahead of him. He's playing the ramp. The bomb, is it planted from? I don't believe so.
It's Stralis plant.
Correct.
And the smoke's down.
Spam not connecting. Swisher swings. That is the round secured. M80, a 6th on the board, but none of these rounds are free. None of these rounds are convincing. They can go either way to the very bitter end. Wildcard have done a good job of making them contested, contentious. They're struggling to put rounds on the board in these critical rifle rounds.
First timeout now used by Wildcard. Each team using a timeout in the early going. And I'm not talking about the technicals. That has been behind us since round 1, thankfully. But a tactical pause here for the Wildcard side. And interestingly enough, it's not going to go into a full gun round either. They're limited in what they can afford. It's going to be pistol upgrades and armor for the most part for the T's. And they've shown a tendency to go down through the vents. And I feel like event drop on this kind of a round is something very commonly called. And I don't think they can afford to do that here, given how often they have gone for the vent drop. Maybe a ramp play or even an outside blitz. Just try and overwhelm Swisher, pick up that gun, and see if you can pick up a second guy trying to come through and support him. That might be their best call here. They do have a Glock still on Snipe, but a lot of utility and a slow-paced lobby default with the pistols here for Wildcard. And Manx is getting aggressive too. He might just give them an M4. Spots out one. That's the bomb dropped instead. It could have gone so wrong for M80, but instead it goes so right for Manx. Now they can sit back, relax. They know what's up.
Yes, they do. You know it's pistols. Play your range. Play your angles. Play together. Spam here and there for good measure. Minute left. Wildcard. Again, deciding to slowly prod the outside yard. Swisher's been a menace here, but not sure he's looking around now. Slacks instead is the one holding. Mentioned it's from coat room. I call it lockers. Whatever you so desire. Cross comes in. They're spotted, and Slacks will take 1 as a toll for the crossing as well. All 3 now down below. M80 hear the steps. They know it's probably going to be a B play, or at least a play towards the vents. And so they will adjust accordingly. M80, the goal is gone from winning the round to preventing a bomb plant. hamstringing the T-side economy as much as you can. First caught by Mobs, second caught by Mobs. This position is his playground on the ramp. He'll find 2, and Slacks in the wings will find the third. A succinct, a flawless round in round number 10 for M80, as they have begun to stabilize in a major way on this CT side. The wind is now fully in their sails, and Wildcard are beginning to come up against a wall.
They are coming up against a wall, but that does also leave the T side as the second half for M80 to try and close it down. Another timeout used as well for Wildcard, 2 in a row. And something we always talk about on our broadcasts, Nate, is that we always like to see the timeouts used going into a full gun round. Wildcard used one of their 3 timeouts going into a half buy. If they need a timeout late and they run dry, that could be a game changer moving forward.
It's good. I really want more T rounds, however. Keep in mind, this was their map pick. They should have expected to start on this side of the map. I would think that their hopeful aspirations were 5 or realistically 4, and right now they're still falling short of even that lower number.
And they didn't lose a single T round when they played Nouns on this map.
Oh, wow. That is a surprising fact. What a lineup, just to add insult to injury. Slacks finds 1, tags a second. Swisher chimes in. Sonic, team kills for good measure. That's right, he's wrong with a singular kill, but Slacks getting aggressive with the op is feeling it. Everybody on M80 is feeling it, might I add. The last alive is Stanislav. He's doing this cheeky angle. We saw it from JBA, what, 5 rounds prior? Spot the toes of 1. Poking prod at Slacks. Now his position is known. Should be no world where he finds more than 1 in this situation. Upgrade to an AK. Not even going to do that. He's going to clear the close angles instead. And secret. Manx. Timing's everything, and timing does not appear to be in Stanislav's favor. Something changes here in the moment. Manx. Timing does favor Stanislav. Doesn't get quite aggressive enough. Stanislav good for 1, tags a second, doesn't get the kill. This is a deadly crossfire though. Slacks in towards the back of Garage. It's known this is a possibility. Tag through the wall and a bag from Rec on the reversal. 8-3. 1 more round left in the half, and M80 looking to cap it off with a very solid 9-3 scoreline.
A 9-3 would be huge for M80. And in the very long pre-show, we both said that Nuke was where pretty much everything should be settled here. Ancient is a heavily favored map for M80. Actually, I'm looking at the veto screen up there up top. It's got the vetoes mixed around. It was Wildcard who picked Nuke, and M80 picking Ancient. And the pistol Mac 10 rush going to go in towards the A site. A spray from Manx yields nothing but damage. Rec will have to hold, but he gets swarmed by Stanislaw. 2 for the price of 1 here for the team side. A bomb plant imminent as well. Molotov's forcing Swisher into the fights, and Mobs has to back up his longtime teammate. Flashing in, Mobs clearing out, smoke in towards Mini. Slacks on the op, looking for a change to something with a little more close range firepower. The 5-7 rather will tap away and take down 1. Mobs jumping, misses Sonic creeping around. Now he might not see him. Sonic has the angle. Sonic just needs to spring his trap. The smoke fades, Mobs exits on towards the site. They will not expect Sonic here, but can Mobs strike? Backstab, in comes Slacks. 1 more 5-7, time is so low. Off is out, shot goes awry, and an 8-4 half here for Wildcard. They grab 1 back as we head to the halftime break.
Wildcard stemmed the bleeding in the final round of the first half with an aggressive play out towards A. Where was that aggression earlier on when they were truly struggling? That's the question. It's Pineapple Phillips and Boggs on the mic, and M80 now on the more difficult side of Nuke. It's the T side, and Slight on Wildcard will try to find an opener in towards Hut, but instead he'll find an early demise. Mobs a second onto Infinite, 2 kills going uncontested, untraded, and a 5 versus 3 commanding advantage going into the post plant. Mobs dancing around the site, Box finds nothing. JBA isolated, marooned out heaven. Still alive, but only just barely. JBA finds one, makes Mobs and Wreck, though, each chime in for one to secure the round for M80. 9-4 is the score, and Wildcard are swiftly running out of rope on map number 1.
That pistol round is critical. For Wildcard, it would have given them a leg back in. For M80, it's both pistol rounds in the same map, and with their lead already being commanding, it's even better for them now on the T side. And now you do say it's the more difficult side of Nuke, Nate, but M80 have a slightly better T side on Nuke. A 59.5, oh, never mind, it is a slightly better T. I'm reading my stats completely wrong. It's 59.5 CT, 59% on T. That's
about equal.
Yeah, it's... What is the stack?
This is goofy. This is goofy. This is what I wanted to see.
I love it. I love this.
This is what I was hoping to see on a Pro 90 round. Ooh, Stanislaw. USP in the outside yard alone, then around to smoke. You might think he has no chance, but the surprise, the tenacity is totally disregarded. Hanks dropped, and as you mentioned, the double boost in towards A could catch out M80 if they go for a swing in towards Mini.
Call it the double animal style?
I didn't add that second part, but the double does definitely have a ring to it. Swisher, 1-for-1 versus USPs. It's not quite a dazed moment, but it could very well be something similar. 3 versus 4. The Pistols trying to fight outside. This is where they'll struggle. Slacks drop Sonic. Stanislaw, another unexpected angle, perhaps towards Tetris, is cleared. Last 2, JBA and Slight outside. Make that just Slight. It's at a quiet first map. 1 versus 3, positioning probably expected as well. They'll be very lucky. He could, I guess, find a headshot onto Slacks. That's something, but even that seems like too much to ask for.
Well, he gets caught knife out, so no damage further coming from Slight as Wreck will put him down. The Galils clean up the mess, and that was definitely a mess in the beginning. But now it's time for the buy for Wildcard. MP9 for Infinite, M4A1s for everybody bar Stanislaw. Utility being purchased around, Stan stuck on nothing but a smoke. M80 still have their Galils. There are 2 players sans head armor, so at least those Galils can do significant damage against those. You have the AKs on Slacks and a Wreck as well. Wildcard are running out of racetrack. They need a round here fast. They have spotted Wreck out, but do they expect to double up Sonic? He's kind of marooned out in garage. His Infinite burns alive. He has not been able to catch a break at all this game.
Where was he? He must have been old Vents.
I think so. I think he was second, yeah.
Wreck, though. Timing on to 1. Sonic blindsided. 3 versus 5. JBA, Slight, Stanislaw. A fleet of rifles. No kit. 2 players lacking helmets. That makes them extra squishy versus Galils. A little bit of utility thrown in for some luck. M80, what's the play? They're kind of just resting on their laurels at this point. They know Wildcard are the team that have to make the play, given the disparity in man count. Makes crosshair placement perfect. The Galil one-shot because there was no helmet. JBA, the next one to fall. The last alive is the IGL of Stanislaw. He's boosted up in ramp. He has an A4. He has a helmet, sure, but he's going to have to make noise dropping. Actually, he has no helmet, excuse me. The drop would seal his fate at this point. M80, an 11th. Seems like an inevitability. And from there, it's 2 rounds away from a victory on their opponent's map pick.
Slaw does get 1 on the exit, but only 1. His spray cannot finish off Manx. And thus an 11th round on the board for M80. Just last night, Wildcard posted a 13-3 victory on Nuke versus Nouns. M80 are 2 rounds away from doing almost the same to Wildcard. And with Ancient coming up, Nate, does not bode well for Wildcard here. Now, Wildcard did have a slow start against Nouns yesterday, too. The only thing is, it just seems that M80, everybody has awoken. Slacks, Swisher, Malls, as I speak of it. JBA with a beautiful headshot onto the very same Guatemalan gunslinger. But Stanislaw has come through to maintain a man advantage for the CT side. He's upgraded to an AK as well. Things are getting a little awkward here for M80 as they're down a man, but only briefly, as Rek will add another one to his tally. He's having himself a great game too. 3 players at 15 kills, although Rek caught from behind by Slight. So these 5.7s, these pistols, able to upgrade into AKs. Stanislaw over on a ramp. Do they expect him here? Bullet will ricochet off the wall by him. Flash will not blind him. Destroyed by Manx, however. And that should free up a bomb plant here, but Sonic working in towards the ramp. Swisher back silo on the catwalk to that little headshot angle. So difficult to clear out without utility. Sonic does have the Molotov, but he'd have to expose himself to throw it. And time grinds to a halt here as everyone afraid to make a mistake. 2 versus 2, equivalent weaponry. Now it's timing. Sonic swings. There's one. Swisher knows where the last is as well. Grabs the bomb. 30 seconds to go. Flash out. Slight peeks. Molly in. Will he toss it towards Silo? Bomb recovered. Swisher's going to sprint towards A. Can he get there before Slight does? He should be fine. Oh, that puts a monkey wrench in Swisher's
That could have
plan.
been consequential. That could have been consequential.
Yep.
The flank there from Slight. If Slight would have heaven, that might have been the time he needed. Making up the vents, not expecting Swisher to be so far moved over towards Old Vent. That is a clutch one by Swisher, and a 12 on the board to match his 12 kills in this map. 12-4, commanding, I dare say, insurmountable lead at this stage. Wildcard need 8 in a row to get to overtime on their own map pick, and we said this series would live or die by this map. And at this point, I'm going to go ahead and venture out and say it's going to die by this map. It feels like with a victory here, M80 should waltz their way to a victory on Ancient.
It might not be as clean, but it might be much of the same. It would be a complete just U-turn from what we usually get from these two teams. Rek will start things off nicely as Stanislaw tries to swing. Slight won't even take a shot as Rek runs him down as well. In goes JBA, and he's forced back by Flame. Swisher goes down to Infinite, however. And so we sit at a 4v3 with things starting to slow down a little bit. Rek's positioning out in ramp can be a nice little thorn in the side of Wildcard, something in the back of their minds to keep them from really looking at what might be happening. But Sonic going down makes it so much better for M80 as he looks to steal away, not even steal away, just obliterate their opponent's map pick. You can't even call this robbery at this point. It's about taking candy from a baby with the scoreline. And all Infinite can do in a 1v3 is look nice with that blue knife and glove combo, because I don't think there's much of a chance he could pull this one off. And especially now that he's been spotted by Rek. Oh, the odds are not in his favor. Rek's just toying with him, waiting for reinforcements from the Blacks. The Flyer will just burn him away and out of lockers. Outside he goes, and in he finds the final frag. 13-4 for M80. The map pick of Wildcard went up. Not even in smoke. Just disintegrated to dust.
Vanished without a trace. Wildcard. This pick was a wildcard given their overall stats on it. We had some confidence going into it given their 13-3 victory yesterday versus Nouns, a very competent team in their own right. But that sort of confidence in them, that optimism, was very much dashed by the likes of M80, who, as you mentioned, destroyed obliterated their hopes 13-4. Everybody was hitting their shots, but atop the board was Rek, a player that you don't normally look to have those stellar, outstanding performances. He's a very good support player, a very good anchor, and yet in this map, he very much shined. Everybody hit their shots individually, and much to our chagrin as analysts and casters, the player we highlighted, we singled out for Wildcard, put up the worst performance, a 2-14 for Infinite, and that is not what you want to see coming in from one of your stars into this close qualifier.
No. Granted, he got incredibly unlucky. Like, he could not catch a break. Smoke spams were taking him down. Molly spreads finishing him off. But you can't get that kind of a performance and expect to win. That's just the long and short of it. And JBA, he was a bright spot. He has been a bright spot for this wildcard team. He can show up and do solid amounts of work. Great damage, great frags. But he didn't have any help. Nearest was Stanislaw and Sonic at 9 kills, Slide at 4. It's just, there's not enough there for Wildcard to even mount somewhat of a Pyrrhic resistance. And
No.
M80 had their players show up. Nobody really had a weak moment. And they had some good individual performances. Swisher had a clutch, plus that play outside. Malves with the headshots over on E way earlier on. Just Wreck getting multi-kills here, there, everywhere. Slacks as well. Manx had a couple good opportunities that he didn't miss. So overall, there was no real weak points for M80. And for Wildcard, there's not even a star in the night sky.
No. I want to highlight, I felt like in the early goings, the first 5 rounds, I liked what Wildcard were putting out there. I liked their strats. I liked their overall ideas and approach to the map. I was like, okay, they picked this for a reason. But we mentioned it time and time again. They're going to go aggressive, and then they stop in their tracks. They stop. Final round of the half, sheer desperation. Mac 10s run out in towards A, and Mac 10s find success. Where was that change of pace, that aggression, dare I say, desperation in the earlier rounds? We could tell at that point they should have been desperate a lot earlier, tried that a lot earlier, and maybe that would have given them a second wind. But of course, that was not the case. They dug themselves a hole far too deep, and a hole that they didn't even get to begin to chip away at in the second half. M80 emerging victorious. Can Wildcard break out of their stringent and overly regimented mindset heading into map 2 of Ancient, or will it be more of the same? We'll see when we return after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just witnessed the opener, the map pick of Wildcard, fall the way of M80 in convincing fashion, and now we are on to the ruins of Ancient. I'm Pineapple Phillips, joined by Boggs, and again, to reiterate, we set up this series as a do or die on Nuke. If we see Nuke go the way of Wildcard, then we should expect a third map and an exciting, fiery end to this opener. But with Nuke falling the way of M80, I feel like this one might just go up in smoke real quick.
I have to agree, Nate. It's definitely one of those where the first map decided the fate, at least it should decide the fate of Wildcard. It was their pick. They don't play either of these first two maps pretty much at all. And they got absolutely demolished on their own pick. 13-4 is never a good scoreline if you're on the receiving end of that 4. And for Wildcard, they looked uninspired, uncoordinated, and just completely asleep. Barely anybody was actually there doing anything, and the only person who was JBA. There was no support for him. There was no help. There was no secondary fragger stepping up and working alongside him. And there was too much pensiveness when it came to that T side.
Yeah, they had some very cool ideas. I liked in the early rounds. I felt like, especially at the end of round 3 and round 4, if one round went the way of Wildcard, then it could very well topple in their favor. But that wasn't the reality. We are going into the game this time, ladies and gentlemen. No more dilly-dallying, unlike at the opener of the last map. Straight into the action we go. But Wildcard, again, regimented, overly so. It was like an old approach to a new game, and that approach is fundamentally flawed. If Wildcard can't approach this one, with more adaptability and more flexibility in mind, then it is going to go the way of M80-2-0. M80 starting on the CT side of their own map pick. Again, map advantage in their favor. Wildcard, a split in towards A. Wreck the first at bat. Falls away. Makes and Wreck each finding one. Stanislaw does trade, finding at least something in response. Then M80 more than content to go over this retake straight through CT and Temple. Infinite. I like this angle on the box, but he needs support, and right now there's not a lot of it. 2 players donut and Infinite on an island. He'll have to find it all. Making out good swing, good timing on the first to start things off. Slide through the smoke, finds Swisher. That's a boon they can't afford to squander. Infinite finds yet another jump up on the box, and the last alive now is Slacks. Racing around, he'll find one, but time is now beginning to become a factor. He's going to try to tap the bomb, but he has no idea where it's planted. He's trying to find it out of desperation, but time is falling by the wayside. He'll find one, he'll tap it, but he can't get the kill, and time is simply not something he can afford to squander. It is a round for Wildcard this time around. The bomb does go off, and they emerge with the pistol round now in the opener of map number 2.
Well, they needed a pistol round. Then they got their pistol round. Now they just have to start a string of rounds in a row. You can't let M80 get this one return. You can't start the war of attrition. You can't start the force by wars. You have to start something strong here if you're going to turn that momentum around from such a disastrous map number 1. It is the force buy from M80, double MP9s, a scout for Slacks, and double Deagles. Bulbs on a Deagle is never an easy character to deal with, so something to keep an eye on is Mulbs with his 50 caliber hand cannon. A mid play from Wildcard, I do think is a smart idea, trying to take the ranged fights with their rifles when they know M80 will be significantly underpowered. Manx gets one on the jump spot, but it's going to be much of a mid surrender for M80 and more of a sight hold. And a lot of work for Swisher and for Wreck here. And the Deagle from Swish is not even going to get anything. He looks the wrong way. Infinite drive-bys Wreck. And it's save your gun time for M80. And Manx will not even be allowed to do that as Sonic pressures forward. A great little punish on the exit. And Wildcard wonder all these guns from the hands of M80, and this is the aggression we needed to see from the we find nothing here. That'll be the case, and Mulbs, he's in cave. It'll probably become his tomb.
Very likely at this point. They actually circumvent caves. They don't force the issue. So Mulbs slinks into Jaguar. I'll let one player save a weapon for the following. It's just the Deagle. It's not really consequential. M80. Gonna be another save in this one. Some pistols at most. Slacks has 3550. That's so we can get an op going forward. Save all that money for the rifle round proper. Do we see a shred of investment beyond that weapon that Mulb saved? The answer is yes. I think one nade. Maybe it was dropped on the ground. It looks like no one's invested a dime on M80. Wildcard. 4 rifles and a MAC-10 for Stanislaw. One of those rifles being an AK on Slight as well, who's started off far better on this map than he did on the first. Wildcard showing us that maybe they do have some tricks up their sleeve. It's not necessarily on their own map pick.
It's a full stack B, a full push A from Wildcard, slow and steady from the T's, but not stalling like they were on Nuke. There's purpose behind the movement. And so the pistol flood will rotate in. No reason to not go for this if you are M80. Get a couple of kills here if you're lucky. Just throw bodies at the problem. It's pretty much the solution here. There's one from Slight down bottom mid. He might just swing in for more or find himself a victim of the pistols. Takes half his HP and damage and retreats out. Stanislaw looking to build a bank with the MAC-10 will charge on through. Over in red, Slacks gets domed. Mulbs falls elsewhere. Wreck. He will get one at least, but it's only the MAC-10, so it doesn't really matter in the end. And a 3-0 start for Wildcard. The best possible start for them here. Before we get into an actual gun round, their money looking quite good on the T side. And M80, a necessary round to win, and they have to do it clean.
They'll get the ball rolling on this CT side. Flax has his op. He's been saving up for it. M4 A1S is surrounding. Wildcard, though, have an op of their own on slight. Challenge. Slacks. Aggression in the middle is the call for M80. Note they have the utility to support it. Stanislav, though, it's a call for aggression elsewhere. He catches the up, getting overly assertive in towards A main. And that is the site cracked wide open. Plant will go down. Wildcard's gimmicky, aggressive call to go A main and stack it early pays dividends. They've secured a 5 versus 4 and solid post-plant positions to boot.
And Nate, what's the biggest thing we're seeing from Wildcard's T side here versus Nuke?
Aggression.
It's the complete opposite of how they played Nuke.
Yeah, they were far more coy, far more defaulty. Let's keep our options open. Let's go slow. Let's play for picks. Just a wide net. Combine your forces. We create a clear point of contact, a clear point of aggression, and to have a clear end game in mind. These things are far more convincing. 4 players from 80 will attempt to save. They will successfully do so at that. 1 player on Wildcard falls in the dying embers of the round that is infinite falling, but he can easily replace his weapon given the cash in the coffer. 4-0 start for Wildcard. They have already tied their performance on map number 1. The difference is they have momentum behind them. They've looked different. They've had a fundamentally different approach to this map, as you so astutely highlighted, Boggs. And from here, like a far more fearsome foe to be reckoned with.
And now M80 are taking the aggression to opening pick down middle. Nade damage as well aplenty, but a trade back for JBA. Swisher, however, with the wall spam. His play from Jaguar, always strong. And M80 looking like they want to get their first round of the board here in number 5 of this half. Start a swing here back into their favor. One interesting thing to note, Nate, is that M80 are significantly CT-sided on Ancient, and Wildcard in their 2 games are significantly T-sided on Ancient. So, yes, there's a very small sample size, but it just goes to show what Wildcard like on this map, and M80, they play pretty standard. Defense is stronger for them. They're going to have to pick up the pace here because 0-4 start is not looking good for M80. They need at least 6 out of this half, and I would say 7 is a bare minimum. This round, though, if they can keep it to only 1 casualty, will go a long way to establishing a foundation to build on the CT half.
M80, slow starts plaguing them yet again. We talked about it in the green room. We neglected to mention it on broadcast, but one of their chief issues is those slow starts. They adapt well in the mid-round, but this one is an 0-4 start. Good swing from Slacks, finds 1, and the second falls shortly thereafter. He said they needed a round on the board ASAP, and they needed a convincing one at that. This is one such victory. 4 players survive. They get some upgrades as well to keep the op in play. Now, find more off of this. Build an economy. Come back into it. Wildcard still have money to work with. They'll have to lose this one and the next to really have their money broken. And M80 are far from out of the woods in this one.
Very far from out of the woods. They are still completely in the woods, Nate. There's trees everywhere. There's a Sasquatch roaming around. And Manx gets taken down early. A good flash supporting from Infinite. As Sonic will take down the in-game leader of M80. Backstab for Swish, but he's caught by JBA. Only 1. But that 1 kill is critical. It at least makes this round somewhat winnable, but only for a brief moment, as Mobs is 100% traced by JBA. What a spray from him. The young gun firing again for Wildcard. And now it's up to Stanislaw to get this opening kill on the Slacks on the site. And that will secure the round. Nothing Rec can do here. Slacks just caught with utility in hand. Stanislaw, no holds barred aggression. And Wildcard, they learned a lesson from Nuke, Nate. A lesson they have taken to heart. And boy, has learning that lesson made their Ancient look like what we thought their Nuke was going to look like.
Yes, it has. Now we finally have a series on our hands, perhaps. Rek going to try and save his gun. He should do so successfully as well. He's all the way back in towards Temple. No one's even close for Wildcard. They're more keen on saving their weapons and building an economy for the following, for the future. They will do so successfully. Again, don't let the overlays fool you. This is the pick of M80. Map 1 was the pick of Wildcard. Those are flip-flopped. Wildcard stealing away their opponent's pick in 13-4 fashion as well. Hate to nitpick all of the issues being seen, but set the record straight. And a tactical pause coming in from M80. None too soon either. They have to reinvest most of the money they built into this one. They cannot afford to let the momentum slip yet again. They need to find rounds. You mentioned 6 was what they were realistically requiring. They need to win 5 of the next 6 rounds to make that a reality. Tall task ahead of them.
Very tall task. And this CT half is yet to get off the ground. They barely got the engine started, then it stalled out. Meanwhile, Wildcard are just making strafing runs on the airstrip. So far, it's looking like a completely reversed image from what we saw on Nuke. Manx is going back aggressive down middle. Good flashbangs, good counter utility from Wildcard. They've adapted well to that one round where the mid-aggression netted one for M80. Nate does a little bit of chip damage. Malbs, dangerous there. Spotted, not removed yet. Flashbang's huge. Malbs can't pick up one. That is a massive blunder. They needed at least one, preferably 2 from that flash spray support. And now Slacks gets flamed out of position. Infinite mows him down. Swisher's trying to come through to help, but he's got spammed to the wall. All 3 remaining M80 players are in the vicinity of the B site. They're going for the retake. There's low HP on the players on Wildcard. But Slight, nice little op shot, makes it even better. Swisher finished off, and Manx, what can he do besides run? Nothing. All of that damage, and not a single kill to show for it. Complete and utter disaster for M80 here. 1 kill, okay, it's stay alive time now. It doesn't even matter anymore. It's not even an economic boon, because Wildcard had plenty of money. The half is nearing its end. This has been a resurgence. And the finisher. That's even better.
M80, their money's virtually reset. They can scrounge together a buy if they really, really want to. But they'll be lacking on utility and lacking on some riflery. We see another timeout very quickly after the first from M80. They are feeling the pressure, and rightly so. We are going to see a buy come through. An op present for the likes of Slacks, dropped over by Manx. M4 for Rek, MP9 for Malbs. That can work in towards Jaguar/Caves. That buy, as unfortunate as it is to see, it does make sense to be in his hands. Manx and Swisher, what's the call for them? I had to guess Slacks dropped the rifle to Manx, and Swisher should be able to get a rifle of his own. Moss for Swisher. Manx, what are you going to go with? Got to be on the ground. We'll see momentarily. The tactical pause has expired. Wildcard. Stock standard. Op for Slight. 4 AK surrounding. The fullest of full utility. And again, the wind in their sails. Momentum firmly in their favor. The analysis that we put up. The dire straits we painted Wildcard to be in were in fact none so dire.
Done so dire. There's a lot of damage, but the kill goes the way of Wildcard. It's Slight again on the op on the T side of Ancient. Malbs, however, will take down the in-game leader of Wildcard to bring it to a 4v4. Flashed in. JBA also mowed down. That's good supportive play from Slacks, playing over on the B site now. He was punished early on, going aggressive on A. They swap things up, and now up to Rek. Caught. Distracted by the smoke. In comes Slacks. Lets the op ring, and it does sing. Sonic. 18 HP. Slight supporting from Donut. Bomb planted bare minimum. 3v2 retake for M80. No utility at all. That's a problem, but that is not a problem for M80 as Malbs delivers a killing blow. And the up duel won by Slacks. Off the back of the timeout, M80 are able to capitalize on another round victory, but still such a long road back into this half, Nate. They've made their own lives very difficult on the M80 side. Wildcard look dangerous despite their disadvantages.
Yes, they do. Trap is far from over, though. I feel like M80 finally getting the ball rolling, perhaps. That was another convincing round victory, but still tenuous victory. Probing required a lot of individual prowess, specifically from the MP9 of Malbs. Trying to pair over towards B ramp. Wildcard. What is the response now? If they can win a round, they can easily reset. Whatever M80 are trying to build, wreck. Time is everything here. It's going to be a straight A play. He's tucked in. He's cleared. He dodges the flash that doesn't come through. Slacks on backside. Forced to fall away. Does find one in transition. Doesn't flick up for the second either. Instead, he'll hold his angle. A third secured for Slacks. They're going one at a time. A fourth secured. The last alive is Sonic in towards Donut. He's spotted. Swisher does him in. And what could have been a disastrous round on A is instead a convincing shutout by the op of Slacks.
And now Slacks has come alive for M80. A little late for a CT opper, but better late than never right now for M80 as every round is necessary for them at this point. Holding down the A site. One by one, the Ants went marching in, and one by one, Slacks met them with one shot from the AWP. Fantastic work from him. And a good wake up now. Swisher blinded in Jaguar. They're going to push him, and he will punish the first. Sprays wildly for the second. Stanislaw falls as well. JBA in stand, dead to Swisher. Slacks comes in, but Slight has the up duel by a slight off angle. Malbs playing around the cave entrance as well. They know where he likes to move, and he's going to take a bit of an off angle. Swisher now taking up that position. Rotation from Rec coming through CT as well. 3v4. Wild card, not a lot of utility left to work with, plenty of time, but surely no aggression from M80 as they can't afford to go for another pick. And they can't afford to lose another to Slight's op, just poised to pick another off.
Don't give it to Slight. He's at a heater of a map. He's top of the board for a reason. He's found openings. He's found ways back into maps. Swisher also upgrading his weapon to a sniper rifle. Seems like Donut, though, just spotting. Throw a smoke. Sonic's gonna go ahead of it, though. And he'll win the duel. The Galil versus AK duel is one, a critical one to find. Ties the man count up. 3 versus 3. Molotov from Red delays the press. Is it going to be commitment towards A? Not necessarily. Players are rotating around slowly but surely. The bomb is still in the middle. It still could rotate back at a moment's notice. Infinite, though, commits to it. Finally runs through. Wreck on site. Off angle secured. He was caught here before, but this time around, it's different. He'll find the first. He knows the second's lurking as well. The steps are heard. Slight on the op. Is he here quickly enough? That's the question. Ooh. No, instead it's Infinite to do the heavy lifting himself. Swings out, finds Wreck, ties it up once more. An AK and an op versus an AK and an op. Swisher, though, is the one with the sniper in hand. Tags Infinite through the box, but doesn't quite secure the kill. And Slight, he is set up and ready. Holding towards Temple. Infinite has to come in big, presses the smoke, finds one. Malbs trades the 1 versus 1. Op versus AK. Malbs knows roughly where he is, or at least he thinks he does. Swinging in, he hears the Molotov, and that does Slight in. The flames lick at his toes, and they give the information required. Malbs gets the kill. Malbs grabs the op, and M80 continue to find rounds, continue to claw their way back into this first half.
At this point, I'm almost poised for a wild card timeout, although I'd rather they wait for an actual full buy, but this might just be a force up anyways, so not a bad idea to call the timeout here. They won't. They're going to go for a half buy instead, and if they lose this one, probably call a timeout to the last round of the half. M80 coming back with a vengeance here. Good individual efforts forcing them forward. M80 looking to secure at least an even scoreline going into half number 2. Wreck, the solo A player, falling back as they're playing retake A against the Pistols. I think they know there's a potential for an overwhelming push out, and Manx isn't really in a position to help out with Wreck. he is essentially a solo A player because the donut guy doesn't come into factor until the players are already swarming the site. And even then, it might just be better to wait for reinforcements at that point. There's one from Temple. Now Manx can start to make an impact too. He'll line up a 3-piece as Wreck is still alive as well. Praying in Temple. He doesn't take any damage. Manx takes one little tiny bit, and Stanislaw out towards middle, trying to get lucky against Slacks. But the Opper just moving around. It's going to come down to timing here. And he's made noise. He's making all the noise now, expecting players to be down bottom mid, but Stan's just waiting for the door. Somebody to push in towards middle from mid-house. I don't believe that's going to be granted to him either. That's the other thing here, Nate, because they know it's just a pistol. They don't need to hunt this. M80 are not the kind of team to hunt against the pistols.
They aren't. Slacks holding his line. Wasn't expecting the close angle, but still finds success in spite of it. 5-6. M80 have recovered what was a disastrously slow start. 6 seems like a distinct possibility given the momentum, and you mentioned Wildcard were overdue for a timeout a couple rounds ago. They will use it now. They will spring it now. Rifles coming through. Infinite, Sonic, JBA all have AKs. Stanislaw should follow suit. Slight might go for the op, but I suspect maybe an AK play would be more fitting in a round like this. M80. They win this round, they'll tie it back up at 6 apiece, and they'll have that requisite 6 you mentioned was necessary. Wildcard, if they win it, they finally find their footing yet again and maintain a shadow of what their lead once was.
A shadow indeed. And a long-forgotten memory, potentially, after this round, depending on the result. We might end at parity here in half number 1. And again, this was the pick of M80 after destroying Wildcard on their own pick of Nuke. We see a much more tight affair here. It was a 4-0 start and a 6-1 scoreline. It's been 4 in a row for M80, looking to make it 5. The utility incredibly lacking for Wildcard here as we reach the minute 30 mark. Bomb left back towards T-spawn. Defaulting and playing for picks. The mid-aggression from Manx just transitioned into a donut play. Malbs has just spotted Stan as well. But he uses that flash to get away from that smoke, away from the open. Take up a more defensive position. Manx going back out middle as well. Has to be careful. Sonic not spotted, but there was the second player there in Wreck. Swisher does trade back onto 1, but Swisher has a second too. Infinite strikes, but it's Infinite versus Swisher now. And Swisher be swishing all over the map right now and towards middle. Might just have a third. He does indeed. Mikey popping off here, looking for the 4th, but Slight will bring it to a 2v2. 3 is enough to bring it back for M80. They just need the last 2 remaining to close it off. Malbs and Slacks. Slacks has been spicy. Malbs hasn't had too much over the course of the game, but he's had a nice little pop here and there. And all they need is 2 more kills, Nate, and it's a 6-6 half.
Malbs has definitely had his moments. They just haven't been given to him too often. That MP9 round comes to mind. He is going to be in a position now to potentially find something. He's on A, outside Temple. Wildcard, though, splitting the difference. 10 seconds left. They're going to go towards B from middle. Steps are heard by Slacks. Going to fight the aggressive angle. 1 found. The op duel won by Slight, but is there enough time to plant? There is. 5-4. That should be plenty. He'll get it to dirt, and Malbs won't be close enough to punish. The issue is now Slight has a plethora of angles to worry about. He'll slink in towards long. Malb is weary to walk, but timing's everything, and Slight has the kill. Wildcard retain a narrow lead as we head into the break. We'll see you on the other side.
It's been a streaky half for both Wildcard and M80. A fast start for Wildcard. M80 brought it close, but not to a level score line. Boggs and Pineapple Phillips with you on the call. And folks, this is just Series 1 of the day. Liquid Boss completed. It was a 13-5 on both maps in favor of the North American Dynasty squad and Liquid. And now the winner of this will play the old guard. We might see a wild card boss a grudge match, Nate. Those ones always get a little spicy, a little personal for one of those two teams. But looks like we do have a delay to start this one out, as we're not done with map number 2 rather, and we're not even starting half number 2 yet, because this game really wants to drag on, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. It will go kicking and screaming, I think is the best way to put it. It will not go smoothly. If anything is to be gleaned from that first set of delays that we had earlier today, it totaled like something like half an hour. Of course, we're always going to roll with the punches, and this does give us some time to talk about the later stages of that map as well. M80 slow starts do end at least at somewhat even footing, but a good clutch in the end from Slight by virtue of a timing. This is a very different M80 from what we saw in map number 1. It's also a very different wild card as well. M80 beginning to have individuals flourish. We're talking about Swisher, that 3K in middle, a couple lineups as well for him, Manx and Slacks as well, holding down the A side in different rounds in their own right. Whereas Wildcard, far more aggressive, far more directional, far more decisive in their play, and that decisiveness has led to some decisive victories. Say that a couple times fast. Wildcard looking incredibly solid, looking like a very different team, and rectifying a lot of the shortcomings that they had in that first map of Nuke.
I think that's been the biggest story of this map number 2, is Wildcard fixing most of the issues they had on Nuke, on the T side. We didn't really get to see their CT side all that much. It went 0 for 5, if memory, or 0 for 6. No, yeah, 0 for 5. I was right the first time. But they never got anything going on their CT side, and we never really were able to see what it was capable of. But now we're going to see them actually tested on the defense. They didn't have time to adapt to what M80 can usually offer on this map, or on their CT side in general. But what I will say is that Wildcard, it took them really long to make the adjustments needed on their T side. It shouldn't have taken them until map number 2. But now that they have made that change, will it lead to something better? Because now, with Anubis' possible map number 3, if it does go all the way to the end, this one gets just more and more up in the air, I feel. If this does go the way of Wildcard, Anubis, it's a clean 50-50.
Yeah, especially given the last time they played it, again, it was a double overtime, very tight-knit map. No, was it Vertigo that was double overtime?
Regardless. No, it was Anubis.
Was Anubis?
1917.
Okay. Say all three maps were close regardless, but Wildcard did win it in the prior engagement. Another question that I have just for the immediate map ahead of us is, how is their CT side? Because we didn't get to see nearly as much of it on Nuke, granted, because they didn't have much time at all. They had such a poor start on the map. They only had 5 rounds to play, but they lost every single of those 5 rounds. They lost the pistol. They lost basically everything from then on out. They showed us nothing that was promising, and the stats, I believe if the stats are being recalled by me correctly, this should be a map where Wildcard are weaker on the defense as well. So a lot of questions for me.
36.8 CT side.
Okay, so I knew it was bad. I didn't know it was that bad. That is a different level of bad than what I was expecting. So Wildcard need to come out with their best foot forward. Hopefully they've made some changes since the last time they played this map. And honestly, given that stat line, hopefully they win the pistol round as well, because if not, this could be M80 steamrolling over in the second half of the second map.
It definitely has a lot for Wildcard CT side. It not only their lives in the series, but I think too just how fast they can adjust, because we saw that very slow adjustment on map number 1. A map they picked. Again, I feel like that's a big storyline. They destroyed Noun, so they're thinking, okay, we're going to go in, we're going to pick it. But also, M80's style of play is very different to how Nouns play. And it's taken Wildcard a bit to get out of that doldrum and into this series. The individuals are starting to find form. Slight was very good on the T side op. I'm expecting to see a better performance on the CT side from him now that it's easier to get those kind of kills. Infinite's starting to heat up. JBA's been solid. Sonic and Stanislaw were going aggressive, and Stan in particular was doing really well at gaining ground on the sites. But going into the CT side, how are they going to get those players activated again? Especially like Stanislaw, where most of his success was predicated by going aggressive, going through smokes, or going very early into a site and catching people in setup.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of it was him taking initiative, getting aggressive. Again, that change on their T side is what they needed on Nuke, and it's what found them success here on Ancient thus far in the first half. How can they translate that? Is it aggression towards middle as the call? Is it aggression maybe towards Jaguar, maybe towards Donut, or even in towards A main perhaps? There's a lot of ways you can go to get aggressive calculatedly on the CT side, and maybe even towards the B ramp is another possibility. We've seen flashes work there for Mulbs in this very same map. So there are still places where that aggression can work out. It's all about how Stanislaw wants to translate it into the CT side. Does he want to fall back to a more traditional CT side, run defaults, go for a probe here and there, or does he actually want to take that initiative? If I had to guess, he should be taking the initiative. He should be trying to catch M80 out and get them uncomfortable. But again, might fall back onto those older tendencies that we saw in the first map where they just really don't work as well as you would hope in CS2.
Another thing, too, is that Wildcard barely pressured the B side at all in that first half. Most of it was A and mid. There was maybe 2 rounds at a B end. Maybe 3. I think it was 2 at most. And it's just, I wonder if M80 are going to take advantage of that and try and pressure B side a little bit more. If memory serves me from what I've seen of M80's T side on Ancient in the past, they like to go for a lot of Snake and Jaguar control. So how is Wildcard going to be prepared for that? Were they prepared for the Ancient pick? What kind of prep has been done leading into this map? And now with this extra delay, who knows if there's a little extra prep going on here? Because, I mean, there's a lot of time that is now being taken between half 1 and half 2. And there's plenty of time for conversations to go through and to figure out what is going to go on, what they want to do to counter things. And it's not just Stanislaw who's a veteran presence in that room. There's Sonic who's been around the block quite a bit, and I would expect him to give his 2 cents as well. Yeah,
I think a lot is up in the air, honestly. It's all on how Wildcard want to play it more so than how M80 want to play it. This is a map where M80 are the known quantity, and Wildcard should have to adjust accordingly. I feel like M80, again, still have that advantage. We talked about it. They should have a CT start that is in their favor, and while it wasn't as ideal as they could have hoped, again, you mentioned 6, 7, maybe even 8 could have been a possibility. 5 is still more than serviceable. I think Wildcard, to get the ball rolling on this, what, as we saw from the stats, is a rather difficult CT side, they need a pistol round. I feel like that is what's going to get the gears turning. If they don't get that, I feel like there's no momentum. Everything gets kind of stymied, and M80 can smother them from there. So a lot, in my opinion, rests on the outset of this one. If they can't find that pistol round Wildcard, they might just slump into an 0-2 loss in the opener, in the debut of this IEM Chengdu North American Close Qualifier.
Now, the one silver lining of the elimination match later tonight is the fact that it won't be Liquid they're up against. Anybody's up against in that elimination matchup. But folks, it looks like this one is going to take quite a bit more time than expected. So we are going to go back to the break here, and hopefully things will be fixed and ready to go when we come back. So don't touch that dial. M80 Wildcard, half 2 of Ancient coming up right on the other side. Well, here we are, and we're live into half number 2 at long last. It's Boggs and Pineapple Phillips with you on the mic. And folks, this pistol round critical for both sides. More so for Wild Card, as their chances in this series rest on this one map to bring it to a third, which would be Anubis. M80 with that 13-4 trouncing victory over Wild Card, and the Nuke to open this one up. Slight in towards Cave. There's 2 on the duel. Beretta's Infinite has slacks on a plate. And Wild Card CT pistol round is going as they could have written it up. There's a dink and a kill returned by Mulbs onto Slight. But the chances that M80 can get back into this round far out of the reach here. Especially now that the bomb is down in a very difficult to recover position. The smoke makes it a little bit better though. Wreck has dashed around and through it. Bulbs needed that pick onto Sonic, but it does not come. And in this 2v4, there's not much M80 can do unless they get a little bit of luck.
Choke point, nothing much they can do. Good swing from Infinite off the contact. JBA maintaining control with the USP up close and personal as well. Eventually the pistol round felt like a must win to get the wind in their sails for Wild Card. Otherwise they might have just been smothered. At least they say they did indeed win it. 8-5 is now the score. They begin to rebuild a bit of a lead. M80 didn't get the bomb plant either. That means they're going to be on a save. It's Glocks across the board, not a dime invested for the T side. Wild Card go for an SMG-centric round as well. 3 MP9s. We've typically seen a rifle-heavy second rounds from the pistol victors in this series thus far. This is a departure from that trend. They want to harvest some cash and quickly. Slight tag down quite low, needs to be careful. Xanathar is also now very mortally wounded, as is JBA. 2 kills go the way of Wild Card, unanswered, but Mulbs finally puts one on the board. JBA another, but Slacks trades it. Things are getting a little bit costly now, as Slacks, the last alive, is the one to fall. 2 kills, though, is a meaningful damage. Couple that with a bomb plant, and M80 are going to have a pretty solid buy going into the third round of this half.
Yeah, the bomb plant is definitely a very good result for M80. I think it's more than they could have expected realistically given the clock round. They got a bomb plant and 2 kills. That's solid. And for Wild Card, they're going to get some rifles up now, but that does force 2 players to buy down to 0 left over in their bank accounts, Nate. So, if M80 can win this one, or get a bomb plant and at least keep this one to like 1 surviving wildcard member, there's a road back into it. But wildcard need to keep this victory clean if they do get that win. That's the other side of the coin here. With Stan and JBA so low on residual money, there's no real wiggle room for casualties. Flash into 3-man stack towards A, and fast rotations are coming through. Infinite, there's one. Sonic's nade does get another one, and he'll finish off the third player in with the M4A1 spray. Slacks and Mulbs are flamed away. It's a complete and utter collapse by M80. They go in and they find zilch. 0, nada. It's looking like we're going to Anubis sooner rather than later, Nate, because Wild Card look a completely different animal here on Ancient.
M80 uncharacteristic, strung out, focused, hyper-focused in the back of sight. Sure, they know there's a player there, but they're disregarding the rest of A. That's a lot of map to expect no one lurking. Shutout on A leaves Slacks and Mulbs the last pair alive. They do have it. Or they both have had decent individual performances on this map thus far, but not a chance in this round. They're already calling it quits. They've called it quits for about a minute at this point. Bulbs and Slacks will save an AK and they're not for the following. That speaks to the dire rounds that they find themselves in. 10-5 will be the score. 3 rounds separating Wildcard from victory on their opponent's map pick. Wildcard, flawless thus far in this round, looking to hunt now, wanting to drop these rifles. Infinite taking point out A main, clearing out the meddlesome angles, the corners, the cubbies. No run in. Trying to get in front of that flash. You won't be successful in that endeavor. Mobs will win the day there, but a whole fleet of players have come in response. Sonic gets the trade. Before time expires, that's good for Mobs at least. And Slacks will survive in round number 15, keeping his op in play. But what can they buy around it? At this point, they almost feel compelled to go for the investment because Slacks has no money left in the bank. Saving your weapon means you get 0 in loss bonus. So they will buy what they can. 3 Galils, an AK. Sparing utility. Wildcard. Heavily advantaged at this point. If they win it, it will be 11. The economy of M80 will be reset. A lot rests on this round going forward for M80.
Malbs does get the opening. Slacks might find another. Takes a shot through that smoke, but it's Manx to swing out through. Traded by Slight. No return frag, and Swisher caught out by Stanislaw. Infinite out towards Snake as the opportunity to strike, and he will do just that with a double spray down. Looking for the last in Malbs, but it looks like M80 going out with a whimper here in map number 2. Anubis should be where we finish things off, unless Malbs can pull off the impossible. The bomb down, he does have time, sure. 1v3 with bomb where it is, just outside cave. Yeah. It does not bode well for M80. And wild card? Never mind. Hold up. No, the crossfire here. There's no way Malbs gets out of this. There's no way he can get out of this. Surely not. He's 1 HP. He's got it all! Malbs, are you kidding? How does he get through that crossfire?
How is he given that by Stanislaw? How is he given that? Stanislaw should be swinging immediately. Instead, he waits 3 seconds when he could be expected and swings out, hoping to find a timing, hoping to catch the player as he sneaks in towards cave. Stan, the whole point of that setup was to swing off contact. The whole point of that was to play it together. The IGL of all players should know that, and yet he takes the fight after the fact. He gives Malbs away back into it. You mentioned that was an indomitable crossfire, and it very much was, and yet, nonetheless, M80 make light work of the round. Malbs stealing it away in a 1 versus 4 fashion. And now a lot is up in the air. The economy of Wildcard is thrown awry. There's MP9s on the board for JBA and Sonic. M80 have the better of the buys in this one. If they can win this, then they can really begin to stabilize their economy. Sonic, though, cheeky with the SMG, finds 1 upgrades and finds a second. Infinite as well, drops Manx. Swisher finally finds inroads in response, but somehow, even given the lackluster investment, Wildcard emerged with a 2-man advantage. Cheeky boost from Stan and his compatriot in towards cave, yet to be spotted or unseated. M80. They were given a boon, a chance to come back into this one, and it feels like it might have just been squandered in this round.
Unless it's Swisher time. It was Malbs' time, and Swisher's in a 1v4. Sprayed away at and finished off by JBA. Malbs' heroics, all for naught, as it's 1 right back by Wildcard. No cash for M80. But a 4 spy, most likely forthcoming indeed. That will be the case. Wildcard, turning things around. Infinite, Slight. Those have been the big names for Wildcard here. And it's 2 of the names that we mentioned in the pre-show, particularly Infinite, that are bringing them back into this series. Molotov burning out the cubby, if there was anybody there. And it's do or die time for M80. It's been close. They've been on the tightrope for a while. And there's not much room left for them. They're teetering on the edge.
Pistols can still do damage, though. Issue is Slight this here, and his op is not missed on this map. There's a menace on the T side. JBA. Conspicuous off angle there. Nade's now thrown in for a quick play towards B. JBA follows back. Slight is unseated by Swisher. Swisher doubles down on the entry. That's the site cracked wide open. Bomb plant can go down. Some rifles can be recovered as well. M80 aren't done playing yet. They still have some fire at their disposal in the form of Swisher.
And Slacks has picked up that AK. The Deagles are still out in hand, and Wildcard's economy is not that strong, so they're going to wave the white flag and go for a strategic retreat. They're not going to contend the rest of this round. The gap will close to 4, and M80 again finding some leg to stand on. Not much of one, but again, it keeps them in this game. It keeps Wildcard off of map point. And that's the other thing to keep an eye on. How close can M80 get before Wildcard reach 12?
Or survive. Malbs only has a Deagle ashore, but saving that Kevlar for the following is pretty important. And Wildcard's economy slowly being whittled away. They're going to scrounge together a buy now. Pretty solid one at that. MP9 for Stanislaw. M4 surrounding. Kits. Utility. Overall okay. No op though for Slight. M80. Win this round to reset the CT side economy, excuse me. And you have a plausible way to get back into it. It'll be an 8-11, then likely 9-11. And it becomes far more feasible, especially if someone else can wake up. We've seen Mobs show us inklings of it. He looked very solid. Slacks as well in the first half with good Swisher. Just couldn't highlight him. He's caught out. JBA pressuring in towards Snake, finds the opener. Pressure's on the rest of the roster now. Swisher can't do it all.
Well, Rek tries to go for a fight, but he's caught by the second swing. Does a decent amount of damage, but it's not enough yet. In comes the push. Malbs will get one, but he has no support. The Flames will help out, and Manx does not expect a rotation in through CT. Slacks is dinked on retreat, and it looks like Wildcard will grab 12, unless a 19 HP Opper on the T side of Ancient can pull off the impossible. He will not. Slight might be there in time. No. About a second and a half too far to get that AWP back. The money again for M80 low. And Wildcard able to stack these rounds up. 5 map points for Wildcard on their opponent's map pick. No op for Slight might not be a problem. 2 AKs, 1 Galil, a Tech, and a Deeg for M80. An okay amount of utility, but no Molotovs, no HEs. That could be an issue. And some decent nade damage onto Mobs, albeit only on the Deagle. Never count out his Deagle. We've seen his crisp aim with the AK throughout the course of this series so far. Wildcard going aggressive again, looking for these fights. Swisher lurking around. Jaguar. Mobs. This is that first shot. He's actually team killed by Rek. And this throws the whole round on its weird head, and JBA gets backstabbed by Swisher out middle, who might just get a second kill as well. Slight going for a fight. He gets domed. And somehow, some way, M80 find ways back into rounds, back into this game. It's all up to Stanislaw here, who might just save himself.
We should save in this one. 1v3. Slacks on this flank in towards B. Probably unexpected by Stanislaw. Oh, timing just in his favor, though. 9 HP. He'll survive by the skin of his teeth. 8-12, though, guaranteed at the stage. No doubt. Stanislaw will be allowed to save his rifle as well. M80, though. They've done well to find rounds that look implausible or look unlikely, but right when you think they have some momentum, right when you think they're cooking, they put out the flames. They lose the round immediately thereafter, and they're back to square one. They have to prove this one wasn't a flash in the pan. They won the round. They need to get 4 more to tie it up and go to overtime. And they know the pressure. They know the second round is always the hardest. They immediately call a tactical pause, talk out the buy, talk out the strategy. Because they know they're on the cusp of something. If they can win this round, they very likely reset the CT economy. And from there, the comeback seems far more feasible. From there, you can get momentum. From there, you can stabilize.
And from there, you can get to overtime. Ancient is a map which has led to some very good overtimes. I always go back now to that IEM Dallas semifinal phase mouse, right?
Because we were there.
Yeah, and that was one of the best overtime games of all time.
Yeah, that was definitely a sensational one to be there for. Surreal. Wildcard. And bite the bullet now. They're not going to invest in this round number 21. Instead, they're going to go for a save. Making a difficult yet prudent call, and I can respect it. Eagle, 5.7, P250, USP, and AK. 5 unique weapons for 5 unique players. M80. Don't want to get aggressive in the slightest. Cover their bases, run their default, and that is to their chagrin. Stanislaw timing out towards ramp. Vibes is what he's playing by, and his vibes will net 2, maybe even a third on the Swisher if he plays his cards right. Wildcard are making something out of nothing yet again, and it feels like this second round curse from 80 is more than just a curse.
Why is Slack swapping to utility there in the middle of the fight?
It wasn't fighting, it was a timing.
Well, he made contact
behind,
and swaps to util. Smokes in on B. M80 are going to try and bring this back. They have the firepower advantage still, despite not having the man advantage anymore or even level playing field. But another good fact for M80 is the fact that those dropped guns are so far away from the site, it's inconsequential at this point. But there's a very reasonable possibility Wildcard can overwhelm the site, take it over with these pistols. They do have a kid on Stanislaw as well. They're trying to bait out the pushes. There's one from Malbs. In comes another from him as well. Make it 3. Slight strikes back. Sonic with another. It's all up to young Rek. Rek versus Sonic. Sonic so low, but he has that kit. Holding the bomb, sticking. He pops off, and Rek will put the 1 round required to finish the job. M80 escape with victory in that round. What a costly victory it was, though. But they have broken that second round curse. Can they string more together? Timeout called by Wildcard. Op back into the hands of Slight. Rifles on everybody. I don't know if JBA... Okay, JBA will have a rifle. Stanislaw will be on the MP9, despite his heroics. Living on love, buying on time in the last round, Nate. And M80 still in this very tumultuous sea, not able to stabilize anything properly, but finding ways to scrape away around.
That's something, I suppose. But things only get more difficult from here. As you mentioned, their economy is now hamstrung because only one player survived. That leaves Manx on just the Galil. Utility is okay, but still not flawless for M80. A couple players missing a piece or two. Actually, just Slack's missing a piece, excuse me. But the big differentiating factor is that Op on Slight, and sure, the MP9 on Stanislaw leaves a bit to be desired, but that was to maximize Slight's potential in this round. We know Slight can be a menace. We saw what he did in the first half, and he's atop the board for a reason. He's tied with Infinite for a reason. It's because he can hit these Op shots.
Aggression out Jaguar. Backed up by JBA. Looking for that pick. The two B ramp holders very far removed behind the doors. Incredibly passive T side from M80 here. They're baiting in the aggression. And this is the kind of adaptation we didn't get to see from Wildcard realistically throughout the course of map number 1. And here, what we're seeing now is M80 trying to make an adjustment based off of how Wildcard have played this game. So much control towards B and towards mid with Slight's Op watching in towards that run. There's the shot on the Malbs. Manx is out as well. The Swisher falls to JBA. The control, the map control. It's all falling into place for Wildcard. Manx 1v5 to a 1v3, but it's not to be. 13-9 on map number 2. We will see Anubis coming up here in just a little bit, but the adaptations from Wildcard on their T side from map 1 to map 2 gave them the foundation for this shutdown defense.
Yes, it did. Wildcard, an entirely different team, taking initiative, taking direction, not just going for a cookie-cutter stock standard default, instead taking the onus upon themselves to go for a directional play, to take the risk. And let me tell you, the risk most certainly paid off in this one. As you mentioned, a solid first half. Sure, M80 adapted by the end of it, but it felt too late there. With the pistol round in the second, Wildcard definitely were able to take things over on the CT side. Sure, it wasn't the prettiest. Sure, it was back and forth till the end, but still, Wildcard emerged and looked like the better team overall in the second map, and again, completely upturned our expectations for this series.
Indeed, it was a tale of two maps from both sides. Wildcard flat and uneventful on map number 1, but fiery and aggressive on map number 2. M80 playing their game on map number 1, but unable to find footing on map number 2. It all comes down to Anubis. And we set the stage so long ago now, Nate, with map number 3 being a double overtime the last time these two teams met. It doesn't get much better than this, and it'll be coming up right after the break. Here we are, folks. We go to map 3 on game number 1 of the night here in the 2024 IEM Chengdu North American Closed Qualifiers. It's Boggs and Pineapple Phillips, and Nate, it is Anubis. I was kind of hoping for it, honestly, given how good of a map it was the previous time these two teams met. But now that it comes after what shouldn't have been a marathon 2 maps, but ended up being a marathon 2 maps with technical issues, I'm very curious as to how this third map is going to shake down.
Yeah, we talked about it. It's been a marathon because of those technical issues. Talked about the last time these teams went to head-to-head. Only one of the maps in this is the common. That is Anubis. That is the decider. Other 2 maps were brand new. And in fact, both those first 2 maps were kind of landslides in comparison to the other 2 maps played in the last time these teams went head-to-head. The scores were 13-4 Nuke in favor of M80 and 13-9 on Ancient in favor of Wildcard. Both teams taking their opponent's map picks. All of our predictions, all of our projections for this one were kind of thrown up into the air after the ending of that second map. But if there's one prediction that I hope is right, it's that this third map will be a barn burner.
I agree. I hope this third map is a barn burner. We deserve one of those maps that goes down as that was one to remember. And in a good way, because there are those that are ones to remember in a bad way too. And I'm hoping for one of the former, not the latter. And when it comes down to Anubis, both teams do play it a decent amount, 12 times for M80 with a 9-3, 7 times for a 4-3 record on Wildcard. But the one thing we have to look at is their most recent meeting, that 19-17 win for Wildcard in double OT. And that is definitely the one to keep an eye on. Yes, it's still an overall 2-1 record in favor of M80 on the map. But recency bias is a thing for a reason. And the way Wildcard played on Ancient gives me nothing but hope that they can actually win on this final map of this series. And M80 haven't shown me that they have what it takes to take it, given that second map.
No, that second map showed a lot of doubt in me in M80. And additionally, Wildcard had proven that victory on Anubis was not a flash in the pan. They've played it since then. They played it yesterday versus NRG, and they also won it very convincingly in that affair, 13-4. So Wildcard have proven that they are strong on this map. M80 historically overall has the advantage 2-1 in terms of series, but as you mentioned, the recency bias is there, and I think given the momentum that should have been gained from map number 2, Wildcard should have an advantage coming into this one. However, if M80 can rebound, if they can use this time to talk things through, talk about how their approach should be different going into this third map, then we should hopefully have a clash of both teams at the height of their performances. I want to see the M80 from map 1. I want to see the wild card from map 2. And if we get that, if the stars align, this should be another overtime bout as a decider in the opener of this qualifier.
Or at the very least, a really darn good game of Counter-Strike. Because it might end 13-10, 13-11. But it's going to be good regardless. If we get these two teams showing their best throughout this series, it will be one to keep your eye on. Now, there is no other game right now to keep an eye on because Liquid took down Boss 13-5, 13-5. That means Liquid will play the winner of our series here, and Boss will play the loser of this series in an elimination matchup later tonight. That one, I believe, is supposed to start an hour and a half from now.
Yep.
But I don't believe that'll be the case now because that usually means we'll have a bit more of a delay for the players to rest and refuel, and we will take that time to do the same ourselves. But looking at Anubis a little bit more, it's a map which I think leads into that aggressive style we saw from Wildcard on Ancient. And if M80 cannot find a way to counter that, which they showed no consistent way of doing on map number 2, then Wildcard set themselves up for victory here.
Yes, they definitely do. Also, keep in mind, we don't know who's starting where for this third map. There's going to be a knife round for the decider, and it sounds like we have waited long enough. We are getting into the action. This is the decider. It's effectively a best of one, and M80 on the T side makes me think that they probably won the knife round. But regardless, we are into the action. We have full Kevlar for Wildcard. They're looking to take fights. M80, set of utility for one, and Rek is the one to find the opener. Sonic, a good trade, catches him jumping around, and JBA finds a second. Sonic trades out Infinite. JBA drops Manx. It's just slacks. He has Kevlar, but he's a lot to do. 1 versus 3. Dancing with the player on site. Can't get a clean duel, and the numbers bolster Wildcard's chances in that one. They win the round. They take the pistol on their CT side, and they start this third and final map with their best foot forward.
That's 3 straight pistol rounds for Wildcard as well. M80 won the first 2. Wildcard have won the subsequent 3. Always a good thing to win your pistol rounds, and in an MR12, the way the economy is, pistol rounds become exponentially more important. No bomb plant means no force buy for M80 either on their T side, and so they have a decoy and 2 flashbangs, Glocks on the rest, and aggression from Wildcard, grouping up, trying to play the numbers game with their SMGs. I like that call a lot. It's the information they have to know now. It's going to be an AN. JBA can get support pool, and he will get at least 600, 1200, not quite 1800, but he does get 3 kills out of it. Finally does get dropped. Doesn't look like a bomb plant will be coming through here for M80, though. A slight will come through to make sure nothing crazy happens. And a pretty clean, easy 2-0 start for Wildcard here on map number 3.
Good start and best that could be asked for them. Denied the bomb plant as well. There'll be AKs, but a little bit lacking on the utility for M80 perhaps. The AKs though should give them a hefty advantage going into round number 3. Can they upend the expected slow start that we've seen from them time and time again? Can they finally put a round on the board rather quickly? Or will Wildcard begin to forge a solid lead in the early stages of this third map? Good spam from Sonic. Takes down Manx, but at a hefty cost. Sonic down to 16. Still though, a very solid start, all things considered. Smoke through the smoke. Wreck drops JBA in response, but was a solid advantage, and control quickly falls away. Wildcard, I like their CT defense. It's proactive. It's aggressive. We talked about wanting to see it. It comes through here. This time around, though, it is punished. JBA, unseated. 4 versus 4, though. Still a lot of work for M80 to do if they want to win this first rifle round.
Very large amount of work for M80 to do. A second kill would go a long way to making it easier. But they've yet to find any inroads besides that opening pick. No re-peeking, no over-aggression from the CT side. A wise decision from Wildcard in that regard. Slight, though, might make contact here. Peeks out. Gets chased away. Broadsides exchanged. Swisher takes a little bit of chip damage. In comes the Molotov. Mobs will strike from behind. Sonic on 16 HP is a one-shot. And he's tucked behind a smoke in the cover, looking to catch somebody off guard. He'll grab Mobs and maybe even Slacks as well. Stanislaw at the very least falling for the favor of M80. But Sonic is still around. It looks like it will be a save here between Sonic and Infinite. They do not want to go back for the save their guns. And so we see a 2-1 start to map number 3. And M80 with the guns in hand look alive.
It's what they need. Now the question is, will these same issues plague them in map number 3 as map number 2? Their T side, they found victories, they found success, and it was quickly ripped away from them thereafter, stymieing any sort of potential to balance out, to stabilize. Can M80 get 2 in a row on the board early on in this first half of map 3? Wildcard, what's the investment? Should be some rifles dropped. Should still be a solid buy overall. Slight has an op. That is a big weapon to have. Lacking utility on a couple, sure. That's the compromise you make for an op in round number 4. 80 though. Similar concessions made. Only 2 surviving means they'll have to have some Galils on Mobs and Manx. Those weapons, though, still be very powerful against the op of Slight.
Another defaulty round from M80 as they work their way around the map. Nothing super big found just yet. As this round starts to tick nearer the minute mark. Manx gaining some ground in E-Box. Molly's it clear, sprays away. Counter utility thrown. But no real damage. Wreck does finally fall. Stanislaw and JBA take some damage, and Swisher will finish off Infinite. So there's a pick on each side of the map for each team. Sonic In a very hard spot to clear, but Manx can catch the timing. Swisher will have to finish the job, takes a dink in the meantime. Slight has that op on sight. He is obscured by the smoke for a brief moment in time as Stanislaw makes his way on through. Bomb plant in the smoke, covered by the obelisk's base as well. Malbs trying to get out of there, spotted by the op as Stanislaw dies to Swisher's hand. Slight, though, kind of stuck on a bit of an island. Has JBA with him. Swisher drive-by'd by the USP. There is no save right now for Wildcard. They're all in on this round. JBA finishes Manx. Slacks, peeks, he jiggles, and he's finished by JBA. 2 big kills for him, 2 for Slight, and the lead stays and it grows for Wildcard here. But a costly round victory and a bomb plant mean that we're still pretty much equivalent economically.
No, I'd say Wildcard's a bit better off. Manx on 2,700, Malbs on 3,100. The buy is going to be desperate from them if they choose to go for it. Swisher can barely afford an AK and armor. It would probably behoove M80 at this stage to go for pistol Kevlar. Go for an aggressive play, a quick pop, maybe go middle, drop through the window, something along those lines. And clearly, they're left at a crossroads. They know that they can go for it. They know that they can save, and so they'll call a tactical pause to talk things out. Swisher seems rather keen on going for it, as does Rek. Swisher, he goes for a body armor, AK smoke. I like the call. Can be a little bit risky, though. But again, the trend continues. M80 find one, and then that one is swiftly isolated by Wildcard. Wildcard do very well to recover after tough losses. This map appears to be no different. M80, you put a round and a second round behind it on the board to really find inroads on this decider. If they can't do that, this map is all but certainly going to go the way of Wildcard.
It is that force for M80. Deagle and Tech 9, the pistols, AKs, the rifles. No little cheeky window drop, Nate. At least not yet. Lots of mid control, though. Malbs leading the charge, walking over the bridge. No mid control at all from Wildcard. It's a complete abandonment of this vicinity of the map. And not really anybody watching the angles either. Slight finally making his way back towards A to keep an eye on the cross. And the op might just yield the first kill of the round. The flash will blind him away. Reinforcements will be called for. Slight has to shotgun op. He misses. And Swisher puts him down. Sonic falls in the meantime on rotation. As Rek is holding the back lines. They know where JBA is as well. He's finished off by Rek as well. Young Rek against young JBA. Compatriots in age. But enemies on the server. 2 rounds now for M80 as there's no retake here for Wildcard. The bomb's gone down, 5 alive. And the CTs know their money. It's in a really rough spot. Save the A1Ss, save that kid on Stan. And see if they can stand tall in round number 6, actually. As this is round number 5, and I think Rek's going to be fine all the way back where he is. Swisher's getting out of dodge as well. No zany hijinks to end this one.
Nothing wacky, nothing aggressive. M80 know keeping 5 alive is rather important to build a T-side economy very quickly, and so they'll keep all 5 as a figure. Swisher should upgrade to a helmet. Swisher should upgrade to a helmet. He might overlook it because he might forget that he didn't get one. And that could be a consequence. Could have knock-on effects in this round, round number 6. Slight has a FAMAS that would one-shot. The A1Ss would also one-shot when they normally wouldn't. M80. Big question, can they put 2 in a row on the board? That's what I want to know. They've been unable to do so on Ancient. They've been unable to do so thus far on this map. Can they finally break the curse?
So far, I will say we have seen these 2 teams towards the better end of their performances throughout this series. Oh, the boost up for Stanislaw traded back, and it's a 4v4. Still, that'll favor the T side a little bit early. Maybe not so much as we get into the later rounds, but in the 4v4, there is a little more space to be gained. This little double crunch from E-Box, though, is going to be huge. But Manx deals with the first. Lights just behind that smoke. Molotov forcing him forward. He steps. He's spotted. And Rek's there to back up his in-game leader. From a 4v4 to a 4v2, M80 looking to put this curse to bed. Swisher gun out! Wins that fight. The lack of a helmet does not come back to bite him. And JBA, the last man standing, is on the right site. But can he actually impact this one in a serious manner? The bomb is going to cross in the open. So he might be able to drop that.
There's a smoke. They'll at least peek
Oh,
it
they'll just fight
beforehand.
it.
Yeah, they'll fight it with a second, though. They won't let the bomb cross alone. JBA, sure, he was in the right direction. Wasn't even on the right site. I hate to contradict you, but he was very far removed. At this point, he's going to try and save, but Rek probably will not let him. Rek walks in. Rek beheads him. 3-3. The curse is broken 2 rounds in a row for M80 in a tied ball game, along with a hefty advantage now in round number 7. They have rifles. Wildcard should be on a full save. And there should very likely be a 4th and potentially even a 5th for M80, depending on how they play their cards. The money for Wildcard is quite low. They should be investing nothing. They should be using USPs only in this round.
USPs only. No utility. No kits. Nothing special. Except for JBA. He's been a special performer throughout the course of this series so far. And he's been a bright spot to watch. Infinite will get double doinked. And if you're a Bears fan, I just brought back bad memories with that. I'm sorry. Kinda. Kinda not. It was really funny. Not gonna lie. It was very funny. Nate, I know you know nothing about what I'm talking about here.
Yeah, I know. Actually, negative amounts. Like
NFL playoff game, kicker hits both uprights of the field goal and the ball bounces out instead of going through.
Oh, that's a classic.
And they lost the game because of it.
A fumble, some might say. No.
It's become infamous.
Makes sense.
But that's just life as a Bears fan. I'm a Charger fan, so I can't really say anything besides I feel your pain.
Okay. Did Stanislav just hit him while flying through the sky? I think he did.
I think so.
Interesting shenanigans, perhaps. So rifle now dropped for recovery. That's Sonic picking that weapon up. Plant hits dirt. It's going to be around for M80 regardless, but saving a rifle, pretty important for Wildcard given how tight their economy is. Stanislav, JBA, and Slight should all be looking for X's at this point. No reason to save a weapon you didn't buy. Stanislav might catch Swisher or might compel Swisher to stay in this corner a little bit longer. Swisher finds the kill, runs away. Should be able to survive here if I'm not mistaken. Yep. Very far away. Slight and JBA will find nothing, but the rifle is brought into the following, and that's all that really matters for Wildcard. They got something out of that round at the very least. M80, though, 3 in a row. Now Wildcard are feeling the pressure. Tactical timeout used. Rifles in hand at least, but no op present yet again for Slight. Whereas Slacks has one in his hands, and he's very keen on using it.
T-side opping, not exactly the easiest though, Nate. That'll be a bit of a difficult thing for him to get into this game with. But if Wildcard get aggressive, then the op becomes a lot easier to work with. And in the post plants, of course, the op is incredibly strong. But Wildcard, with this timeout, will have to have a change of pace here. They'll have to pick up something different. They showed adaptation, but it took a long time in this series. They need a faster adaptation, a faster adjustment. And what is the adjustment? What's the call? It's a 3-stack B, 1 towards A, 1 towards middle. And that op is looking for that opening pick. The smokes will obscure that vision, allow Slight to move around the site a little bit more freely. And this canal play from Wildcard, very intriguing here. As they're going for a crunch, they have Stanislav pushed all the way through A main as well. Rek watching from the window, spots out Infinite, but he can't capitalize on it. Spots the armor of Stanislav as well. The jig is up, the play is known, but it's all down to finishing off the kills for M80 at this point.
They have the information, the play is up. Surprise factor eliminated. And while I do like the call, we've seen a myriad of looks from Wildcard. I will give them props for that. Some around the execution isn't quite flawless, and they invested a lot of utility in setting up that play as well. Now all that utility is left by the wayside with no kills to show for it. They have 2 flashes, a nade, a Molotov, and that's it. No smokes to buy time. That could be an issue. And Matey, what's the call? A straight walk towards A. They re-clear, angles out. They're making the right call. There's no one here. Wildcard grouping up towards middle, hoping to get aggressive and find something. Slacks, though, negotiates the crossing safely enough. Wreck taking point, is looking for an opening. Player in heaven gets a dink, but not a kill. JBA rotating it quickly enough to get here, but Mobs in the meanwhile drops Infinite over towards the exit sign. Sonic and JBA, though, aren't done yet. They're going to fight their way in. 3 kills found. Wreck on site finally activates, getting 1, but the rotations have come through, and Wreck is overrun. The last alive is Slacks. He crossed middle and was caught there, tagged down to 49 with no bomb and no time. He is sent running into the hills. 1 versus 3, no chance there, let alone given the time. Wildcard off the back of their timeout do find success, albeit not with the fanciful strategy they had in mind.
Hey, it worked. And it's going to be a confidence builder for Wildcard as well. And that's the big thing, too. They need to build that confidence. They need to build that momentum through this series. A very rough start. A good finish on map 2, although it got shaky there in the midpoint. And here on map 3, it's about as dead even as you could ask for, which is kind of what we expected as well. And we expected that pretty much 50-50 coin flip at double OT in their last meeting about a week ago. This is definitely living up to the expectation. But M80 have also shown they've kind of struggled in the chaos over maps 2 and 3 so far. Map 1, chaos was their friend. They won the pistol round of the opening map. The first pistol round, the first round of this whole entire series, because of chaos. They've struggled towards the tail end of the series with it. Now the op might not be spotted because of all the flashbangs, just completely blinding everybody. Molotov's on the slide. He's double mollied, and he's still alive for some brief moment in time. Stanislaw goes 1 for 1. JBA out A main as well will not be expected, surely. They do try to molly him out. Now he peeks. Flames actually saving his life, thrown by M80, but Makes around the cake is holding on for dear life. Slight still in the pool, has not been removed. They know he's there, but he still gets one. Makes caught from behind, and Wildcard back in the lead. The chaos again benefiting the team on the CT side.
Wildcard's rotations have been good. Their positions on site have been relatively unorthodox, or at least unexpected by M80. Wildcard was very good overall. Again, we were dubious earlier on about their complete lack of control towards middle. That round was no different. M80 got control. They got through exit for free, but that was because Wildcard were heavily stacking over towards A main. 1 on the platform, 1 in actual A main proper, and that paid off in a massive way. It allowed for rotations to come through off of the initial take. It allowed them to stay alive long enough to be thorns in the side of M80. And M80 now find themselves on the back foot yet again. Wildcard using a timeout, talk things out, slow things down. Maybe got a little bit hectic in the comms. Also, they talk out their buy because it's still not the best. They're investing most of the money they gained back into this round. And Matey as well. While their coffers are no longer lined as they were, they still have enough to get a solid investment in this one. Opt for Slacks. No such luxury for Slight, however. Could give M80 the edge they need in round number 10. Very distinct possibility. It's like Slack's op has been very disjointed. It's holding across the map away from a majority of the pressure points from Imedi. That just leaves it too disjointed, too far away to have any real impact. Wildcard, not overextending on opposite sides of the map, instead just playing in one direction, and this round is over in the blink of an eye. Wreck, a team kill for good measure. 7-4 for Wildcard. They have secured the advantage. An 8-4 on the CT side of all sides would definitely be a statement on Anubis. The trends. Freshens up the formula for sure. Something to do besides just waiting out the smoke. Wreck has been very much bullied in towards A main, but that won't stop him from finding success. Slight dropping Manx, but Wreck trading it back. Top of Slack's an uncharacteristic miss there, and he is definitely kicking himself for that, as you can tell. Stanislaw drops Swisher. 4 versus 2 secured. IGL not overextending, just playing exit sign, looking for something, looking for information. Molotov is one such piece. He spots the op, doesn't overextend. Just gonna wait for rotations to come through. 2 players on the flank. Stanislaw's more than content, setting up for the retake.
Flames will look around the site. A push through by Stanislaw just completely blindsides Wreck. He's looking the wrong direction. Sonic comes in as well. And M80's Force Spy is all for nothing. It's an 8-4 half for Wildcard as we head to half number 2.
Wildcard proving the momentum from map number 2 can be translated into map number 3. A dominant 8-4 performance on the CT side of Anubis. It's Pineapple Phillips and Boggs on the microphone. Wildcard with a hefty advantage. Wildcard, while they are favored on their CT side of this map, and maybe are favored on the T, and that performance is somewhat disappointing, all things considered. Aggression towards B main for M80 does not pan out as they would hope. Slacks, the player who flashed them in, now left with a lot to find. He finds no luck, no safe harbor. Malb's the last alive. 1 versus 4. He's caught Slight, the first small trial pass, but now he has to find the next 3. Flashes in, good for 1, but Sonic is quick on the trade. Wildcard continue to translate the momentum from half number 1 into half number 2, sweeping both pistol rounds on this deciding map.
4 straight pistols for Wildcard. And with an 8-4 lead, winning that second half pistol is pretty much a death sentence for anyone on the opposite side, that case being M80 here and now. They'll force up with a Deagle on 2, a Scout, a 5.7, and an MP9. Minimal utility, 0 defuse kit. Meanwhile, Wildcard are anticipating this kind of a 4, so it is a more rifle-heavy buy-up for the Ts. 2 AKs, the Galil, and the double Mac-10 setup. Mank's so aggressive here, but one and done just does not cut it for M80 anymore, Nate. They need 2 for 1s at a minimum. Preferably clean fights 1. They haven't been able to get that consistently over the last 2 maps. Been a big problem for them. There's Malbs to chime in. Manx will get another, but they both fall, so in the end, it ends up being 1 for 1s. Or in this case, a 2 for 2. JBA and Slight scaling forward. Sonic picking off Wreck. And this one is a disaster for M80 unless they can find some magic back in. The Scout for Slacks has found a tag onto Slight from the looks of things. Swisher is making the right read back to B, so is Slacks. But can the Deagle and Scout combo really lead to anything? There's one. Bomb on site. Big info here. But Swisher falls off from mid. The Scout tags down Sonic. Looking for the next. It's JBA. Bomb going down. It's a fake. Slacks creeping forward. Swisher there with him. JBA's protecting Sonic, rather, as Slacks goes far too far forward. And JBA with the 4K. He's going to hold the line here. And Wildcard 3 rounds away from sending M80 into an elimination bout with Boss later on tonight.
It has been the Liquid waiting in the wings for the victor of this one for, what, like an hour and a half at this point? An hour? The 13-5 in both of the first 2 maps in their favor. This one has been very different, whether it be technical issues or, of course, going the distance to the third. Very different state of affairs for this matchup. Wildcard. Wind in their sails. Momentum is theirs. 3 rounds to separate them from a duel with Liquid. M80. On just pistols, forced into a save round. And a couple of Eagles. And a 5.7 for a little bit of good luck, but given that the 4 spy in the round prior did not work out, I don't expect the pistols to fare any better.
I have to agree. In fact, I think the pistols will probably fare significantly worse. Unless they can just find some sort of chaotic lucky stack that works out, but the odds of that are not very high, and Wildcard are doing their due diligence, clearing everything slowly but carefully. 1 step at a time, 1 corner at a time, death ball formation. They're going into the stack, though. This is where things can get crazy. The Mac-10 strikes for 1. The USP won't find anything. In comes Bulbs and Makes with 3, and all of a sudden there's a chance, but that chance evaporates as Stanislaus sprays down his counterpart. And there is only 2 more rounds separating Wildcard and a date with Liquid. I don't know if I'd classify that as necessarily a fun date, but Wildcard can make it worthy nonetheless. Liquid that just took down Boss 13-5 on 2 maps. That's a scoreline and a half for them, especially considering how weak they looked at the RMR qualifier. They still have to get through M80, although M80 looking flatter and flatter as time rolls by. Slacks has that op on the CT side. Still only 1 kill to his name. That is a huge issue. Malbs has caught up towards Wreck and Swisher. There's really been no game-changing plays for M80 here on map number 3. Nothing that really sparks confidence or gives some sort of hope.
Solid start
Down
for
goes
Infinite.
Slacks.
Yeah, a big, fortunate opening, I should say. Infinite pushing fourth, finds a second. Malbs, the third. A contingency holding it an off angle does finally put an end to his reign, but doesn't matter. The advantage is secured. The wildcard aren't going to squander that either. 3 now down towards Canal, looking to split towards B. Sonic, the other one, last to activate, will come in from B main. Wreck, Swisher. 2 of the solid performers for this team, at least, onto the site. Good Molotov. Slow down the take. Nice time for a rotation. It's going to be a gamble stack from M80. There was a time for them to come back. It would be now. Make your stand. All 3 are here. Molotov comes in. Good start for Rek. A second swing. Not quite found, but Rek does at least trade. 2 versus 2. The player up close, though. Rek is caught, and Malbs is traded 1 for 1 by Sonic through the smoke. 12-4. Wildcard looking to put this series to bed in dominant fashion as they look leagues ahead of M80 on Anubis.
Leagues indeed. In distance and in depth, Nate. It's just all wild card throughout the course of map number 3. A very close, it was a 4-4 scoreline. That's 8 rounds in a row for wild card here. And they don't look like stopping. They don't look like turning around and going back the other direction. M80 have thrown whatever they could at wild card, and it just hasn't stuck at all. It's bounced off like a rubber ball. And in the meantime, Wildcard have gotten great plays from players like JBA and Sonic. Stanislaus had his moments as well. But overall, they've looked more composed, they've looked more structured, they've made better decisions. And I think the latter is the most important part of it all. The decision-making in the micro game has been so much better for Wildcard over the last 2 maps. M80 have not been able to compete. And the sort of red flags, the danger signs that I've seen from M80 over the last few maps and matches have really come to fruition here and bloomed into this poisonous flower of death as they seem to be on a devolution spiral towards the end of this series.
They've been left at a loss. They've had no adjustments that could really help out. Wildcard, again, looking overly regimented in map number 1. A wholly different look in maps number 2 and 3. I love the variety of setups they had on the CT side. I love how slow and yet directed their play is. They haven't been upset or caught off kilter by the likes of Wildcard. Or by the likes of M80, excuse me. Wildcard, ready to find a 13th, looking ready to face off against Liquid. Manx trying to make the best of a bad situation on site, finds 1 and 2. No, it's Manx, Swisher, and Rek, excuse me. Each combining fire for 1 apiece. Could be they have a little bit of gas left in the tank, M80. Swisher takes down Slight Infinite, offering some resistance towards middle, but he is spammed away by Maul. It was a pretty clean round, all things considered. M80 finally offering us something on the CT side, but where was this earlier? It's way too late at this stage, in my opinion. 7 rounds are still required just to get to overtime.
7 rounds in a row would have to be 8 total. I mean, Wildcard did it, so theoretically it's possible. We've seen it done just in this very map alone by their opposition. But M80 need to show us a lot more to even get me believing, Nate. I'm still in the point of view where Wildcard can reasonably win this round with a Glock in hand. And I would not be surprised the way that the 2 teams have been performing this game. I would not be shocked. I would not be befuddled. It would be like, all right, cool. That actually seems that checks out. It's how the 2 teams have been playing right now. And I think a lot of it does go down to the T-side calls of Stanislaus. If things start slipping out of his control, maybe we'll see things go back to the favor of M80, but still, 8 rounds of match point. 7 rounds to this point now. It's such a long road back in. And even a big individual round from somebody like JBA can completely win a round for you. At this point, with so many match points in a row, you can find your way lucking them to a victory, and I don't think Wildcard will even need that. There's the first kill. JBA, Speak of the Devil, starts it off. Slacks will get 1 in return, but Manx has gone down. AK upgrades now. Slight and Stand on the Kalashnikovs. Bomb being planted. Slacks looking for a victim, but he cannot find a push. Sonic, close quarter, takes advantage of Wreck tossing in the nade, has that backup from Infinite. 2 more kills to find, make it 1. It's all up to Slacks. He has 1. He spots the next. He's volleyed out. He goes through. He would have burned if Stanislaw did not put him through with the AK. A 13-5 for Wildcard to dominate M80 in this opening round of the IEM Chengdu closed qualifier. Nate, Wildcard is here, and they've just made a statement.
Yes, they did. They're here to play, they're here to stay, and they are proving to be a force in North American Tier 2 Counter-Strike Wildcard. A massive upset. Again, upending everything we said we expected and everything we hoped for in this series. To recount, we said Wildcard, if they want to win this one, it would be a 2-1 with a required victory on their own map pick. If M80 win map 1, it should be a 2-0 in their favor. Instead, Wildcard lose their own map pick handedly, might I add. That was a 13-4 scoreline, and then proceed to upset map 2, winning Ancient, and then making Anubis, the map we said that should be the barn burner of series enders, in a very one-sided affair, 13-5. Every prediction we made went out the window in this series, and again, Wildcard proving that they're the team that deserves to face off against Liquid in that upper bracket final. Again, let's take a look at that upgraded bracket, that updated bracket. As we mentioned, Liquid won versus Boss 2-0, 13-5, 13-5. Wildcard just won this series 2-1, bloodied and battered, but still a victory nonetheless. They will now play in the upper bracket finals in, assuming the time has not been updated, just under an hour, but it probably will be more like an hour and a half. That will be at tentatively scheduled for 6:30 Pacific time. That's on ESLCS as well. And we will follow the lower bracket semifinals, the elimination matchup. M80 looked poised to win this one, but instead they fall down below to face off against the likes of Boss. That is an elimination match, and that is going to be right here in about an hour as well, Boss.
Yeah, again, that time scale will probably be pushed forward a little bit, but keep an eye on HLTV for that. And I think we have a timer on stream as well, so we should keep you guys updated and apprised of any future time changes for this one. But Wildcard, impressive, so impressive, a real rough start. But once they got into the flow of things, once we looked at Ancient, and then moving forward into Anubis, past that 4-4 mark, Wildcard just popped off. JBA, Sonic, and Stanislaw, the 3 main fraggers. Although Infinite did have a very good performance on Ancient, JBA was consistent across all 3 maps. Sonic was a consistent performer as well. And not even needing Infinite to dominate M80 is a great sign for Wildcard. They got good op frags from Slight when they needed it. He didn't have to take over the game. We don't really see that from Oppers in CS2 anyways, but he provided good support. He provided necessary kills and timely frags. And overall, Wildcard have very few weaknesses to exploit right now if they can continue to play like they did in the latter 2 maps.
Yeah, you mentioned Infinite not really being needed. He's the entry. He's running in selflessly as they start to find an opening somewhere. And sure, that doesn't work sometimes, but he has JBA to have multi-frags, to find ways back into rounds that you wouldn't expect. Everybody from Wildcard really playing their part. Again, I was a little bit worried after that first map. In fact, I'd say even overly so, but they put my doubts to bed. They adjusted accordingly, and M80 instead were the team that I was left flummoxed by, the team that I was left disappointed by. It felt like nothing that they could do, nothing that they could adapt with would change the outcome of this series.
Yeah, M80 could not get anything to stick past Nuke, and now they find themselves on the brink of elimination. But folks, we're going to take a break while the players refuel. We will as well. It will be M80 and Boss on the other side of this break. It will be extended. Not sure the exact start time, but keep it peeled here. We'll have a timer, and you can always check HLTV too. But when we come back, we will have that elimination match, M80 versus Boss. Not exactly the 2 teams we expected, but a fire matchup nonetheless. We'll see you when we get there.
sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristess. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deiner Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwansee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in,
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got us started well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Nuke!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion.
Welcome back, everybody. No long delay. We're going right back into the matches. This time an elimination match here at the Intel Extreme Masters Chengdu 2024 closed qualifier for North America. I'm Boggs, and Pineapple Phillips is here with me if you guys forgot or if you're just joining us. And folks, we have ourselves what I think is a pretty spicy elimination matchup between a Boss and M80.
It's a very interesting one for sure. Boss kind of could have been expected to be here again, just given their tough opening round matchup versus Liquid. And M80, though, definitely kind of a coin toss there. I feel like all of the matches in this qualifier have been what you could best describe as a 50-50. I guess some maybe more 60-40, but they have all been up in the air in that either team could realistically emerge victorious if they played their cards right. Liquid, of course, I would say probably close to that 60-40, even a 70-30 over Liquid easily. But M80 wildcard very much felt like a 50-50 leading up to and even at it. In fact, I think even we favored them, M80, 55-45, and yet still, nonetheless, wildcard emerged victorious in that opener.
Yeah, that one was very close in my mind. The one thing, like recent form, I had to favor wildcard, but the head-to-head definitely favored M80, and the peaks that I've seen these two teams was towards M80, but M80 was not playing up to their usual prowess, Nate. And if we see that against Boss here, I don't know how well this is going to go for them. We do have our vetoes, though. Let's start breaking this down because it sounds like this one is going to kick off, and hopefully without the 40,000 tech delays that we had to start the last series. But Boss had that first ban, and they got rid of Overpass. M80's perma is Mirage, so that's the first two out of the way. Boss's pick, though, I think, is quite interesting.
Boss's pick is very interesting. They go for Ancient. It's a map that we saw in both series thus far today. It was a 5-13 loss versus Liquid for Boss, and it was a 9-13 loss for M80 versus Wildcard. I think M80, sure, they struggled on the map overall, but I still feel like they should have a relatively hefty advantage on this opener. Boss, though, trying to pick to their strengths, and I can most certainly respect that.
Yeah, I think you have to play like that. You have to pick to your strengths or you will find yourself in a disadvantageous situation. You have to have confidence in yourself, and that's exactly what Boss do there. M80 do the very same thing, picking into Vertigo. Their 16-2 record speaks for itself, and a 3-game win streak versus Boss on the map as well does bode very well for M80. Anubis banned by Boss, I think that's a wise one after their 13-5 trouncing at the hands of Liquid. Inferno removed by M80, also a very wise ban given their historic struggles on the map, leaving Nuke as a decider, which to me does favor M80, especially seeing how they took down Wildcard and pretty much dismantled them.
Yeah, Nuke is a map that Boss aren't terrible on by any means. They don't shy away from it necessarily. However, I do agree. I think given M80's recency on the map, and again, given the fact that their opponents picked it and they still had a trouncing like that 13-4 on the map, really speaks to how comfortable M80 can be on the map. So I think no matter how you split it, no matter which way you look at it, Boss have their work cut out for them in this series. And it's a very high stakes one at that. As we mentioned, this is the elimination matchup of the night. If you lose this, you are out of the closed qualifier and you have no hopes of making it to IEM Chengdu.
Yeah, and Nate, I will add some more fuel to the fire here that could become Boss's funeral pyre. Their last 4 series since they became Boss have been won by M80. The last 3, 2-0 for M80.
Does not paint a pretty picture. And I will say, Boss, I get picking to your strengths, but they definitely, I feel like, left a lot on the table with these bans. They left too much for M80 to work with, in my opinion. That 16-2 record, as you mentioned, on Vertigo, sticks out like a sore thumb. I can understand picking Ancient, playing to your strengths, I guess, playing a map that they're proficient in, especially with M80. There's almost no maps that they aren't proficient on, barring their one permaban. And even then, they're going to permaban it, obviously.
Yeah.
I feel like it would have been far better suited to picking off Vertigo and making sure that map doesn't come through, especially given, it's been a month and a half since they last played on the map, sure, but it was still a 13-4 for M80, and I'm sure M80's only gotten better on the map since then.
Yeah, M80 hasn't really been tested on it all too much. I mean, they have a win versus Wildcard recently, a win versus Nouns, and then they played Boss. But the real thing to look at too is the fact that the Opper has changed for Boss between their last matchup and this one. Wolfie was the Opper for Boss at the time, picked up from M80 when he was removed for Slacks. And Wolfie has now moved on from Boss, and Cynic has come in to fill the role, Nate. And Cynic took a step back a while ago from Nouns. He had taken a step back from opping on that team before then. And when he made his return to Nouns as an opper, it was far from stellar.
Yeah. To summarize the overall kind of attitude we had towards Cynic's opping was, it was okay. He stepped back, we're like, wow, he's a rifler. Then he stepped back, and then he came back as an opper, and we're like, no, we need to see more rifling from him. The opping was okay before, and now it doesn't even feel okay. It does not feel like he was the opper they needed. Granted, maybe he's had a little bit more time to flush into the role. Maybe Boss are playing a little bit more aggressively with rifles as a centric core instead of an op in the backlines. Who knows? But as it stands, I do not see Cynic at his best as an opper, and I do agree. I think that I would have loved to see the Wolfie iteration of this roster fleshed out one, but of course that was a move that was not forced by them. That was a move that was, I'm sure, created by Wolfie joining Party Astronauts. And so what could have been, but at the same time, maybe, just maybe, Cynic has found his groove once more with the Big Green.
Yeah, and we'll have to see. That'll be determined partially in this game, and as the games move forward for Boss leading into Pro League, as they do have a spot at ESL Pro League. And if I'm not mistaken, Nate, both of these two teams have spots at ESL Pro League, and both of these teams are in the elimination match here at the IEM Chengdu Closed Qualifier.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, both these teams earned their spot through ECL.
Yep, the last
M80
season of
won
ECL.
it. Yeah, exactly. The last season of ECL, M80 won it, got first. Boss came in at second. And, of course, as we mentioned, 2 spots for ESL Pro League in the season of ECL, and they both get to go through. I believe that match was a 3-0 in favor of Boss? It might have been a 3,
It
or not Boss,
M80,
M80.
it was a 3-1 M80 with the upper bracket advantage.
Yeah, so they won 2, lost 1, had that 1 map advantage. It was a best of 5. Makes sense, but M80 still, especially since that forced roster shuffle, first losing Slight, then losing Wolfie, and then, of course, losing org support as well in that process, really have begun to struggle and really have begun to fall behind M80. We'll have to see if Boss can kind of recover. They've had some time, some breathing room to flush things out, but I haven't seen too much to be optimistic of. With that said, we do not need to buy nearly as much time as we did in the first series. We are getting into the match, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, sounds like we're going to be on the desk for a little bit longer, just like the first series. At least we didn't go into the game and then come back out. That would have been a little bit too much deja vu for me, but we are going to have to wait a little bit longer for this series to begin. Again, Boss versus M80. Reset the scene. The maps are Ancient, pick of Boss, with M80 starting on the CT side. Map 2, Vertigo. Boss starting on the CT side of their opponent's map pick, and the decider, if necessary, is Nuke waiting in the wings. But as you mentioned, Boggs, the last 3 times these teams have met, it has been a 2-0 clean sweep in favor of M80.
Yep. Big wins for M80. Not necessarily wide open score lines, but still 2-0 win is a confident win. You don't have to worry about that third and final. And for M80, they need to turn things around themselves. They must have had a decent talk in the intermission between the last series and this one, where they need to figure out what's going wrong, because there is something going seriously wrong for M80 right now. That is not the M80 we have become accustomed to seeing, and if they play the way they did against Wildcard in the last 2 maps, I think Boss have a very legitimate chance of plucking them off and dumping them out first and foremost in this qualifier for IEM Chengdu. And when we're looking at Boss as well, they're a team with a lot to prove. They have to find org support if they want to continue this. You cannot be a free agent team forever. Unless you're party astronauts, I guess, but that's like the outlier. Those are the few and far betweens right now. And for Boss, there's no better time than now to get a little bit of revenge against M80 for stealing away that first place spot in last season of ECL.
It really did feel like, especially not necessarily this last season, but the season before last specifically comes to mind for ECL, that Boss and M80 kind of had that grudge match. There were two teams near the top. M80 had an org at the time. Boss did as well in wildcard. And those two were kind of duking it out, going blow for blow. They're the two teams that I would have expected to make it deep into the playoffs and to have those head-to-head storylines. And of course, it's coming to a head now, once again, in this closed qualifier elimination match, albeit at a different footing than I thought it would be. It does feel like M80 have gone incrementally better, and they slip every once in a while. But it does also, in the same vein, feel like Boss have struggled. And again, they've faced adversity after adversity. We'll have to see if they can begin to stabilize yet again. Every time they face adversity, they do come out looking as good, if not better, than when they did before. But I can only speculate. It feels like Boss have begun to slip a little bit, have begun to lose some of the edge that they once had.
I think a big part of that is the opping struggles. They've lost 2 oppers in the span of like 4 months, if not like maybe 3 months. Thinking about it, it's not been a long time. And to have to go through that kind of systemic change, you have Slight and then you get Wolfie, 2 different styles. Wolfie, still serviceable. And then you end up with Cynic, who is trying to find his form again. If he's not finding form, you have to think that might be in the back of the minds of the Boss players. And you have to think that's going to be eating at Cynic himself as well, because obviously he does not want to be underperforming. Nobody does want to be underperforming. Nobody at this level is satisfied with an underperformance. You don't get here being satisfied with underperforming. And it's a mental game. It's a mental game with themselves. It's a mental game individually, and it's a team. And I think a lot of that will come to fruition here. And what will we see from Boss? Will we see Boss at their best? Will we see M80 at their best? Will we see 2 teams both struggling and making uncharacteristic mistakes? There's a lot of question marks and a lot of variables here as we wait to hop into Ancient. And I think Ancient will be a big tone setter as well. But for M80, they cannot take that as gospel, given their major slip-up going into maps 2 and 3 in their earlier series.
It's a very good point. They cannot rely on it. They cannot rest on their laurels if they find success there. They have to keep pressing the issue. They can't let it slip away like they did in the last series, M80. Boss, I'm very interested to see their approach with the op. As we mentioned, Cynic, to me, is a better rifler than an opper. I'm sure they're still going to want to have the op regardless in a multitude of situations, but it might make them less forced into having to pull out the op. You know, maybe it'll be more an object of convenience, of a good tidings rather than an object of necessity. Maybe they won't force Cynic to full save round 2 and round 3 to buy an op in round number 4 if they lose the pistol. Maybe they'll go for rifles in round 3 instead, more confident that they can pick up the pace and make an adjustment and catch out the likes of M80 instead. I'm very interested to see. I hope that kind of style comes through. I hope we get to see Cynic shine on the rifle, and I hope we get to see a Boss that is far more varied and far more deep conceptually because of it. That could really work out in my opinion. That's the one way that I think the Cynic roster works out.
Yeah, kind of like what Nouns were back before Cynic got removed in the first time, but even after that. So I think that's a good idea. I do like seeing the 5 rifles, especially in CS2. The op still isn't what it was in Go. The Whoppers are getting much more used to the situation. But folks, it seems these technical issues are plaguing us for a bit longer. So stick around, stay tuned. There is Arf Mike and JRT carrying on the Liquid Wildcard game, but keep your eyes here, because we'll have M80 and Boss when we come back on the other side of this break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A bit of a delay, but we are back on the desk to once again break down Boss versus M80. It's Pineapple Phillips and Boggs on the microphone. And again, to recap the maps, Ancient, Vertigo, Nuke. Ancient the pick of Boss, M80 CT side, M80 picking Vertigo, with Boss starting on the CT side, and Nuke, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But Boggs, it feels like what we've been setting out before us is a 2-0 in favor of M80, just to trust the trends. However, we're kind of delving into what would make Boss a potential force to be reckoned with, and that is a hybrid 5-rifle / op when you're feeling it kind of setup and approach to the game, specifically with Cynic being very proficient as a rifler.
Yeah, I'd love to see Cynic really getting engaged with the rifle. I'd love to see him moving around freely with the AK. It feels like he's at his best mentally. His decision making is significantly better and quicker when he's moving around with a rifle, at least in times past. And you get a T set of 5 rifles, 5 AKs that's working well with good utility. You don't need an op. You do not need an op if it's executed well. And we've seen teams with Cynic execute it to perfection. So I'm looking forward to the possibility that we don't get to see that op every single time on the T side, especially with Ancient and Vertigo as maps 1 and 2. You really don't need that op on the T side. It can hamstring you more than it helps you on a large amount of situations. And then on the CT side, well, you don't have the op. Doesn't matter. We got 5 stellar riflers. Good luck trying to enter a site. We'll just mow you all down in a crossfire. The op might be not worth the squeeze for Boss. And we'll see how they want to really play it. I think that's a lot of question marks, again, surrounding Boss as to how they're going to be, what they're going to do, because of all these changes and everything else surrounding them. And then for M80 as well, we did not see M80 at their best in the last 2 maps of their first series. So there is weakness there for Boss to exploit. And of course, you do want to get that revenge against a team that's beaten you 4 series in a row.
Yeah, you want to get that revenge. Boss, again, change up the ideas. I don't say forego the op entirely. Like I said, I want to see the op when you really feel like there's something you can do with it. Perhaps when you scavenge it out of a round, because Slacks is going to be going for that thing out the gates. Perhaps when you have some extra coin in the coffer and you want to try something different, throw a wrench into the plans of your enemies, try to catch them off guard. But there's a lot of kind of different things up in the air for this one. How Boss want to approach it. M80 can adjust their game plan from what was a difficult map 2 and map 3 in the prior series. And regardless, we have bought enough time, ladies and gentlemen. We are into map number 1. CT side of M80 is underway. This is the pick of Boss. Again, just to remind you all, Kevlar across the board, barring Banks with the kit and smoke for M80. One set of utility for Boss as well on Cynic. And a straight play towards A is the call. Player back towards Temple will do some damage on towards Freshie, but that won't slow them down too long. It'll be a quick fall away from Wreck and a 5 versus 5 retake going into this pistol round. As we know, 5 versus 5 post plants lend themselves to chaos.
Bring on the crazy train, folks. Swisher might get 3. He'll get 1 and 2. Darty will grab 2 as well and go for the 3rd. Wreck trades it back to a 2v2. The kit is down and not in possession for M80. 1 taps to draw out the fights. Wreck is pushing forward. Darty has him low on ammo. Malbs has grabbed the kit and he's surging in. Malbs with 1. Time is of the essence here. They have to get the bomb defused. And Wreck, I believe, has got it. I believe Malbs has enough time. And we should see another pistol round victory for M80 to kick off a series. Another 5 versus 5 pistol round retake for M80 to open up a series. This time, it's not a ninja. It's a normal round victory. But still, very chaotic, very scary towards the end. But it's good to see Darty Montana popping off with 3 headshots to kick off the pistol.
Yep, the individuals at least are feeling rather hot for Boss, or at least a couple of them are.
1.
I mean 1, but I'm sure I think I've seen a couple maps from Cynic and I believe Freshie in the first series where they did at least put up some decent numbers. 3 FAMASs, an M4, and an MP9 is the call for M80. Boss going for an investment of their own off the back of the pistol round bomb plant, and it's a mixed bag for both teams. 3 versus 2 is secured for Boss, but they have a player who's low on HP. That's Darty Montana, the hero of the round prior in this one, at now 6 kills to his name. And Mady, though, still have 2 formidable weapons on 2 formidable players. Wreck and Slacks. FAMAS's a flash, Kevlar and helmets. It's going to make the Mac 10 and the Galil struggle in the one-on-ones.
I almost want to see Darty toss that AK over to Brett or Freshy because he's so low on health. But at the same time, he's got all 6 of the kills for Boss right now. So he's doing damage. Slacks will not go too far forward. That's a good call, especially considering the man damage right now for M80. Brett is working his way up through mid, slipping into CT. Slacks, timing, gun out. Does he have his gun out? Is he ready for the possibilities? He is. He's not able to win that fight. Chunk down. Oh, well done. And now Brett has opened his account in the game as well. Bomb going down on B. The Darty Montana show is in session as the bomb goes down, and there's nothing Rec can do to stop Boss from winning this round. The Mullet Meister. 3 kills in each round. And Boss are out of the gates early. Exactly what they needed.
Out the gates early. Both these teams have struggled in the early game. That really does put them on a back foot. However, both teams being on the board very early in this one. Rec doesn't even try to go for the A1S. I believe it was dropped in towards middle. Instead, save the FAMAS towards T-spawn. The A1S, okay, it was all the way up towards cave. No real chance there that it will end up in Freshy's capable hands. 1-1. Boss tie things up very quickly. Now the wind is in their sails. M80 going to force back, all but guaranteed. There's the investments. Manx on a 5-7. Swisher gets an A1S with no Kevlar, dropping that over probably towards Bulbs if I had to guess. Swisher on just a deagle. A very selfless play from him. In this round, does have some bite from M80. If they play their cards right, Swisher gets a headshot, a niche angle. Rec has a FAMAS that can work. Bulbs on an A1S is a very scary prospect. The MP9 of Slacks up close and personal could also throw a wrench into the works. All on how they play their cards and how Boss reacts. We've seen Boss get blindsided here time and time again from Jaguar. This round, though, that will not be the case.
Just some rough pot shots going through by Swish. Slacks is hanging on sight, flamed out of position, and Darty will welcome him to the underworld. Another kill for Darty. So far, he has gotten at least 1 kill every single round. Not just the averages. There's Cynic on the FAMAS to take down Swisher. That deagle removed from Cave. The rotations from M80 very pensive now, and maybe just a save call, probably just a save call. Rec might not be allowed to save, and he won't. There's Brett to take him down a peg. Malbs does at least finish off Cynic, although Cryptic is still waiting for him. Freshy's charging in. Trade might be there. Malbs one more on the exit, but he's pincered in. He has to fight his way through. Nade will chunk him down. Darty has fallen. Malbs 1 HP. Finished by Brett. It's his turn for the hat trick. And Boss up to nothing. 2-1 rather. And the force spy of M80 does not come to any sort of success. Boss looking like they have a third lined up and ready to go. They just got to push it over the line.
It should be theirs for taking. Malbs will look to do at least some damage, though, with the deagle. We have seen a lot of USP/save round kills done by interesting unorthodox setups from M80 and their opponent wildcard in the last series, so don't be surprised if we see a kill or two going their way. The issue is M80's gambled, and they've gambled wrong. Gamble over towards B, all 5 players there. Well, all 5 players at Boss have gone towards A or have looked to hold the back lines towards A. Talking about Brett in middle with a Mac 10. He stands a very solid spot to harvest some cash if they come through middle. I think he might have been heard by Malbs, however. Cynic, he's watching the back lines. How much can he do this angle?
Well, that's one. Sprays for more. Can't pick it up. Flashes out, just buying time. That's a team kill onto Cryptic by Darty. So he's killing everybody, not just the enemy. Brett will grab another one on the Mac 10, farming some cash, runs out of ammunition, goes to the Glock. The Glock will take down the unarmored Slacks. And Manx will survive and maybe grab something. Nope, nothing there for him to upgrade to. And so
Only
we
Mac
see
10
that
there.
3-round streak from Boss.
3-round streak. Only one Mac 10 dropped by Boss. The best outcome you could realistically ask for. You never depend on a flawless round after all. And maybe going to invest. There's still going to be some cracks. Swisher, no smoke, for example. Lack of a helmet for Manx and Swisher, and Mobs as well, might I add, makes the Mac 10 of Brett a very scary proposition. Boss as well. Have near universal AKs and a good utility. That won't stop Manx, though. It's aggressive in middle. He presses fourth. He drops that Mac 10 I mentioned before, taking a point of real damage.
With that man advantage, M80 will look to scale forward. Manx forced away from the snake, but Swisher comes in to claim his territory from Jaguar or Cheetah. For to call Cheetah as well, Micro has told me that he likes to call it Cheetah. I think Jaguar is better because it can be shortened to Jag, which is one syllable, and thereby faster.
Cheetahs are only in Africa. I don't think this map is set in Africa.
No, it's definitely like a Mayan ruin.
I was thinking it's South America, correct? So
Yes, that is my assumption as well. And I believe there's
Jaguar.
also Spanish around.
I think my point stands. And I do agree. Shortening to one syllable. Pretty important in making succinct calls. To conclude, Micro's wrong. Just want to put that on the record.
And half of FPL by extension.
They're all wrong.
Wrong. That's a nice Molotov. Wards off too, and let's Boss get out onto the side. Freshie and Cynic with a very tall task ahead of them, and Freshie goes too far forward too quickly. No support. Cynic does get one, but one thing's for sure, Nate, his rifle is coming online early. He's hitting some crispy headshots. That's a good sign for Boss. Not so good a sign for M80, because it looks like he's getting comfortable again with the rifle rather than the op. They haven't even sniffed at it. They've had opportunities to buy it. It's not even been a contemplation for Boss. And they're going to go for a timeout here. And I don't mind that either, because things got a little rough there. They got too engaged in that snake fight, and they got bit by it.
Yes, they did. Tactical pause, change things up, perhaps. Saw Brett get called out very early towards middle. The Mac 10 in hand. Change some things up. Read the tendencies that M80 have. Also, I want to highlight Snick or I guess just say without hesitation, going for an AK. Here's they have foregone the scoped weapon for the T side. I can respect that call. M80 as well can't afford the luxury. Manx instead, or Slacks instead, excuse me, on an AK, which is still a one-shot headshot. Still a very capable rifle after all. Cynic. There's his AK. Covers it. What's the play? Spread out across the map. One player holding middle, passive. That is Brett, as per usual. Boss, in the meanwhile, pressuring across the map. Cryptic's on a Galil. Must have been dropped that by a teammate. Because he could have afforded an AK otherwise. But still a small concession to make overall. Where will a Boss go? Bombs towards B. 3 players are here. 2 towards Snake. 1 outside the double doors. They haven't forced their hand yet. They haven't forced a commitment towards B, but are definitely favoring it at the moment.
We're under the minute mark now, and there's not really been much contact made by either side. Now with the Molotov towards bottom mid, Mings can actually aggress. Fox Molly burns away. The flash is countered in by Boss. They're winning the fights. It's 2 for none. Good support there from Freshie. Malbs will take down Brett. But that is a small consolation right now. The bomb recovered and running in towards B. Swisher the lone defender here. Nobody there to help out. The one solo man back cube. Now Malbs has made his way through. Slacks is coming in as well. There's no time for Boss to rotate. They have to commit to B. Bomb will be moving on towards the site in the form of Darty Montana. He'll go for the plant, and he will be saved. And able to do a tiny bit of chip damage. Darty will not escape alive, but all three players from M80 coming in the same direction. Not ideal at all. They do not have a kit in possession either, Nate, so time is of the essence. They have about 15 seconds to get on the bomb, and they've yet to find another kill besides Darty. Freshie sitting in cave will be able to pop out, but Slacks will deal with him as Cryptic falls in the meantime. Cynic, he's pushing in. The bomb is being defused. Slacks will hold the line. And the Opper with the AK makes it work, and M80 will tie things up at 3 apiece here.
3 versus 3 in a retake with 3 fights, 1 clean. The M80 hold their nerve in the retake, win the duels as necessary. Very well played from them. Boss just trying to hold their angles, trying to survive for as long as possible without giving information away, but resting far back like that in a post plant is not going to work against a disciplined and regimented roster like M80. They play their own retake. They are not harassed and forced into uncomfortable positions because Boss are hiding. They're allowed to run through their protocols as they would during practice. Very well done from M80 on this defense to retake. And now Boss are on a half buy. Couple Tech 9s, couple P250s, all 5 towards B. That blindside from Swisher, perhaps from Jaguars. He spams through the smoke. Makes finding a second. Darty offers some resistance, but Swisher claps right back with a kill in response. 4 versus 2. One player might go down here. Freshie has an AK in hand, holding an off angle, but Mobs is ready for it. Swisher as well drops Cynic, a succinct end to the round. And no bomb plant means Boss will get no extra injection of cash into round number 8.
They'll buy up around this at least. They'll have AKs, Galils, and utility. At least some utility. It's not going to be ideal for Freshie at the very least. But Darty has cooled off, Nate. 7 kills in the first 3 rounds. 1 kill since. 4 kills for Brett in the first 4 rounds. 1 kill since. Or 3 kills, rather, since. The early going was really good for Boss, but once the guns have really solidified, things have not gone their way. Although Freshie dry peeks Wreck on a crouch. The crouch threw off the pre-aim of Wreck as well. That was good reaction time from young Freshward. That'll get a man advantage for Boss for the first time in a while. The op from Slacks beginning to re-aggress to A main, but he was punished significantly by Wildcard going for that kind of a peak in their earlier matchup, so he will think better of going for that here again. And with
Punished for holding up close, I think. By an aggressive play out. Instead, it's just a more passive hold. Boss running a default. Getting a player in position to sow some chaos, perhaps. Throw a bit of a fake. That's Freshie in the corner. He's sticking around. It looks like Boss are still hell-bent on going towards B. And it could work out. There's nobody on the site proper at the moment.
This re-aggression, it can work, but can also be the end of the round, and it's been spotted. Swisher tag, but Slacks capitalizes. Freshie has fallen. Mob spots a couple jumping through the Molotov a bit late, and it gives Mob some space. He'll double up, half blind, and make it a Hattie. Mobs pops off individually this time for M80. And the big guns are stepping up for the CT side. Boss, they had the opener, but they couldn't make anything else work out of it. Too slow, perhaps, to make a decision. And M80 punish. Malbs and Swisher are having themselves a start to this one. 11 and 10 respectively. Meanwhile, Manx, Slacks, and Wreck a combined 9.
They are too slow. They're too pensive. They find an opening. They should be looking for openings elsewhere, probing around and not committing so quickly. Well, I say quickly, but not committing off of one pick, finding more information before going for said commitment. Manx doubling up in the middle. It's just pistols. Expect it to be a rather convincing victory for M80, but you'd hope for at least some resistance being offered by Boss. They find one solitary frag onto Swisher. The round is over in a blink of an eye, and M80 have guaranteed themselves at least even footing for the second half. Very solid start on Ancient. Again, the pick of Boss. And Boss need to switch up that mid-round. They find the openings. Very good start. Looks pretty good. But look for something else. Don't just look for an opening and then slow things down to a crawl. Be a little bit more adaptive. Find an opening elsewhere. Probe around to get control. And now they feel a little bit too one-dimensional. Good nade to start things off on a Cryptic. It's going to be a change of pace towards B. Cryptic selflessly entering out. Mobs, though, lines up 1 and 2. Tags a third, and Darty is not expecting the double up towards Cave. 3-1 for Swisher. Spray from Cynic is not good enough. The flash from Wreck proving too influential. The last alive is Freshy. He'll find a second, but Slacks is up. Will not miss from the back lines. 7-3 in favor of M80. And again, succinct rounds ending in their favor, and no bomb plants means that Boss's economy is constantly being hamstrung.
You have to know Swisher is going to be in Cave. He's always in Cave. He's always in Cave and Jaguar. If you're playing Ancient, Swisher is Cave and Jaguar. CT side, T side, Swisher is Cave and Jaguar. You have to be ready. And that's an oversight Boss cannot afford to make at this late stage in the half. Manx goes aggressive and the flashbangs completely obliterate him. Now here comes Swisher again. Cave, Jaguar pushes down Snake and he takes down 2. Cryptic and then Barrett. Mob supporting with a flashbang for the second. And that completely kiboshes what Boss had going for him. Mob sitting in towards middle. Cynic pushing in. That's a nice fight won by him. He'll slip through CT, but Wreck in the meantime has himself a pair. And it's all up to Cynic. What can he do in the 1v3? Swish is crouching around. Headshot from Cynic. That's 2 of the 4 he needs on the round. 1v3. Ollie forces him in. He'll spray away, but he cannot finish off Slacks, who composes himself and puts the finishing blow on Cynic. 8-3 for M80 here. And Boss only have themselves to blame, Nate.
Yeah, it's been one-dimensional. It's either go for it outright or get a kill and slow things down to a crawl and go towards B. A lot of B focus from this team. Makes me wonder exactly what they saw in this map as well. Maybe they saw that M80 can bleed. Regardless, it feels like M80 are head and shoulders above their adversaries right now, individually and as a unit.
Now, I will say these are 2 teams that are pretty heavily slanted towards the CT side on this map. That opening pick from Swisher does not make things better for Boss, looking for a 4th round out of this half. The bomb rotating away. But this is kind of the same thing that Boss has been doing. Get a pick, commit to B, lose a guy, work around, fall away from where that initial contact was made. Mid-control for a moment. The Slacks will go for a bit of overkill. Ooh, second kill for Slacks as he pushes forward. Malbs will fall to Freshy. But of course, Swisher is still there on site. Manx falls. Darty trying to come alive again here in the dying embers of half number 1. Slacks won't see anything. Swisher domes Freshy. Slacks with the last. And a 9-3 confident half for M80. We'll see you in 3 minutes.
A domineering first half from M80 leaves us at a very solid 9-3 scoreline as they enter their T-side half. It's Pineapple Phillips and Boggs on the microphones. And Boss with it all to do in the server. Double dualies for Cynic and Cryptic, both super soldiered up as well. Kit Smoke for Freshie, and Brett with a single solitary flashbang to support. It's going to be a split in towards A with donut control being gained. Now the bomb coming through A main. It's going to be another 5 versus 5 post plant. This was won by M80 in the first half. Can Boss answer with a pistol round win of their own?
This was 3-1 Boss a long time ago. They need to get back on the board here and now. They cannot afford to drop this one. Darty, that's crispy. Cryptic comes in with another. There's still players to find on the site. Darty is second. Wreck behind Big Box, just tapping away, being a nuisance. Mobs in the meantime grabs another. Wreck on the drive-by, brings it to a 1v2. Mobs has health. Darty and Cynic do not. They do have a kit on Darty, however, and Mobs needs to go. Mobs needs to spam. He's on the wrong angle. He's got the wrong idea, and that's another ninja this time for a Boss. That's 2 Series 2 ninjas on the pistol round. And Boss, who could not afford to lose that pistol, come up victorious by the skin of their teeth.
Very well played. I guess the best played situation, all things considered. Nothing else they could have really done, barring a fight. And honestly, even in a 2 versus 1 on full HP, clearing up that close right corner against Bulbs of all players with a Glock is not an easy endeavor. Pause called by the likes of Boss. I'm sure they're riding the highs of that ninja defuse. Gives them a way back into it, but they can't afford to squander it. And as you can tell, it's not going to be an easy path forward either. I made got the bomb plant. They're going to get rifles because of it.
Rifles up for both sides. An MP9 for Cryptic is the only SMG in the field to play. No utility all for Slacks. He went all in on the Galil and armor. And a technical pause has been called. Oh, I'm getting flashbacks, Nate.
Don't say that. It's been great thus far. We had one technical issue at the start before we began. Don't bring the bad juju upon us.
I don't know, man. I'm seeing them black and white and Fortunate Sons on in the background.
It's a really bad prognosis of the situation if that's the case. Also, update for you mainly, because I'm sure all the other people at home are watching both streams for the most part. Liquid have won the first map versus Wildcard 13-3.
Oh, boy.
3.
Worse.
Even worse, yes. What was the map? It was Overpass. It was the pick of Wildcard and lost at 13-3. Next is Ancient, and the final is Anubis.
Hey. It's not going to 3.
No, I would agree. I would wholeheartedly agree. Difficult spot. Not quite as difficult as a technical boss, though, which is, again, where we find ourselves. Boss,
Yay.
critical piss around win. But not out of the woods yet.
No. There's a long way back in for Boss. But they have at least found water, Nate, and they can follow the flow of that water downhill. Survival tip for everybody. If you're lost in the woods, find water, find a stream, and follow it down. That's how you get downhill. That's usually a good way to find civilization.
Unless there's waterfalls.
That is true. In which case, good luck, have fun.
I've had to jump off them, let me tell you. Not fun. Bit frightening.
But how tall are the waterfalls you jump off of on a regular basis?
20 to 25 feet.
Oh, okay.
Big.
That's decently tall.
That's tall enough to scare me.
Yeah. And water surface tension is something serious.
That's more
That's
like
why belly flopping hurts so much.
That's more like 50 feet, though. That's more of not even 50 feet. That's even further. It's got to be triple digits. We're not going. You're finding a triple digit waterfall. You might give up.
Now, what is the height of an Olympic diving board?
30 feet?
Okay, so you're going about this height of an Olympic diving
That
board.
was a guess. That was a. Let me-
I don't know. I'm just wondering.
Olympic diving board height. 10 meters, so 33-ish feet.
Yeah, 30-ish feet.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not bad.
So, are we going to get Pineapple Phillips doing somersaults into the water off of
Absolutely
waterfalls?
not. No.
No?
No.
Sad.
I'm wearing three layers of clothing. Okay, I'm sorry.
It never stopped Sir Shackleton. If
Oh.
anyone gets that reference, I will be very impressed.
The guy that jumped off a comically high diving board into a kiddie pool.
No, the first guy to try and like travel through Antarctica
Oh.
on a clipper ship. Apparently, there's a very good book called Endurance on that, which I'm probably going to pick up at some point.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Is there an end in sight for this technical pause? I'm going to ask the...
I don't know. This is why I said I was getting flashbacks, Nate.
Yeah, I was hoping you wouldn't... I was hoping this would be one of those normal tech pauses, because there's, as far as I can tell, no one disconnected from the server.
I know, which is the weird part. Unless somebody's just taking a very elongated bio break.
Yeah, and Freshie and...
Is FAMAS bursting?
Both of them are. Freshie and Brett are both bursting.
Oh my gosh.
So they're both here.
Cryptic and Cynic and Darty are not making movements.
Oh, Cryptic's moving.
Oh, there's Cryptic's moving.
They're trading for mosses.
Oh, they're trading. Oh, look, that's the Anubis collection FAMAS.
Cyano Splatter, is that what it's called?
I'm not sure on the skin names. I'm a little rusty on those. It's not my forte.
If it's right, I need help. Look it up.
Well, we're going to look at us because this one has taken a while. Apologies on the technical delays throughout the night, folks. Nothing we can do about it, but yeah, I mean, we had a pistol round, a ninja defuse, and now we have this big lull in the action. I think that can yield some positive results for both sides. I think for wild card, or rather for boss, excuse me. That was a Freudian slip. We can see them just calm down from that super just adrenaline high that you get from pulling off a critical round like that. And for M80, they can just calm down and be like, hey, we got a 9-4 lead. We lost a ninja. Cool. It happens. Get back in the game. Finish the job. Job's not done.
Yeah, I'm wondering what both teams are talking about, if anything, during this technical pause. Are they talking out strats? Are they just working on the team chem, keeping up the comms, having a good time? I'm genuinely curious, because I have to imagine M80 have some sort of quirky-esque play going into this round. They're going to be not the lightest on utility. They're not going to have a full set of utility. Their buy is going to be all over the place. Some players are going to have pistols, or at least one player's going to have a pistol. Most of them are going to have rifles. So it's very interesting. Do they want to go for the fights outright? Do they want to go for a set play out the gates to try and get a bomb plant and go from there? What do they want to go for? There's a lot of options, especially given the fact that Boss's economy isn't fully on point as of yet either. It's not a rifle round proper coming in from the CT side, is my point. So
I like a mid-B split, personally. Get mid control, get snake control, and try and just crunch. And then go from there. That's what I'm feeling.
that could definitely work.
Just given the firepower that M80 have available, take the range advantage, use the AKs and the Galils, and then get some B control as well so you can't get that snake crunch in. And if you get a couple of picks, cool. If you don't, well, you have mid control and you can work off of that.
Yeah. Veritable smorgasbord of potential opportunities for them, but
Yes.
again, hoping this technical pause is not going to take that long.
Yeah.
But the longer we wait, the more it seems like this is going to be the theme of today's broadcast, Boggs.
So Stove is saying that Liquid won 13 rounds in a row. I need to fact check this because big if true, as the saying is.
They probably did. I think I have it open actually. Check. Run the numbers real quick. Yeah, they did.
No way.
They lost pistol, second and third, and
Oh
then
my
won 13.
gosh.
That's interesting. That's an outcome.
That is indeed an outcome. Twist with a 152 HLTV rating, 99.6 damage. Wow.
So it's a lot of damage.
That is a lot of damage.
I dare say a plethora.
That is indeed a lot of damage. It's a whale of damage. And they're probably going to start their second map here pretty quickly.
Yeah, if I had to guess, they will, unless they have the same issues barring their stream as we have ours. Again,
Yeah.
to remind everybody, this is map 1 of 3. M80 up 9-4 on their opponent's map pick. having lost the pistol round, this is an opportunity for Boss to get back into it, but both teams will have a bye facilitated by the bomb plant. That is where we're at.
Yep.
We're at. Also, Boggs, search and rescue do not wander. That is what I was told by somebody who said they do search and rescue. Luckily,
Fair
I'm
enough.
never lost. And it sounds like we finally have an answer to our prayers. It sounds like we are finally back in game, ladies and gentlemen. Timer is indeed counting down, but, something could happen. I'm going to hold my breath and wait. Boss, though, need a 5th. Need a 6th, I dare say, to really get their confidence back and some momentum in swing. 2 MP9s as well. They could harvest a bit of cash.
No
3
pistols
fifths.
for M80.
Mixed bag of a start. Lost an MP9, but gained a kill onto the top frag of M80. I'd say that's a worthy trade. The MP9 of Cryptic as well could find tremendous success. Swisher, Wreck, neither of them have helmets. It's going to be a straight walkout. A main Freshie caught in the worst timing possible. Swing from Swisher on a whim finds the opener. That's the site taken. And this duel in middle means everything. If Rex drops the 3 versus 3 going into the retake, if he stays alive or if he gets a kill as well, it's a potentially insurmountable advantage. Cynic finds Manx. Wreck, though, drops Cryptic. 2 versus 3 means that Boss are going to head for the hills, save these M4s for the following, and M80 will emerge victorious with the second round of the half and secure double digits on Angston.
Double digits early here and stymieing that pistol round victory of Boss as well. Exactly what the doctor ordered for M80 and the opposite of what the doctor ordered for Boss. At least Cynic and Darty should be able to save here. They're in decently defensible positions. About 5 seconds on the hunt, and it does not look like Wreck will overextend. Wise call on 8 HP. AKs. Galils again for M80. Boss will not invest around the rifles. Never mind, they will. Freshie's going in for the Deagle and armor. Brett will probably pick up a Deagle as well. Cryptic, something along those lines. 5-7 for both Brett and Cryptic. Smokes on 5. Full belts for Cynic and for Darty. And for M80, Nate, the chance to really establish that stranglehold. With Boss teetering on the edge of another reset and teetering on the edge of losing their map pick. This one is coming down to the wire. And for Boss, that wire is getting thinner and thinner. For M80, it's turning into a road.
Getting paved,
Wow.
I would say. Cynic and Darty, though. 2 for 1. And the spam connects onto Wreck as well, dinking him down to 26. Boss might have found something off the back of this pair of rifles. Might have something to hold on to, even if it is just a fleeting hope. Slacks Wreck Malbs, though. Wreck has been a monster in the first series. They didn't quite win it. Malbs, though, has been a monster all day. Slacks as well has had his moments. Cannot count M80 out until the round is truly won in their favor.
You can never count them out. And I would say the same for Boss as well. They have players that can take over rounds, too. Darty, Brett, Freshie. Slow and steady. Decoy nades being thrown by Malbs. As the bomb waits outside of B. Freshie with the 1 dig. And now this becomes so much better for Boss. Cynic and Darty, the 2 defenders of B, have the rifles, but they're low on health. Smokes down, Molly's in. Cynic peeks out right time. It's all up to Slacks now. 1 shot, 2 shot. Bomb plant forthcoming. Freshie might just sprint for the smoke, but that's expected. Slacks goes for a spam. He's out of ammo.
No time.
He's out of time. It's over. It's Boss. And he gets the 1 tap on Freshie to stay alive at least. But Boss are gifted a round. That is a big slip for M80. And for Boss, a lifeline tossed to them as they are caught in current.
Far from over, though. M80 are one to force by with some pistols, some utility here and there. They have the AK. They have a second as well in tow for Malbs being dropped over. And Boss, their economic woes are far from over as well. They lost 4/5 of the roster, and even though that buy was ugly, it was still a force buy. It means the only thing they have to invest into this one is the victory spoils, the wins, which is about 3250 or thereabouts. Not a lot of money, not enough to get an M4 and a Kevlar, let alone a full investment. So the buy's kind of going to be all over the place. That 1 Galil saved for Cryptic. An MP9 for Freshie, a Famasa for Brett, and a pair of M4s, an A1S and an A4 on Cynic and Darty. The utility's lacking. They have one kit. They're lacking helmets on both Darty and Brett. That means that this is a very fragile standing. M80, with some solid shots and some good team coordination, could very well unseat this tenuous advantage which Boss has.
Freshie
Exactly like that.
destroyed. Not the best upgrade for Rek, but it's still something. Cynic is here, Brett is here as well, but Brett destroyed by that MP9. Malbs with another, and well, not out of the woods indeed. Stranded in the woods, more like. Hunted by a Wendigo, our boss. I don't know what else they can do here. Just losing dry fights to pistols. Not a good time to be on boss right now, as things are getting worse and worse. Now, I will say on the bright side, Cynic's doing decent on the rifle. I'd like to see a little more electricity from him, but overall, it's an outclassing right now by M80. And this is kind of the M80 we expected to see throughout this tournament, Nate, that we didn't get to see in the first series. We only got to see on Nuke. And that, I think, raises the question again, which M80 do we see on maps 2 and 3?
Yeah. That's what we saw at the start of the last series. Have to keep their feet on the gas, or their foot on the gas, I should say. Brett in middle. I like the idea with the CZ, but he takes so much utility damage. Cynic finds more success, however, dropping Swisher in the meanwhile, tying things back up. Through the smoke, Freshie at long range with the 5.7 finds one as well before slinking away. Player top towards Snake, towards Cat, is caught by Malbs. Malbs doubling down, finds a second, and that might be what M80 need to stabilize in this round. The last two, Darty and Cryptic, both towards B, one towards top Snake. Oh, wasn't quite spotted by Slacks, however. And he is caught with the bomb now dropped. 2 versus 2 secured. Cryptic finally back on the board after a lengthy absence. And maybe still critically don't know where that other player is. They don't know where Darty Montana is. History would say he's over towards B, but this round means that he could be literally anywhere.
Rek waiting for the cross. Spots out the first, swings for the second, and he does it all alone. Malb started it off. Rek finished the job. Map point here for M80. And Boss will not have much to fight with. Pistols, MP9s, light armor, no helmets. It's going to be a bit ugly. It's going to be very scrappy. And all signs point to an M80 opening map victory on their opponent's pick again. And I say that again to caution you all, because what we saw from M80 on map 1 in the previous series was much the same as we're seeing here. What we saw on maps 2 and 3 were a far cry from what we know M80 can achieve.
Stuck. MP9 in the corner. He's got to wait the flames out and then try to cross away. He will be given that luxury. Already, though, pressuring down. Has support from Brett. Good opening to find. It's a bit chaotic. It's a bit scrappy, but it's working for Boston. In the meanwhile, Brett finds a second. Malbs towards top. Cat can't find anything. Too many targets to switch between. 5 versus 2. 3 for the price of none. Slacks and Rek, the last two outside the double doors of B. Bomb is dropped in the hands of Boss. At this point, M80 should fall back, maybe try to find a player hunting a little bit too assertively, but overall, this should be a save from the remainder of the M80 crew.
For 2/5 of M80. Freshie won't even be taken down yet. He'll toss in a flashbang and just bide his time. They have M80 cornered now. If they can take away these guns, what a beautiful day it would be for Boss. Still a very long road back in. Would be 6 in a row required to take it to overtime. 7 total. Slacks peeking a little too far, perhaps. Might stick his neck out and get it lopped off. Misses the no-scope Darty there. And he'll follow up on the Rek. There's that 6th on the board for Boss. 6 in a row required for OT now. But again, very long road back in. A buy can come forward here from M80, but it would not be the best, so instead they're going to go for a half, and I like this call. They have a lead. You might as well play with it. Play with the pistols. If you win it, cool. If you don't, no big deal. Get your full buy up. End this as soon as possible. Do not let Boss stick around.
No one with any confidence. him out here. Finds a nice opening in towards middle. It's a little bit of damage, but that's understandable against a Deagle.
It's our first time seeing Cynic with a big green here, Nate.
Hadn't even noticed. Op in hand versus pistols.
He picked it up off of Slacks.
That makes sense. I was gonna say also Slacks. That's 0 for 3 on shotgun op shots. Might need a lesson or two.
Yeah, you're the master of the shotgun op. So
I am. It's true. I only use it at sniper ranges though, so I might not be the best teacher.
I'll still never forget the time you no-scoped a teammate in the head from heaven on short beat.
Ito on open. In open of all things. Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
That was one of my favorite moments.
I think I was jumping too. That was the best part.
You were.
Yeah.
You were jumping out of heaven.
It was a classic moment.
That was a classic moment.
Good tag on the Cryptic. That's the scout of Slacks. Mortally wounds. It makes the tag down a lot more worrisome. Speed of worrisome. Through the wall, Swisher jumps up, spots him, takes him down. Cryptic cannot catch a break in this series. Darty goes 1 for 1. Minx gets the trade. That's another rifle recoverable. And now Cynic's op stands in real danger of being overrun. This could be yet another player caught looking the wrong way with utility in hand. Cynic does at least find one post-mortem. But it's a 2 versus 2. Slacks, the scout holding the cross. Swisher can swing off contact. He'll wait. He'll swing at the perfect time. Freshie caught. Last alive. Could be one tapped by the scout. Brett finds one. But the scout is scary. Brett is not turned away, not dissuaded. He will swing. He will find 3, and he will find the round. 7-12. A round that Boss should not have let get this close, but a round that they do at least emerge victorious in.
Well, that one got way too messy for Boss. They lose 4 against nothing. Swisher comes up big, but he can't just close the job. Slack struggling up close and personal, op or scout. The end result is the same, although not knowing if a player is low or not can definitely force a player into going for the headshot with that scout. Double utilities used toward mid. Flashbangs used, sprays down. Aggression. Name of the game here for Boss. Slack spotted the jump, it looks like. And Swisher now behind the flames, biding his own time to peek around behind. Brett is exposed, and Malbs will take him down. Freshie has pushed down low as well. Cryptic, passive hold for Cave. But Swisher is there for Freshie, and that's a man advantage back to M80. Bomb working its way back to B. Cryptic and Cave already there on site. Cryptic is in a good defensible spot. But Swisher is the king of Cave. He makes it his palace, his throne room. And now with Cynic tagged down low, things become so much more difficult for Boss here on the CT side. Time to execute onto B. Flashes in, Molly's out. Darty only good for 1. And Malbs finishes off Cryptic. It's a 22 HP Cynic with an op. And not even a prayer in a 1v3.
He has to try. Would be BM not to. Backs are literally against the wall. He'll slink forward. There's no chance. Time about halfway gone at this point. Around a third of the way gone, I should say. Op duel 1. That's a nice one. Only the op got brought out sooner. If we won duels like that, it might have been a different story. Cynic trying to pre-fire. Knows he's low. Here's the first, but doesn't pull off the shot. 13-7. M80 take their opponent's map pick. They lose a couple rounds, a little bit of momentum there towards the end, but overall, it is still a convincing one in their favor, and it's a map where across the board, they look better than their opponents.
Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. That's a classic. Well, as I was saying before I so rudely interrupted myself, I mean, M80 looked better individually. They looked better as a team. Some of the decision-making was there for Boss, but they weren't able to really capitalize on enough of it. The individuals weren't really there until it was too little too late as well. That last op shot from Cynic, just a flash in the pan. Would love to see some more of that. But overall, M80 bossed Boss around on the map pick of Boss. And that leaves Vertigo as map number 2. The 16-2 record for M80. It does not bode well for Boss, who might get themselves a pink slip by the end of this night.
It does not, especially with them losing their own map pick, going to a map that M80 are 16-2 on in the last 3 months. And I do want to just clarify very briefly what we said about Cynic and his opping. His rifling is very good. His opping can be good. We haven't seen a lot of it recently, so we don't know for sure. And we said we wouldn't mind seeing him use the rifle more than the op, or picking up the op at a moment of convenience. And I feel like that might have been a little bit too late. Granted, he didn't have a lot of time on the CT side. Maybe he's only comfortable using it there, but I do say, what I want to say is I like his rifling if he feels like he wants to use the op. It's not just as an item of convenience. He can pick it up. That's what I was trying to say. And given that last shot we saw against Slacks, that could be a flash in the pan. That could be a one-off or an uncharacteristic shot. But if you can pull stuff off like that with any semblance of repeatability or confidence, then maybe, just maybe, he should pull out the op a little bit more often. We'll have to see if he can pull off anything like that on a map like Vertigo Box.
It's not an easy map to op on CT or T's side, and that is where this one can be decided, or we go to Nuke. Boss, they're down their own map pick. It's M80's home of Vertigo. Folks, we'll have this one coming up right on the other side of this break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's Boss versus M80, and M80 made map number 1 the pick of Boss. Go up in smoke, 13-7 on Ancient, and they now see us off to their heavily favorited map of Vertigo. Their record there is 16-2. I'm Pineapple Phillips, joined by Boggs. And Boggs, what are the hopes of Boss heading into this second map, into this do or die map of IEM Chain Do North American Close Qualifier?
The hopes of Boss are that they can find something they have not found in the past, which is a way to beat M80 on Vertigo. It's something that only 2 teams have ever done to M80 in the last 3 months. 16-2 the record. That is an 88.9% win rate. 1.1 percentage points shy of 90%. 9 out of 10 times. For Boss right now, we might play them 10 times. They might win 9, but not tonight. Not this night. That has to be the mantra for Boss. It has to be that one time somebody beats M80 on this map. And for Boss, they're going to need their individuals to shine, because they were outclassed. All bar Darty Montana, for the most part, were outclassed by every individual on M80.
We saw some glimpses of brilliance here and there from a couple of players. Darty, as you mentioned, was the one that really stuck out. Cynic had his moments. That op shot was a glimmer of something that could be something more in that last round of that first map. Brett as well had a couple moments here and there. Freshie was a little bit quiet, but he had a couple critical openings that really did show what he was capable of. The only player that was really absent in that first map, in my opinion, was Cryptic. And his play is very hit or miss. He can either snowball into the raid boss that is, or he could kind of, filter out of the game overall, as he did in this map. I think he had like 2 or 3 kills total. He just struggled
3
on Ancient. Was it 3? Okay, I know he had 2 towards the end. I didn't see any other kills, but I could very well be mistaken. Regardless, he's the one where if Boss are winning handedly, he's the one you expect to be at the top of the board. He's the one that you expect to be at the spearhead, at the tip, and ready to open up a site. So the fact that Cryptic really struggled in that map kind of lended itself to Boss falling apart. And so if he can come alive in the second map, maybe they can rally around him and build something upon it. But again, given that this map is the literal bastion of M80, a map that they're 16-2 on, I'm not sure how high their aspirations can realistically be.
Like I said, might play them 10 times. They might win 9, but not this night. Not tonight. This has to be the one time they flip the script. This has to be the map they turn things around on. And there is that opportunity. There is always that chance the underdog can pull off the win. And we'll see if it is here and now as we get ready to head up the elevator to the 51st floor. It is Vertigo here between Boss and M80. Map 2 of 3, the pick of M80, of course. The pick of M80. I don't know a sane team that would pick this map against them, domestically or internationally, in M80. Have themselves a smoke and a Molotov, Glocks on the rest, double dual Berettas, and a diffuser for Boss. They got a ninja diffuse to win the pistol round on half 2 of Ancient. They might have to try the same trick twice as Darty backs away here. Contact made B stairs, and in comes the swarm. Swisher the top, but the first one to fall. Brett has 2, and he's being backed up by Darty. No further progress, but Malbs and Wreck at another. They get 2 as well, but Freshies come through. The reinforcements have arrived. The cavalry is here, but Wreck and Makes are not done. They're still scaling forward. It's all going B, and Freshie and Cryptic will make it so. They'll close the round for Boss. But bit belabored, a bit scary, but they never let M80 anywhere near the site.
It's difficult, but they find the victory, and they also prevent the bomb plant. That should give them some breathing room heading into round number 2. Stabilize, win a second one, keep it clean for the most part if you can. Maybe drop, say, the MP9 of Darty, Cynic, or Cryptic, but beyond that, keep everyone else upright and alive. And from there, you can really hopefully begin to establish something on this map. As you mentioned, it's a map that M80 are heavily favored on, but a map that Boss are more than likely to come in with a aggressive and overly confident mindset. This would be a very good start to this map for their momentum and for their aspirations. Cryptic dancing in middle. Doesn't spot them, but there are 3 players slinking through, all with clocks. Clock comes in. MP9 spray is belabored. He does finally find one and does a heap of damage, but he would have definitely been a better spot to find 2, economically and otherwise. Cynic Down a ramp now, is looking for one. Darty, though, is the one to find the second. Cynic. Dinked, but still wins that duel. It's Mobs and Manx. Both have upgraded weapons, one on Deagle and a second on the MP9. Darty, though, combines fire to find Mobs. He'll triple down as well, dropping Manx coming down the ladder. Exactly what was prophesied. Only one player falling. The MP9's harvesting a bit of cash. Good start for Boss in this map.
A good start, but they need to build. They need more than a good start. They need a good middle and a good finish, Nate. Good starts are not enough. We've seen teams falter with good starts plenty of times, Boss notwithstanding. In fact, they had that lead 3-1 on map 1. So they need something a little bit better than just a good start here. And it all starts with gun rounds. This is where the actual game begins. The MP9, one of them rather, scaling over towards Yellow and Ivy. Manx clearing up the ramp. Deterred, and now destroying his contact in Cynic. Two have fallen. Threats come through. There still is a side hall player. Cryptic at least finding a pair before meeting his inevitable demise. But Darty, not much he can really hope to do here. Might just even have to save the MP9, given the lack of cash on Cynic. M80 showed that the guns are in their favor, at least for now. And Manx with those two. Not a bad start for the IGO.
It's not. The player I mentioned that Boss can rally around, Cryptic, is finding his footing. He's already at 4 kills in this map thus far. It's only been 3 rounds, excuse me. So maybe something for Boss to cling to. Mentioned it, the MP9 going to be saved, albeit with, or begrudgingly, I should say. Not the weapon you really want to save when there's rifles on the ground, but he just can't risk it. Bring his teammates something in the following, at least. And Matey, though, on the board rather quickly. Again, alleviating our worries that they would be slow to start on any of these maps. Very quickly onto the board. Boss, though. Pressure's already beginning to mount. Their economy's at the end of the rope. They could get reset here, and if they do, M80 should steal away the lead.
That's the kind of tenuous ledge Boss find themselves on early. That's the scary thing here, Nate. They're in a very precarious position. One which can turn the other direction very quickly. And for Boss, they haven't really had that standout securing round yet. They haven't had a standout securing performance from anyone bar Darty, and that was in the early days of map number 1. There hasn't been that consistently. So, right now for M80, they're just going through the motions. This is their home. This is their map. They should be comfortable. They should know exactly what to do. All the protocols should be completely flushed out. And they're taking their sweet time here, working up towards A. Freshie, the lone defender. Cynic can come through and support, but he will be very delayed. It's a solo A setup with mid and B emphasis. And a lot of that's due to Swisher just kind of delaying and drawing them over, but now they realize it's a fake. The smoke's going in. They knew Swisher was a human decoy. In they go. Freshie found one through the smoke. And this could be a turning point here for Boss in the early going. A successful round here go a long way to bolstering them and their confidence on such a good map for M80. Who don't have a weak side, although T is stronger for them. Manx up close around the sight boxes. T's the first and the second to come through. Darty, however, traded by Mobs. Freshie there for another. 1v3 for Wreck. Lost the head of one. Sprays wildly for another. Realizes they're off the bomb. Edge of the smoke for Darty. Sends Wreck tumbling over the edge. And there's a critical gun round victory for Boss here. They do lose 3, however, which will make things a bit costly for them to reinvest in. Manx and Mobs will also be a little lacking in the fun department. Fund, not fun, of course. But it might be more fun with an SMG in this round than it would be otherwise. Mobs going for a deagle. Okay. That's one of the calls of all time. And given the fact that it's Mobs, I don't hate it.
Don't hate it. Boss win the round, but you mentioned it was a bit costly with 3 players falling. Additionally, the bomb plant was given away. It gives a little bit of extra cash to M80. Gets them over the top for that op and those AKs on Swisher and Wreck. Weapons could prove influential in round number 5 as well. Boss, though, showing us they have something to prove. A bit of a grudge, perhaps, against M80.
Perhaps. I think it's well-deserved.
Yeah.
If they didn't have a grudge, I'd be concerned. Ooh, Brett. How does he get that first kill?
How does he still survive after the fact? Him and Darty, where was Darty? Darty pushed through the smoke?
I think so. I think Darty pushed through the smoke up top.
And then finds another on B?
Well, Boss needed individuals to step up in a big time, in a big way. This is exactly what Boss needed. Darty's on 1 HP. Brett and Darty with a magnificent little 1-2 wombo combo. Now Malbs and Slacks are wondering what the heck they can even do. What can they do? A deagle? An op on T side? This is a horrible situation for M80, for Boss. If I'm Darty and Brett, I'm giggling a little bit over in the corner right now. I'm just like, oh, look what we just did. All right, boys, this is going well. Keep it up. That's a confidence builder of a round.
Yes, it is. And finding those kills before the site take proper comes through means that no bomb plant is going to be allowed here. They'll all swing to deny exactly that. Slacks will get 1 for his efforts, but
so
stuck behind sandbags, there's nothing he can do. Brett and Fresh, you find the final pair. Op, not picked up. I can respect that call. Boss, 4-1. Looking good. Prevent the bomb plant as well, forcing M80 onto a half buy now. As you mentioned, the individuals waking up. Darty, Brett, Freshy, and Cryptic as well finding kills. Sure, I said Cryptic had 4 kills. That was like, what, 3 rounds ago, and he's still sitting at 4, but the point still stands. Everybody's getting damaged, barring Cynic. And Cynic hasn't had to find the damage quite yet. Tactical pause used by Boss, an interesting call, talking things out, maybe a different strategy in mind going into this one, but they need to be careful. Don't get too proactive. You're going against pistols here in round number 6.
Pistols, maybe a MAC-10, no. Not even a sniff at the SMG. Not even armor. It's a pretty rough lot for M80 here. And Boss, looking like they can grab a 5th here on the T side of Vertigo. Or the CT side, excuse me. But the real thing is, M80 are looking much the same as they did, Nate, on map number 2 of their series against Wildcard. Flat as a pancake.
It's fair. Maybe M80's issues have gone from a map-based slow start kind of issue to a map 2 and 3 series-based kind of scenario.
Which is significantly worse.
That would be a team ending, I think is the best term to use there. Pistols, though, getting a lot of control over towards B. Flash in, they'll at least get a bomb plant by this round, I'm all but certain at this point. It was a B retake from Boss. This is well read from M80, and now with the fights and the distance as it is, the pistols can become far more meddlesome. Darty, 1 for 1 as Brett falls by Slacks' hand. Manx also with an eagle beheads another. That kill goes unanswered as well, might I add. Rex spotting another is caught by sitting through the smoke. Bomb plant still isn't down either. They're going for the fights instead. Mobs finds Fresh. It's going to be chaotic and scary, but it is a round which is stolen, I should say, by M80. No bomb plant required to compel the CTs in. Instead, they're more than happy to wait and find the kills the old-fashioned way.
You know, I respect that with the pistols. Your strength is in numbers, it's in chaos and swarming. That's exactly what M80 do. They get in there, they take advantage of the timeout called by Boss as well to kind of figure out what their little gimmicky play was. It was Swarm B, go in, win their fights, and of course, Malbs on the hand cannon. Just absolutely destroying. Malbs has always been good with a deagle. And, well, the Guatemalan gunslinger starts it off, finished by Manx in the end. And M80, up to a domineering pistol round performance, have now reset Boss. And now it's time for Malbs to get the job done with the AK. 2 for the price of none. Might even go back for an extra. Supported. And Swisher will now open things up onto Darty, although he takes a considerable amount of damage on that fight. That's his first of the game, though. That's always a good monkey to get off your back. M80 looking to get a 3rd here. And Boss looking to get to a 5th in the following round. This one, a bit of a moot point from the beginning. And M80, they're looking for every little glimpse of hope and opportunity. Might just find some more. A flawless
Damage.
would be huge.
It would be big for their economy, but the Pistols were so close to finding success. 4/5 the roster below half HP. Manx and Swisher below double digits. Boss, unfortunate for them to not find more damage in this round. Manx and Swisher could still go down though with a little bit of luck
Tick,
from
tick,
Brett.
boom.
Yeah, they get very far away on this very claustrophobic map.
They do have a bodyguard, so that's a good call.
So close.
So close. Look at the damage. 41 HP, 26 and players in and around single digits. Tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, didn't even matter.
That's a reference.
That is a reference.
Bad news, Boggs.
No.
This is not a tactical pause.
It is a
So the
technical
technical-
issue. So,
We can
technical
fill-
issues.
The technical issues, we can still fill for a little bit, I'm sure, with the discussion of these rounds. Boss still showing us signs of success, and Matey, though, still content playing their own game. Swisher off to a slow start, but he found us first, as you mentioned, and hopefully the sky's the limit from there. Mobs, and Mobs doing incredibly
two
well on
players.
this T side.
Maybe even
Yeah.
3 gone. That
Yeah.
caused the issue. So it looks like the common denominator I was thinking. So was it? Well, who's the problem for this? And there was one common denominator. That just gave me my answer.
Yep, there we go. I'm using both Slacks and Manx, which, I mean, that makes sense, right?
Well,
Are they playing-
they all should be in Texas, I believe.
Say, are they
I
in
believe
Texas
they're
right now?
all- I believe they're all in Texas. And the weather's not even that. It all depends on what part of Texas they're in. But at least in Central Texas, the weather's not even that bad. I mean, it's 28 degrees outside, but there's not much wind.
It's raining over here, so
Now it's going to go down to 22 degrees this morning.
that
Fahrenheit
sounds,
for all of you imperial unit or metric unit people.
what, 22 you said?
22 F, not C.
So that's negative something C. You're
Probably
welcome.
like 2, negative 2.
Yeah, I'm like 2 or 3.
Yeah.
But regardless, hopefully these players will be back in the server shortly.
Yes. Because we would like to continue this game. I mean, it's getting good.
It is getting contentious. This is what I wanted to see in the first match.
Mm-hmm. Same. I want to see things back and forth, some good plays by both sides, a good close game. We have a score alert as well for Liquid Wildcard. 12-8, Liquid, map 2.
12-8 with Katie to top the board. Skull's close behind him as well.
I really like that Skulls pickup. I thought that was a good one. Just want to get
Yeah,
that off
Skulls
my
is a
chest.
fun one. I like that one. It's very interesting. The IGLs, Cadian and Stanislaw, are atop the board for their respective teams. Cadian, you can see it happen. Stanislaw, no.
The last time I saw Stanislaw top frag, I honestly can't remember the last time I saw Stanislaw top frag.
Exactly. Very interesting state of affairs they find themselves in, but it looks like that
Yeah.
series, much like the first one for Liquid, is going to be a 2-0.
Mm-hmm. Now, I will say Cadian top fragging is not unlooked for. He's done it before.
I was going to say, he's an opera. It happens.
Yeah.
Definitely happens.
Also, I believe Heroic missed out on the RMR EU, like the RMR for EU as well. Or at least they're close
Did
to
they?
it. They're darn close, I believe, if they haven't missed out already.
That's
The downfall of Heroic has been an avalanche in speed.
what is happening. I just didn't quite tune into the qualifiers for the RMR. There's so much going on. There's so many streams. Like, I'm busy. You know, like I got work to do and not really tuning in. And then you look at all these
Well,
changes.
it's during the time we both have our day jobs. So
Exactly. I'm too busy counting. Like, sorry, but it's crazy how much things have changed.
yep. I got a bit of the NA, and NRG was a massive disappointment.
I wonder how far that endeavor goes because you have to imagine that roster was built explicitly to make the RMR.
And then this was like take 2. And it failed.
And it failed. So what are they going to do now? Are they going to revamp it? Or are they going to... What's the play? I guess is the question I'm asking.
That is a big question, and I don't know if NRG are even sure what they're going to do yet, because it also seems like it would be a fire sale to get rid of a team that just kind of became a team like a month ago.
Yeah.
They haven't really had enough time for dApps to get the system involved and everything. But that one, I don't know. I have reservations about it, and I had reservations about it from the start. I love OC, but he does not seem to be performing too well on that team, whatever the reason may be there. I'm not sure. But this one's taken a minute again to get back in.
Players aren't even reconnecting. This is unfortunate.
And the thing is, too, with 3 of them having connection still, it's not a power outage issue, which I was thinking, okay, it gets cold in Texas and the power grid can kind of die sometimes. But if there's 3 in there, I don't think that's the issue either. So I have no idea. I'm out of ideas.
Once again, I know nothing of this kind of situation. All I know is that if it's a North American qualifier and you and I are on it, it's going to happen.
Yep.
Seems like the mainstream had an easy time going about it today. So I don't know what the issue is. I think we are bad luck.
Hey, Nate, at least you never had the MDL special for back in the day, okay?
I think we did. Didn't we have that in ECL a couple times?
Never as bad as it was.
Okay.
I mean, because we used to just complete the game regardless. We had a couple that was just canceled after, like, the update completely bricked everything. We would go all the way through. It was something special.
Time.
But you know, that was back when Tuesday night updates were a regular thing.
Yep. Now they're more sporadic and we get very in-depth updates like fixing geometry.
Yeah. Vertigo geometry fixed.
That's
you,
huge
Volvo.
because we are playing
Very
Vertigo
cool.
right now.
Yes, and I'm wondering what the geometry was that they fixed.
Me too. I think it was something about the bomb falling out of the map.
Yeah, that's been a big problem with CS2 as a whole.
Yeah.
Which just, I don't know. I think we all can acknowledge that it's been a bit rushed into CS2. At the same time, it's the best way to get a boatload of data.
I knew it was going to happen.
So I'll be honest, I wasn't playing CS2 over Go when it first came out. I preferred Go. But I've gotten used to CS2.
It's
It
spraying
just
up better. It's
took
still
a
not
while.
what it was, but it's still, there's some changes. But
Yeah.
it's in a far better
And
state
some
than it
things
was,
I do
that's for
like
certain.
a lot. Like the smokes. But I still miss MR15. I miss MR15 a lot.
Yeah, that's fair. A little bit more time, a little bit less. We were already complaining about pistol rounds having too much bearing on the game prior to MR13 or MR12, I guess. Sorry.
Yep.
And here we are with the exact same situation, but with less rounds to work with.
And that's been a big issue. It's something that probably everybody has at least had reservations about. The economy has been a problem since the end of Go, and it hasn't changed for the better or worse in CS2. Also, it's just weird to call it CS2 when there's been 1.6, Condition 0, Source, and Go. This is like CS4 or 5.
This is a CS7.
7.
That's something to go with. 7.
Well, we know Valve can't count to 3, so it's probably for the best that it would have been called CS7.
Well, no, they can't count 3. They can't just say that number. Just skip it.
Yeah,
That's
we
how
could
it
have
works.
CS4 after this one.
Yep.
Just live up to the meme. If this game lasts 10 years, it would be 2033 for another version of Counter-Strike.
It's a long time.
And I'm going to have an existential crisis thinking about that.
I'm having an
If anyone wants to
existential
join.
crisis right now.
Thank you for joining me, Nate. Because
Welcome.
yeah, that's a scary thought. What is the world gonna look like in 10 years?
I don't know. What's the world gonna look like next week?
I don't know. That is a very good question.
Fun
One I do
update
not
for you.
have the
I just
answer
had a bowline knot, practicing my knots right now. It's pretty cool. I'm gonna do a figure 8 next.
All I know are fishing knots, pretty much, and a couple
Yeah,
sailing knots that I don't remember all the way.
My boss had a bunch of knots and watched me stare at him with my eyes glazed over for about an hour, and he said, "Do you know knots?" And I said, "No." And then he made me learn a bunch of knots, and here we are.
Knots are
Tying them.
fun. Very
Yeah,
useful
they are.
skill,
Very useful. But
especially if you do things outside. I walk outside, but I don't really touch grass. You touch grass, water, trees, fish.
water.
A lot of water.
A lot of water. It's an
A lot-
alpine
wa-
butterfly for all of you who know how to tie knots. What else we got? What other good knots? Ooh, what was that? I saw a flicker. I see
Matchmaking,
10
think.
players in the
We're
server.
close to it. I think we're gonna get a medic here, or if we might have already had one, but I didn't see.
I think
the
we
death.
might have just gotten the medic.
Yep.
Oh, we're in.
There we go.
We're in. We're
Let's
live.
go.
We're live. Thank goodness. What happened in the last
Woo.
round?
That was the Deagle.
That was the pistol wins. That was the pistol. Oh, no. That was the pistols winning on B.
anti-eco. That was the anti-eco.
Oh, you're right. The anti-eco where Brett died and they did a boatload of damage but got no kills.
Yep. Yes. That one. Okay, here
Matchmaking
we go. We're
occurred.
back.
Reinvestment acquired.
Ugh.
Santa could go for a glass cannon. That would be really funny. Nope. Rifle instead. Rifles for both teams across the board. Slacks' A1S could wreak havoc given that 4/5 of boss have no helmets. There's a kit for Freshie. There's no kit utility. And matey, can they maintain the momentum or what remains of the momentum given that lengthy tech pause, or boss flat back and retain an advantage? A triple swing towards the stairs and 2 kills going unanswered. Darty and Cynic dropping 2. Manx and Swisher both removed. Wreck, Malbs, and Slacks left to pick up the pieces. One's lurking around towards A. 2, excuse me. The third was lurking middle. That's Wreck now dropping down. Freshie picks up where his teammates left off. A kill. On towards Malbs. Slacks and Wreck. At this point, it feels like the round is over. It's like a bomb plant isn't even possible. Slacks spotted jumping around. Will pass the first test. Brett caught. And
Uh-oh.
a technical issue to cap off the round. I'm going to assume that is a round that goes the way of Boss, but I'm more than ready to be wrong, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have to see exactly what happens. Again, this has been the theme of the broadcast just in time for a raid as well, Bog. This is a perfect time
Yeah.
for one to come through.
Hey
And
there.
I think that tells us that the Liquid game did indeed end in a 2-0 fashion, as you might have
Yes.
expected. And that means that Liquid is in the grand finals tomorrow. They get to wait. They don't have to play the first series of the day. And the first series of the day will be loser of that, which was wild card, versus the winner of this one, which is either Boss or M80. Again, the theme of tonight's broadcast has been technical problems, ladies and gentlemen. We just got off the back of a 10 to 15 minute one. And then we had a game that looked like it was going the way of Boss. And then, of course, an encoder
They got the
error.
bomb down, Nate. It's not over.
Far from over. 2 versus 3. Smoke on the bomb. Defuse not being stuck over. Slack saw that before it bloomed. Tap comes in. Darty taps it. It is caught
What?
by Rex. Cynic, though, doubles down. They have plenty of time. That round should have been more convincing, but at least Boss do get it across the line.
Well, that one got a little weird for a minute and then came back into actuality.
Might have been weirder.
Yeah. It ended as it should have, with Boss winning it decently confidently, although they did lose 3 players. Still okay. The utility is very light for Boss, though, in this round, and that is a problem here. That triple swing downstairs is also something you can't really consistently do. Molotov for Swisher. He's expecting a swing. There's a counter Molotov thrown by Boss instead. He's tried to go for that B stairs pick plenty of times before, and it has not really worked out for him. He's only gotten 1 kill in this game. That was just an anti-rotator kill. Very slow mid-round from M80 here. They're looking very pensive. And I have to wonder, too, if they're... because it seems like they're the ones having consistent issues. If that has something to do with their mid-game slides as well. There's another one from Swisher, his second of the game. And a good time for him to get an opening for the squad. Should know there's at least another player around. Spams down Darty. But will he expect the third in Cryptic? That's the bigger question. Cryptic... timing availing, spotted by Swisher. What a headshot! He had to hit it, and he did. 3 kills all on B for Swish, and now M80 are going into A with the last 2 hold. Cynic with 1, but can he stand taller? Only 1 for him. Swisher the hero of the round, though. And M80 strike back with a nice 4th. That was a huge round from Swisher, though. And that's more of what we expect from him.
What we expect, what we were missing from him. He's been entirely quiet throughout this map. He was at 1, as you mentioned. He found that like a round or 2 prior. And then he comes alive with a big 3K to shut them out of the round. Very well done. And again, Boss sent reeling economically back to pistols. Their pistols, they can do damage. But last time they came out, they could not find a single kill. It's 5-7s and deagles across the board. Kevlar as well to make this very potent. It is a full investment from Boss, not just a half buy. They're going to try to find something. M80, though, should expect these aggressive posturings from Boss.
Eagle from Cynic has been spotted, and Manx will get the opening killed around. He's had some success going up the A ramp here. Flash is going high, Mob scaling forward, headshot connected. Good support flashing from Manx, who will go forward and take down Freshie. It's either going to be Mobs or Manx, but Eminem are able to open up this A site. Bomb going down, Molotovs forcing away anybody rotating in. Brett and Darty on this full investment from Boss. 5-7 and Deagle, smoke no kit, trying to make their way on through. Not a very advantageous retake, and the push from Manx might make it less so, although he doesn't go all the way through, and that's a smart decision. Do not give anything for free to Boss. Make them work their way for every inch. So far, it does not work. Another flawless for M80 this time. Only losing damage on Mobs. Wreck lost 1 HP, but that's not really worth anything at all. And we're all tied at 5 here, going into the last couple of rounds of this half. And M80's Stellar T side coming alive late after a very slow start.
A slow start, but finally finding their footing. Again, Boss have done well to keep them guessing. Boss have been proactive, have been very different in their CT setups. Keeping things fresh, keeping things different, keeping M80 guessing. And has done well for them in the other goings, but M80 might have just finally found their groove. Keep in mind, that round short was just pistols yet again, but it was also Kevlar to back it up. That was an investment from Boss, and an investment that fell flat in the most literal of terms. Now just USPs with not a penny invested for Boss. M80 are more than happy. Sit around and wait for the desperate aggression to come through.
Well, Mobs is just chunking away at him. And taking quite a bit of chip damage to the box. 18 points on like 4 shots. Good little flashbang in. Freshie at least gets 1. And maybe even a second here as Manx is struggling with that secondary spray. Freshie will be supported by Brett as well. Bomb moving in through middle. 1 more for Manx. Doesn't expect Freshie, but he does get the kill in the end. Lead for M80 now as we get to the last round of the first half. Buy up for Boss. M4's aplenty utility will be there as well. Not quite full belts, but pretty close to it. Maybe a kit as well. I think a kit is necessary. Cryptic debating getting that. Same with Cynic. Who will buy the kit, Nate? That's the question. The answer is nobody.
To be fair, the rounds they've won have been won by aggression. A lot of the more convincing ones.
That is true.
Looks like aggression might be on the cards yet again for Brett, Darty, and Cynic as they triple stack towards B. They're looking to unseat Swisher. Cool him down before he gets fiery hot. Swing comes in, over top the smoke. He's tagged, not quite bagged. So the aggression now can result in some map control. Swisher forced back, has to play respectfully, especially on 34 HP. Mid is the name of the game for M80 though. Some around. Boost comes in over towards A. In the meanwhile, Rek exchanging blows with Cynic. Both players tagged quite low, but Rek happy to take control. To stay on the Glock as well. He does not want to reload and betray his own position. He feels that this is a power position that his team can exploit. Risky. Understandable call. Drop the smoke. He's heard. He's caught. Makes good trade. And makes doubles down. Cryptic spamming the smoke is called out. Misses Brett, but Brett, will he find one? Yes, he does. Pushing in middle, finally unseats Manx, but he takes lots of damage for it. Darty finds one, Mobs trades on the Darty. It's a 2 versus 2, back and forth. All parties are tagged, albeit boss quite low. Mobs dancing around the site, is trying to wait for support. The Molotov could do this player in. Yes, it does. Slacks burns a 1. Mobs finds the second. M80 establish a lead. We'll see if they can build upon it after the break.
We're back in action. We do have a technical pause again to start off half number 2. Here it's Boggs and Pineapple Phillips at the end of map number 2, the second half of map number 2, I should say, as this has been a marathon day for us, a full 3 mapper in the first one, with plenty of technical delays scattered through to spice up our night. We're happy to have all of you with us here. The IEM Chengdu North American closed qualifier, and Matey now to the CT side, and Boss on the T side of Vertigo. Boss's record on both CT and T sides, nigh equivalent. 54% on the CT side, 54.3 on the T side, but again, that overarching, overlooming storyline of a 16-2 record for M80 on Vertigo is the thing you cannot forget. And even without Swisher really being in the game for the vast majority of it, M80 still have a lead. Granted, one of those rounds single-handedly because of him.
It's true. So they can run away with it as well. CT side can really begin to stabilize. Again, they should be very comfortable on this side of the map. Another technical pause. Rather unfortunate. It epitomizes this day for us. Very much so.
There we go.
It's live, thank goodness. Not a moment too soon. Boss, I feel like the Pistons a must win just to get their confidence back.
Oh, yeah.
Chip away at the lead, I should say, that M80 have built at this point, the tenuous lead that M80 have built. Again, I feel like they're going to need all the rounds they can get on this T side. I feel like M80's defense is going to be very stalwart, very duplicitous in its setups. Wreck, aggression towards middle. Might have been spotted on the cross. I'm not sure how deep that angle is. Brett spotted either way. He'll drop down. He takes half damage between one shot and, of course, the fall. Ankles are hurting a little bit, but he can still run. Straight in towards B, they go. Good dink from Darty onto 1, but no kills in either direction as it's Cryptic and Manx to open it up for each team. A lot of players. Manx has a lot to do. It's Darty to find Wreck. Manx dancing, tries to find something in the chaos. It'll be Swisher instead. Cynic loads in the nick of time, finding 1. 2 players back. Jenny might just find a trade. No, it's Cryptic to find another before Mobs can answer. Mobs 1, Mobs 2. No rounds left. The 1 versus 1. Cryptic reloads as well. But who wins it? Who else but Mobs? 3 for him. The Pistol King for M80. And then 8th on the board, extending the lead to 3 for the team that already has 1 map advantage in the back.
And that keeps Boss off of back-to-back pistols as well. That is something huge in the grand scheme of things. You win both pistols in CS2, you should dominate this one. You should win the map. But M80 put a hold on that, although the bomb plant does go down, which means Boss can buy up. Galil's on 2. Cryptic debating an AK, but goes Mac 10 utility. A lot of util for Boss here. The 3 SMGs are out. No AK, though, which makes things interesting. Minx on an A1S, no helmet. Swisher the only one on an MP9, or an SMG of any sort. Everybody else on rifles, A1S or FAMAS. Utility quite sparse for M80, though, and that could be their downfall here, because there's nothing to stall. Just 2 smokes, 2 flashes left with 1:25 to go. It's a long time on the clock. They have no util. 1 spotted, sprays out, trades there. No. Freshie. Initial frag. Cynic another one. Mix up close. 1, 2. Cannot get the 3rd. It's death by 1,000 cuts, but death nonetheless. And Wreck and Swisher with a whole world of T's to fight against now. Wreck might just get caught off.
He is. Darty finds that. Switching out a 1v3. This is a very niche angle. Head down. He might just find 1, if not 2. Tries to pop up at the right time. Brett, though, with an A1S, just has the superior stopping power. 6 to 8. Good response from Boss. Very well played as well, might I add, in spite of losing the pistol. And 80 now. Only leading by 2, and their economy, more or less reset. They're going to force buy. 4 Deagles and an MP9. Don't count them out, but also give them too much respect either. AKs, M4s, and a Galil for Boss. They look to chip away at the lead and send it back to just 1 round between these 2 teams.
Eagle out for mobs, though, is not done. Also, for the people wondering about how NM80 is considered North America, Guatemala is considered North America. So,
Oh, Central America, right? Yeah, that makes sense.
yeah, Central America is Canada's North America for the most part.
And even then,
For-
the majority
for
is
sporting
technically
reasons?
from NA, right?
Yeah. Yes, he is technically from NA.
But also, like 2/5 of the roster's from, even if Guatemala wasn't considered NA, it's 2/5 from US, 1/5 from Guatemala, and then 2/5 from Europe. I guess you can either. Oh my goodness! This digression turned into something more. Slacks finds 2 on the Deagle. Brett pair in response, but he's caught between 2. Wreck in a 1 versus 1. Darty has an AK in hand. Darty will save them from the brink. It was an expensive round for Boss, but they were nearly shown what a boss truly is. Slacks on the Deagle makes quick work, sends 2 packing. It's not enough to get M80 across the line. Boss, though, definitely feeling a bit of terror after a round like that.
That was disgusting from Slacks. It's normally mobs I look to with the Deagle, but that was nuts. That was cool. At least a little bit of fear left in the minds of Boss, as M80 are going to be on nothing but USPs. The classic Uspis going for the pushes in, trying to get something, anything done, and it's just a farm for Cryptic and Darty. Only one on the SMG, unfortunately, for the bank of Boss. But I don't think that's going to make their earnings report any worse as it stands. Double Mac 10s, AKs up against a full buy from M80 and parity here at 8-8. The op is in the hands of Slacks. Famas there for Swisher and for Wreck. Cynic and Darty getting the Mac 10s now. It's a bit of a swap of the SMGs. Leads me to believe that there might be a bit of a spearhead spawn-based play coming forward here. Especially with Darty being the guy on 17 kills and on the Mac 10. I would want him on an AK more than anything else.
He's had a heck of a series for himself. Matey's buy. All solid overall. Has some cracks. The Famasas, Swisher, and Wreck specifically. Slacks does have an op, and they do have a kit. An op is always an X factor for Slacks. Both Famasas, though, are towards B. It's an interesting call to put both the, I hate to say, but lesser rifles on the site. Something on the double stack for Wreck could find something. Molotovs, though, burn him out. He'll still find one as a parting gift. That is something out of nothing. Manx through the smoke as well. Drops Darty, sends him tumbling off the map. Very well found. And another for Manx through the smoke off the spam. 4 versus 2. Lots of chaos on the site. And Swisher is not done. He drops Cynic just freshly now. He was disconnected from the roster, and he has a lot to do to get his team back into this round. Nothing can be done. Swisher jumping up, spots him over top, spams him through. 9-8, M80 make that round look clean.
How does Manx get those two traced through the smoke? I wanted to know if he had an angle there or something, because that was clean. Manx has also had a very good performance. He's top fragging for M80 here on this map. And he is the reason why M80 have 9 rounds right now. Boss, ruining whatever Manx can throw at them. 1 round behind still, back and forth, anybody's map. But M80 close, starting to push this into their favor. 1 away from double digits, 4 away from the series, and a date with Wildcard, a rematch with Wildcard at that. And that's one of those situations always love to see. M80 Wildcard is becoming a classic in North America, much as M80 Boss is as well. And right now, Boss have that mid control. Will be run into by Swisher. Wreck is there as well. The nice little 1-2 punch. Cryptic in the open. Slacks has struck. Wreck doubles up. All up to Cynic. Barely any damage taken by the CT side. This is how you win a gun round.
They make a statement. We established a lead by 2 rounds. Win it by shutout fashion. Prevent a bomb plant. 1 player does fall. Missed opportunity for Slacks, but his op is easily recovered. Economy on the CT side beginning to build. And no bomb plant means Boss is sent back asunder towards pistols. And we've seen how little success they find with pistols. Shouldn't find much. I'd say at best a bomb plant and a kill for Boss. It's all that can be realistically found. Even then, M80 have made short work of the pistols when they're in Boss's hands.
Nade's gonna be good. Darty goes down to it. Manx and Rek will pick up a pair apiece. All up to Cynic now again, and nothing he can do. Domed by Rek. 3-round lead, and 2 to go for M80 here, pushing for that rematch with Wildcard. Darty will get an AK. Cryptic will have plenty of money as well. Does not look like Boss want to go for an op. They want to stay away from it. And on the T side of Vertigo, I have to concur. Slacks has the op on the CT side again. A little mid-push from Swisher and Rek, and Manx and Rek. Very good holding on to the mid areas of the map here for M80. That's something Boss has not been able to counter. Their T side looking a little lifeless here, Nate, and a timeout, a tactical timeout, not a technical, tactical, has not been called by Boss here. And I think one would have been very wise. But we needed such a critical round. Now Manx down towards side hall. One, and maybe the second as the right click nade goes through. Freshie backs away after taking down Malbs. A good little hit and fade by Freshie. But he's still sticking around as Manx retreats up yellow. Getting his way away. Slack still holding the ramp. Very aggressive position, dangerous position for the Opper. As this 4v4 leads to some space to exploit for the T's.
It does, but they want to go towards ramp, and the op, as you mentioned, a very precarious angle, but still an angle nonetheless. He'll get the information. Freshie will try to press forward. It's a bit of a missed flash, but he'll still press up around it. On top to delay. 45 seconds left. They are going in towards A. Here's to be the call. There are 3 defenders here. I think 4 as well. 4th in rotation. Freshie throwing utility. The op shot misses again, but it will fall back and have a chance to rechamber. Swisher, 1, makes a second, makes a third, and a Wreck the final. 12-8, M80 have made these last 3 or 4 rounds look convincing, look clean, and Boss have been left at a loss. They have no utility, no economy, I should say, no bomb plan to get that extra injection of cash, and now it seems like they are at wit's end. They aren't even calling attack pause going into this round. Instead, they're just going with it, going out very quickly without taking a moment to breathe. I feel like a moment to breathe is very important at a juncture like this. 4 Galils and AK, lackluster utility versus the full buy, and Slacks will exploit it. Pressuring ramp, he'll drop Cynic. That's 1 found for the price of none, and another very solid start for M80.
Incredibly solid start for M80. Slack starting to come alive as well. Tag down, he'll get one blind, just barely seeing through that flashbang. Cryptic in the meantime meets his maker at the hands of Malbs. Brett and Darty, the last 2 alive. Make it just Darty. He sprays, but he has no answer. 13-8 for M80 on their map pick, and that will send Boss packing in this qualifier for IEM Chengdu. Commiserations to Boss. But M80 find a way to stay alive and come alive despite their myriad of technical issues throughout the day. Nate, M80 looking strong there, especially seeing that everybody was able to chime in throughout the course of this series.
Yes, everyone was able to chime in. They didn't let off the gas after that first map. They were a little bit slow to start here and there, sure. Had some moments that probably should not have slipped by them, but overall, they looked far more solid across the board in this second series than the first, and that does bode well going into their rematch head-to-head tomorrow versus Wildcard.
It does indeed. Wildcard, trounced by Liquid, who await the winner of Wildcard M80 rematch in the grand finals. But M80, they have still some worrying signs, Nate, and I have to wonder how much of that is due to their just tumultuous technical problems. It just seemed like there was a technical problem at least once a half, and for a decent amount of time as well. It's hard to get any sort of momentum, and dealing with that does take a mental strain on you. But you have to wonder, if that's such a problem, will they be able to face off against Wildcard and have success?
You have to wonder what the issue is. It could be the technical issues kind of taking the wind out of their sails, taking the momentum out of the game. It could be a variety of other things, but I feel like that's an issue that could be rectified going forward. It should be. They're all in the same house, after all, as you mentioned, or they should be at the very least. Should have the same, near identical, or identical rigs even. So I'm sure these issues can get rectified. I think just putting it out of your mind, though, going forward, there shouldn't be as many issues tomorrow. Fingers crossed. And again, they should know what to expect now. They've played Wildcard, 2 times in the past like couple weeks, week or two. They know what to expect. They've lost now twice in a row in a 2-1 fashion. This time around, they lost Anubis in a far more one-sided affair, but that's a digression. That's an aside. They know what to expect. They should feel better after a victory like this versus Boss. And tomorrow, the sky's the limit. I think tomorrow's the hard reset. M80 could very well take that and reverse what happened earlier today. Now, we do have the bracket updated, ladies and gentlemen. Again, to recap, it is a very solemn and heartfelt goodbye to Boss, my favorite NA team. That's my bias. Goodbye, Boss. I'm very sad to see them go. Liquid, though, through the upper semis, through the finals, without dropping a map, now waiting in the wings, and wildcard M80 to face off to start things off in day 2.
Yeah, it's commiserations to Boss, who go out without winning a single map. Tough draw with Liquid and then M80 in the lower bracket. It's definitely not easy. Wildcard, though, they have 2 wins in a row against M80. That lower bracket final is going to be very, very consolidation final, I think is the technical term for it. But that matchup between Boss and, or rather Wildcard and M80, that rematch is going to be one to really watch. Because if Wildcard go back up against Liquid, how do they adapt? If M80 go up against Liquid, how do they perform after struggling, even though they do survive through day 1? It is not a clean victory. It was a bit of a bloody performance from M80. They made a lot of mistakes that they shouldn't make and they don't normally make, and they seem to have some sort of problem going on going back into the RMR qualifier. So there's still a lot of question marks surrounding M80. I think for Boss, some of the questions I had for them were answered. They do need time to solidify, but I do like their hybrid idea. It's going to take time to change that game plan and get that all set up and ready to go for Pro League. But for Wildcard, they're a team on the up and up, a team to watch out for. And whatever the case may be, there's a banger of a matchup to kick off tomorrow's broadcast.
Yes, there is a banger. Again, a rematch, M80 versus Wildcard. Commiserations to the Boss. They showed us some signs of promise, but they still need a little bit longer in the kitchen to cook up the perfect meal. But with that said, that ends our broadcast plan for this evening and for us overall in the IEM Chengdu North American Closed Qualifier. On behalf of my partner Boggs and myself, along with the production crew here at ESL, we appreciate you tuning in. Have a good night and take care. JRT and Darth Mike will be with you tomorrow. See ya.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.